He had grown a neatly trimmed beard, and he'd put on some weight. "It is good to see you," Cale said. "And you," Wren said with a smile. "My apologies, good sir," Vol said to Cale. "Accepted," Cale answered immediately. Side by side, Cale and Wren walked up the paved walkway that led to the gatehouse. 4 other members of the house guard stood at the gate, watching them approach. They were armed and armored like Wren. Wren said, "The Hulorn informed the house guard that if you appeared, you were to be allowed entry at any hour. He neglected to inform the Helms." Cale did not recognize any of the house guards stationed at the gatehouse. Wren ordered one of them to inform Earwill, Cale's replacement as Iskevrin's steward, that Mr. Cale had arrived, and the young guard sped off. The other house guards eyed Cale with open admiration. Wren made introductions and led Cale through the gate and onto the grounds. The estate appeared as Cale remembered it. Topiary, fountains, statuary, and well-tended gardens dotted the swath. The stables, servants' quarters, and other buildings crouched along the surrounding walls. "I told the other guards what happened at the Twisted Elm," Wren explained. "Everyone here knows of it." Cale nodded, mildly embarrassed. Wren looked at him sidelong. "I wondered what happened to you after we parted. Were you in Selgaunt all that time?" "No," Cale said, and left it at that. Cale could see Wren wanted to speak his thoughts. "Speak plainly, Wren." Wren hesitated, but finally asked, "Mr. Cale, what happened to the sons of whores that maimed me? I want them dead, or hurt, or something." Cale understood the feeling. He pulled Wren to a stop and looked the young man in the face. "All but one is dead, and I made that one suffer before he escaped. Well enough?" Wren smiled grimly and nodded. "Well enough." Cale said to him, "My advice? Leave it in the past." Wren looked Cale in the face and nodded. "Good advice." They started walking. Wren asked, "What happened to your hand, Mr. Cale? Surely not the same bastards." "The same," Cale said, holding up the stump of his wrist. "But the one that took my hand was not the one that escaped." Wren spat on the ground. "Good news, that. Who were they, Mr. Cale?" "Ask me again another time, Wren. That is a long tale." Wren nodded and changed the subject. "Things look a bit different, don't they? Storm weather? It looks nearly the same. No, the city, I mean." "Ah," Cale answered, nodding. "Very different." Wren gestured northward as they walked. "Upcountry was struck hard by the rage and the rain of fire. I heard that wildfires and dragon attacks destroyed entire villages. Some villages were abandoned out of fear. In others, the soil just went bad. The harvest suffered. The villagers headed for the cities in droves, but the cities had nothing to offer them. So here we all sit." He shook his head. "I hear Selgaunt is worse than most. I do not know what will happen." Neither did Cale. He knew only that Sephirus had prophesied a storm, and he felt as if he were watching it unfold before his eyes. He moved the conversation to smaller matters. "What are you, second or third in command of the guard? Who heads it? Still Orin?" "Second," Wren answered with the swell of pride. "The youngest in the history of Stormweather, and I, still Orin." Cale knew Orin to be a good man and a good leader. He had done well to promote Wren. The young man had grown much in the last year. Cale hoped the same was true of Tamlin. They walked for a time in silence, and Cale noticed eyes on himself. Grooms, stable boys, groundsmen, all paused in their work to watch him pass. He recognized many of them. They had been on his staff long ago. He nodded. They waved. Gossip trailed in his wake. "The staff still gossips," Cale said with a smile. "So do my guards, and neither will ever change," Wren answered, also smiling. "It's good to have you back, Mr. Cale." "Thank you, Wren." Ahead, Cale saw the raised porch and double-doored main entryway to Stormweather Tower. Ivy climbed up the manse's curved walls. The Iskevrin crest, the horse at anchor, hung over the doorway. Part of Cale's past lurked behind those doors. Before they reached the porch, a squeal from Cale's left stopped him. He turned to see a bouncing mountain of flesh lumbering toward him. Brilla, the kitchen mistress. She wore a dress as large as a tent, a stained apron like a ship's sail, and a smile as wide as the Elzimmer River. "Well met, Brilla," Cale said. Brilla did not bother with words. She wrapped him in the folds of her ample body and gave him a squeeze so hard he was pleased his body had regenerated his broken ribs. Streamers of shadow coiled around her, but she seemed not to notice. "I told them all you would be back, I did. Said this place was in your veins. Said this family was your family. And here you are." She pushed him away to arm's length. "Let us have a look. Look at this hair. You're so different, Mr. Cale. I hardly recognize you." "I have changed a bit," Cale acknowledged. "But not you, Brilla. You look as lovely as ever." She turned away and blushed under her gray hair, pulled into a tight bun. "Now, Mr. Cale." Cale smiled and said, "It is a true pleasure to see you, Brilla." Brilla had always been a rock of sense among the staff, chatty and stubborn, but always sensible. She beamed. "And you, Mr. Cale?" "No need for the Mr., Brilla." "You will always be Mr. Cale to me, Mr. Cale." Cale decided not to argue the point. "Ah!" she exclaimed. "Your hand!" Cale pulled his sleeve down over the stump. "It is nothing, Brilla." "Nothing? How can you say such things?" She took his forearm in her hand, pushed up his sleeve, and examined the stump. There was no point in resisting her. "It is healed well. How did it happen?" "Another time, Brilla. Well enough?" She let his arm go, frowning. "Well enough. Perhaps tonight? I have a tort that you will love, Mr. Cale. Ingredients have been hard to come by of late, but I have improvised a little something with grapes from the Storl Oak Vineyard and maple syrup. Will you be dining with Tamlin?" Probably Brilla alone called the Huelorn by his given name. "I am not certain," Cale said. He did not know exactly what Tamlin desired of him. "But if not, I will make a point to come to the kitchen." Brilla accepted that with a smile. Most of her front teeth were rotten or missing. "It feels right to see you here again, Mr. Cale." "Thank you, Brilla." She watched him, smiling all the while, as he and Wren entered Stormweather's double doors. Earwheel awaited them in the arched foyer, arms crossed, brow furrowed. His short hair hung over a face as pointed as an arrowhead. He wore a prim look, a tailored vest, and linen pantaloons. He looked more a steward than Cale ever had. His eyes widened somewhat at Cale's appearance, but he masked his surprise well. "You look well, Earwheel," Cale said. "As do you, Mr. Cale. Different, but well. That will be all, Wren." Wren nodded, turned to Cale, and extended a hand. "For everything, my thanks." Cale shook his hand. "Of course. I will be around for a while." "Good to hear," Wren said. He nodded at the butler and took his leave. "Do you require anything?" Earwheel asked Cale. "A refreshment? A change of clothing?" Cale smiled. "No, Earwheel." "Very well. Follow me then, Mr. Cale," Earwheel said, and started for the parlor. Before they reached it, Earwheel turned around and faced Cale. "May I be candid, Mr. Cale?" Puzzled, Cale said, "Of course. What is it?" "Do you intend to take your previous station? I would like to know if I need to seek a new situation. Times are difficult, but I suspect the Huelorn would be generous with severance." Cale would have laughed aloud had he not seen how serious Earwheel was. He wiped the burgeoning smile from his face and said, "Of course not, Earwheel. My life has gone in a different direction." He gave Earwheel a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Besides, I would be a poor substitute for you." A relieved smile broke across Earwhill's stony exterior. "Very well, Mr. Cale," he said in a much softer tone. "Follow me, please." Stormweather Towers had changed little. Cale felt as if he were walking back in time. Tapestry and art-bedecked halls and walls, carved wooden doors, arched ceilings. All of it seemed so far removed from Cale's life. Earwheel led him into the parlor where Cale often had played chess with Thamelon the Elder, or spent a long night discussing the plot of this or that rival of the old chancel. The book-lined walls and reading chairs remained, as did the ivory and jade chessboard and pieces. Cale felt Thamelon's absence the same way he felt the absence of his severed hand. "I have informed the Huelorn of your arrival," Earwheel said. "He will see you shortly." While he waited, Cale paced the parlor, examined the spines of the books, the suits of ceremonial armor that stood in the corners of the chamber, the sculptures, small and large, that dotted the room. The parlor was still Thamelon's, even more than a year after his death. That pleased Cale. He stood over the chessboard, pondered, and advanced the queen's pawn. "Your move, my lord," he murmured. A cleared throat from over his shoulder turned him around. Tamlin wore a long green jacket, a pale, stiff-collared shirt, and the tailored breeches that seemed fashionable in Sembia that season. He wore a number of pouches on his belt, components for his spells, Cale figured. Some gray at his temples accented his otherwise dark hair. Shadows darkened the skin under his eyes, which widened at Cale's appearance. A man of about the same age stood beside Tamlin. He wore a snugly fitted purple vest with a collared black shirt, and high boots rather than shoes. A rapier and dagger hung from his belt. A short beard masked a tight mouth and small eyes set closely together. He, too, looked surprised at Cale's appearance. "Mr. Cale?" asked Tamlin tentatively. Cale bowed formally. "Lord Esquevrin?" Tamlin approached him, mouth open, but arm outstretched. They clasped forearms. "Gods, man," Tamlin said, shaking his head and smiling. "You look so different." Cale nodded. "Many things have happened since our paths crossed last, my lord." Tamlin studied his face. "So I heard, and so I see. Same man underneath, though, yes?" Cale hoped so. "Yes. You look a bit different, my lord." Tamlin ran his fingers through the gray in his hair. "Ah, yes, this. Well, heavy is the head that wears the crown, and all that, right?" He laughed, a forced sound, and gestured at the man who had accompanied him into the room. "Do you remember V's Talander?" Talander. Cale paused to think. A rogue wizard of the Talander family had once orchestrated an attack on the Esquevrin. It culminated in a lengthy battle with summoned monsters atop the high bridge. V's flushed. "No doubt you recall my Uncle Marence's unfortunate bout of madness and the consequences of the same." "Our families have long since come to terms with those events," Tamlin said with a dismissive wave, and Cale was not certain if he was speaking to Cale or V's. "The Talander and Esquevrin are fast friends now." "That is something good that came of my uncle," V's said. "The past is the past," Cale said to V's, nodding respectfully. "Lord Talander." V's smiled, a polite gesture, but nothing more. "Mr. Cale," he said. Tamlin gestured at V's. "V's advice has been invaluable to me, Mr. Cale. Due to him, I was elected Huelorn." "Indeed?" Cale asked. "Your own talent got you elected," V's said, and Cale knew he was silver-tongued. V's eyed Cale's leather armor, his weapons. "You do not look much like a steward. Mr. Cale was always more than that," Tamlin said. "A bodyguard, more like," V said, "at least from what I have heard." Cale recalled that the Talander family had sent V's to Waterdeep for an education, and he had returned a priest of Seamorph. Cale thought it strange that he did not wear a holy symbol openly. He knew also that the Talanders had financed the building of a temple to Seamorph on Temple Avenue. "How is construction proceeding?" Cale asked, to change the subject. V's looked surprised that Cale knew of the temple. "You mean the temple?" "Quite well, Mr. Cale. The lady's new home will be completed soon. Perhaps then you can give us a tour at last," Tamlin said with a laugh. He looked to Cale and said, "The priests keep the place locked as tight as a Kalashite Pasha's harem room." V's smiled and explained to Cale, "There are only 2 priests other than myself, and the sanctification rites require that the interior be open only to servants of Seamorph until the process is complete. It is taking quite some time. You understand, I am sure." Cale did not, but nodded anyway. His god had no temples other than alleys. His god had knife fights with his chosen. "V's could tell us that the rites required nude virgins dancing in the moonlight, and I would know no better. Who has ever heard of Seamorph? You will be pressed for worshippers, my friend." V's only smiled. "Perhaps, but we go where we are called." Earwill entered with a bottle of Esquevrin wine and 3 goblets. "Ever timely," Tamlin said. Earwill distributed the goblets and poured. Cale allowed a fill out of politeness, though he did not intend to drink. Earwill left the bottles on a side table. He noticed that the pawn had been moved on the chessboard, frowned, and returned it to its original position. Earwill asked, "Will Mr. Cale be staying in the manse?" "Of course," Tamlin answered without consulting Cale. "Mr. Cale will serve as an advisor to the Huelorn, if he so pleases." Tamlin looked the question at Cale, and Cale nodded. Tamlin said to Earwill, "See to it that a room is prepared." "Will your old quarters suffice, Mr. Cale?" Earwill asked. "They are tiny," Tamlin said. "I will not hear of it." "I would prefer it, my lord," Cale said. "That would be fine, Earwill." "I will see to it," Earwill said, and turned to Tamlin. "Will that be all, my lord?" "Yes, Earwill," Tamlin said, drinking his wine. After Earwill left, Cale decided to move directly to business. "Lord Esquevrin, your message asked for my hurried return to the city." Tamlin set down his goblet, and his face grew serious as Cale had ever seen it. "Kendrick Selkirk is dead. Mirabetta Selkirk has been elected temporary overmistress. Endrin Corenthal of Sayerb is accused of murdering Kendrick, but our contacts in Ordulan are not certain of the truth of it. There was some kind of fight in the High Council, and Endrin was arrested. Zarin Turb was killed." Vise shook his head. A shocking state of affairs. Cale knew Turb's name. He had been Selgaunt's representative in the High Council for over a decade. Tamlin continued. "In any event, the Council has called a moot to elect a new Overmaster. I am traveling to Ordulan." "My lord?" Cale asked, surprised. The Huelorn had always appointed an agent to represent Selgaunt in the High Council or a moot, but never attended personally. "I cannot tell what is happening there from here," Tamlin said. "Some of our informants there say that Endrin's son is raising an army to depose Mirabetta. Others believe that Mirabetta arranged all of this. I need to see it personally before I ask the entire old chancel to journey to the capital for the moot. Something is afoot, and I need someone I can trust at my side. You. I want you as my wall man, Mr. Cale. What do you say?" Cale answered immediately. "Of course, but, Tamlin asked. "My lord, Selgaunt is in difficulties. How will it appear if you leave it? Who will govern?" "We will not be away for long, 10 days, perhaps 3. Vise will speak for me if needed, but the bureaucracy runs itself. The old chancel will operate by consensus in my absence. In truth, that is another reason that I want to go alone, despite the call for the moot. If the entire old chancel left the city at once, it would be ill-perceived. Once I have a handle on events in Ordulan, I will send for the key members of the chancel." "A wise course, Huelorn," Vise said. Cale was not so sure. Selgaunt felt ready to erupt. Tamlin had called him an advisor, so Cale decided to start advising. He took care to frame his speech appropriately. He had been removed from the niceties of station for some time. The words did not come as easily to him as they once did. "My lord, may I make a recommendation or two? Actions that you might take before leaving the city." Vise snorted into his goblet. "The man is returned for a day and already has suggestions." Cale stared at Vise. Vise took another sip of his wine and averted his gaze. "You are my advisor," Tamlin said with the tip of his goblet. Cale nodded. "The city is overcrowded. The people are hungry. There is food in the market," Vise said. "Little, and it is priced so high that none but the rich can afford to eat," Cale said, trying and failing to keep the coolness out of his voice. Vise made an uncaring gesture. "Unfortunate but true, but this is Sembium, Mr. Cale. The market is what the market is." Cale barely resisted the impulse to punch the noble twit in the face. Despite his best efforts, shadows leaked from his skin. The room dimmed. Tamlin noticed and looked alarmed. So did Vise, but he looked more puzzled than afraid. "I will explain later, my lord," Cale said softly, and with an effort of will caused the light to return and the shadows to subside. Tamlin nodded slowly, eyes wide. Vise took another sip of his wine and studied Cale over the rim. Cale said, "My lord, if your answer is the same as that of Lord Talander, you will soon have riots. Hunger makes people desperate. Cale thought of Skullport and said, I have seen it before. V's harumphed. That is why the helms are on the streets. Cale ignored Talander and addressed Tamlin. He decided to be candid. If I am going to be of service to you, this all must end right now. Tamlin looked confused. I do not understand, Mr. Cale. Cale gestured at the parlor, at V's, at Tamlin. This, all of this, the polite speech, the discussions over wine, the clothes, the city is in a crisis, my lord. From what you have told me, all of Sembia is in crisis. We are not discussing a contract for trade. May I be fully candid or not? There is no need for panic, V said. No, but there is need for hard thinking and bold action, Cale said. And I never panic, Talander. A few streamers of shadow rose from Cale's flesh and dissipated in the air. If V's thought to rebuke Cale for neglecting the nobleman's honorific, he thought better of it. I take your point, Tamlin said thoughtfully. Let's hear him out, V's. Mr. Cale brings an outsider's perspective on things. Go on, Mr. Cale. Cale plowed forward, eyeing V's as he spoke. Get the helms off the street. They make you look frightened. V said, the helms are helping keep order, and you are accusing the Hulorn of being afraid? Cale surmised that putting the helms on the street had been V's idea. There are not enough of them to stop a riot if it happened. In the meanwhile, they contribute to the perception that matters are not in hand, that the nobility is frightened. He looked to Tamlin. My lord, get them off the street. They are tense and ill-suited to the work you have asked them to do. They drew steel on me outside storm weather. Perhaps justifiably, V's mumbled. Cale whirled on him. I promise you that if another comment like that comes out of your mouth, your teeth will follow it. V's flushed, stuck out his jaw, and uttered not a word. Cale turned back to Tamlin. Put the helms back on the roads and waterways where they belong, where people are used to seeing them. Order them to escort refugees into the city. Tamlin looked startled. Into the city? Out, I should think, V's said cautiously. We are already overcrowded. Cale kept his voice calm. They are coming anyway, unless you plan to lock down the city. You do not, do you? Tamlin raised his eyebrows. We considered it. Cale blew out a breath. Lord Thamelon, you must stop taking steps that suggest desperation. The first thing the people need from you is the sense that you are in control, that things will soon return to normal. You can earn some goodwill by getting the steel off the streets and using it to ensure that your citizens are safe. Unwise, Bees said, and hurriedly added, and I mean no offense, Mr. Cale, but the Noble District will be overrun by refugees the day the helms exit the city. Nonsense, Cale said, and V's stiffened. Subsidize the cost of food during the crisis. Distribute it through the scepters. Require the temples to direct their priests to use magic to make food and distribute it. They will not do it, V said dismissively. Some are already doing it, Cale answered. This is just a matter of forcing the rest. You could lead by example, Talander. You're a priest, no? V's nodded tightly. Construction occupies my time, Mr. Cale. Cale scoffed and continued. Do not make an announcement and force a public fight with the faiths, my lord. Instead, let the high priests know through back channels that if they do not obey, the temple's taxes will increase markedly, and you may revoke their charters. You have the tools, Lord Hulorn. The gods grant spells, Mr. Cale, said V's. If the priests say the gods will not grant the spells to make food, then what? Would you have the Hulorn hold a blade to the gods? Cale did not mention that he had done exactly that in an alley just hours before. Instead, he said, the gods will not refuse. They need their priests as much as their priests need them. V's looked startled by Cale's statement, but Tamlin looked intrigued. Interesting, Mr. Cale. What do you think, V's? Tamlin asked. The sound of hurried footsteps coming down the hall toward the parlor interrupted whatever V's might have said. All three men turned to the doorway, and Tazi appeared, breathing heavily. Thasian, V said, but she did not even glance at the nobleman. She had eyes, wide eyes, only for Cale. Erevis? Sweat pasted Tazi's dark hair to her face, and she held a riding crop in her hand. She wore tight breeches and boots rather than the more decorous riding dress customary for Sembian noblewomen. The year since he'd seen her last had not changed her at all. She was as beautiful as ever. Her green eyes sparkled under the waves of her hair. Cale had feared how seeing her might make him feel. To his surprise, he felt only fondness, not desire. He had left his love for her behind when he'd left Stormweather, and it had died in the intervening year. He smiled at her. "Well met, Mistress Iskevrin." She ran a hand through her sweaty hair. "I was just on a morning ride when I heard you had returned. I ran right over." His words registered, and she asked, "Did you call me Mistress Iskevrin?" "Thasian," Cale corrected with a smile. "Tazi." "That's more like it," she said with her own smile. She crossed the chamber to embrace him. Tamlin said, "Tazi, I do not know—" "What I am cannot harm her, my lord," Cale said, interrupting him and embracing her. She felt tiny in his arms, and smelled, as always, of lavender. He kept the shadows from leaking out of his flesh. Thasian pulled back and looked from Cale to her brother. "What are you? What does he mean?" "It means nothing," Cale said softly. "It is wonderful to see you." "And you," she answered. She eyed his hair, his skin, cupped his cheek in her palm. "You feel cold, and you look so different. What happened to you? Where have you been? Ren told us what you did for him. It seems you have made a habit of saving the members of this household." Cale felt his skin warm with embarrassment. He had once saved Thasian from a demon attack within Stormweather's walks. "Many things have happened," he said. "We can talk about it another time. You look the same as ever, but happier. That pleases me." She smiled, and he saw in her expression the ghost of the shy girl he had watched grow into a bold woman. Ahem," Tamlin said. "Tazi, perhaps you and Mr. Cale could continue your reunion at a later time. We are discussing matters of state at the moment. Time is short." She kept her dark eyes on Cale and smiled. "He has grown serious, don't you think? Not as serious as you, but serious enough. Father would be proud, I think." Cale nodded, though he was not as sure. "Talbot will want to see you," she said, "but he is away at Storl Oak. I will send word." "We will speak later, Tazi. Well enough?" She smiled wistfully. "Over a brandy in the butler's pantry?" They often had stayed awake late into the night, talking over spirits in the pantry. "Perhaps in the dining hall," Cale said, "for a late breakfast. The pantry is no longer my domain. Earwill is king there now." "I will see you there," she said. "Brilla has a wonderful tort you should try." "So I have heard," Cale said. Tazi grinned, nodded, neglected to curtsy to either Tamlin or Vise, and took her leave. Cale watched her go, pleased that his heart was steady, that his feelings for her had matured. His mind turned to Vara, and he wondered how she was faring. "As I was saying," Vise continued, "I do not agree with all of Mr. Cale's suggestions. I believe he thinks too highly of the refugees and too little of the priesthoods. Do as you think best, Deuce," he said, using Tamlin's nickname. Cale held his tongue while Tamlin sipped his wine and pondered. Silence hung heavy in the room. Tamlin stared down at the chessboard for a time, then put down his goblet and said, "My father relied on your counsel for years, Erebus. I will not disregard it lightly. But I will not pull the helms off the streets," he said, with a nod to Vise. "I will, however, order them to assist with food distribution, and I will send word to the high priests as you suggested. A more serious commitment on the part of the temples should keep people from starving." Cale figured a partial victory was better than none at all. "Well decided," Vise said, and Cale disliked the nobleman even more. Cale asked Tamlin, "When will we leave for Ordulin, my lord?" "I began preparations upon receiving word from the High Council. Things are taking longer than I had hoped, but we will be ready to leave in the next day or two," Vise said. "Many other nobles have already left for Ordulin. We know that the Serlunian delegation is en route today. They passed Selgon 2 days ago, though they skirted the city." "Skirted the city?" "Tension appears to be very high in the capital, Mr. Cale," Tamlin said. and it has spilled out into the countryside. The nobles are lining up behind Mirabetta Selkirk or Endrin Corenthal. The Serlunians do not trust us, so they avoided Selgaunt altogether. Things are sharp at the moment." Cale took in the words, feeling unsuited to the task of helping Tamlin. He had been solving problems with his spells and blades for so long that politics felt foreign to him. Tamlin picked up his goblet and drained it. "But all that in due time. I apologize that we will depart so soon. The schedule does not leave you much time for settling in, and my day will be full since I need to sign the orders we've just discussed. We will dine this evening, however. My apologies." "I will manage, Hugh Lorne," Cale said. "I remember my way around." "Of course," Tamlin said, and smiled. "I am interested in hearing your explanation about the other events." "Yes, my lord," Cale said. "My lord, where is Lady Iskevrin? I would like to speak with her before we leave." "She has been away up country with Talbot," Tamlin answered. "This city and the manse make her unhappy these days. We rebuilt the old up-country manor house at Storloak. She seems to enjoy it there, but she is to return later this morning to see me off. Your presence will be a pleasant surprise." Cale knew Shamur to be a former adventuress, and she knew him to be more than a steward. They had come to respect and admire each other over Cale's years at Stormweather. Tamlin continued. "Meanwhile, is there anything you need before we leave tomorrow?" "No, my lord." Cale had his armor, his blades, his armor, and his holy symbol. "Very good, then. I will leave you to your own devices. Vise, accompany me to the palace. I have orders to issue, and we have much to discuss." Vise offered an insincere farewell to Cale, and they parted. Before Cale left the parlor, he again advanced the pawn on Thamelin's old chessboard. He wandered Stormweather Towers for a time. Servants and members of the house guard nodded and smiled at him when they passed him in the halls. Every room through which he walked held a memory. Throughout all the events of his life, his love for the Iskevrin had been a constant, and he had always known, deep down, that he could return to Stormweather if he had need. It was his sanctuary. The manse was where he had been born, or at least reborn, and it pleased him to be able to return to his birthplace. After wandering for a time, he headed for his quarters to await Shamur's return. Even when Cale had been Stormweather's steward, he had never done much to personalize his quarters. The room was as bare as he had left it. He opened the shutters, sat in his old reading chair, took out Jack's pipe, tamped it, and lit. He spent some time remembering with fondness the adventures he and Jack had enjoyed in Selgaunt. He removed the book he had taken from the Fane of Shadows from his backpack, the book that contained lore about Mask, Shar, the Weave, and the Shadow Weave, and opened it. To his shock, the pages were blank. He flipped one, another. The whole tome was blank, except for the final pages. On them were words written in purple ink in a tongue Cale could not read. Staring at the writing made him nauseated, so he slammed the cover shut. He looked at the cover of black-scaled leather and assured himself it was the same tome. It was. He blew out a cloud of smoke and replaced the book in his pack. He did not know what to make of the book, but it made him uneasy. Had its magic served its purpose, and was now destroying itself? Thoughtful, he smoked 2 bowls of pipeweed before a knock on his door disturbed his reverie. He laid the pipe on the side table and opened the door. Shamur stood in the doorway, still dressed in her green day gown. Jeweled pins held up her auburn hair. Cale thought the lines in her face, around her eyes, and at the corner of her mouth only made her more attractive. She did not look surprised at his appearance. Perhaps she had been forewarned. "You look well, Erevis." Cale bowed, embarrassed by the cloud of smoke that billowed out of his room. "And you, lady, look as young and beautiful as ever." She smiled, stepped forward, and embraced him warmly. "Mr. Cale, you still lie as well as ever." They separated, and he gestured her in. "Smoking, Erevis? That is new." "A long tale, milady," he explained. "A friend got me started. I will put it out." He moved to the table to snuff the pipe. "No need," she said. "The smell is not unpleasant. Thamelon enjoyed a pipe, you will recall." Cale did recall. The old owl had not smoked often, but when he had, The entire east wing of the manse would smell of pipeweed for days. In the spring, Cale had the staff open the windows to air out the house. In the winter, nothing could be done but to wait for the stink to pass. Shamor looked around the room, then turned to face him. "Your quarters look much as you left them, but you have changed a great deal, and not merely your appearance. What has happened to you?" Cale smiled gently. "Nothing that can be undone or made easier to bear by sharing, milady. Suffice to say that I have changed, but serve your family still." She smiled. "Of that I had no doubt. It is good to have you back under our roof, Erebus." "It is good to be back," Cale said, and meant it. "Please, sit." Shamor sat in his reading chair. Her hair glittered in the fading sunlight. Cale did not have another chair in the room, so he sat on the bed nearby. Before he could speak, she said, "This house has been dying for a year. It started with Thamelon's passing. Then you left, and Talbot is gone almost always. Tamlin spends most of his day and much of his nights away at the palace. I hate it here." Cale looked away. He did not know what to say, so he broke with decorum and reached out to take her hand in his. Her skin felt warm. Shadows sneaked from his skin and danced over hers. She gasped, but did not withdraw her hand. "What happened to you, Erebus? Tell me." Cale did not look her in the face. "Milady, I must carry this alone." She caressed his hand, and he felt such a sudden, powerful attraction for her that he pulled away and stood up before it caused him to do something he should not. "What is it?" she asked. He shook his head. Nothing at all. He moved the conversation to the purpose for which he had wanted to see her, or at least the purpose for which he thought he had wanted to see her. "Lady Eskeverin, I have reason to believe that things are unsafe in the city." She leaned forward in the chair. "What do you mean? Have you informed Tamlin?" Cale shook his head. "No, milady, it is nothing that we can act on, nothing that I can easily articulate. But I would advise you and Tazi to leave the city for a time." He struggled to find a better explanation, failed. "You want me to abandon Stormweather? I've only just returned." "Not abandon, lady. I am suggesting that you retire to the upcountry estate until things settle down here." He grasped for an excuse, found one. Tamlin would be better served with fewer things to think about. I will watch over him and vouchsafe his person. "You two are traveling to Ordulan. You will not even be in the city." "When I return, I mean," Cale said. "Please, milady." "What is it that you are afraid of, Erebus?" she asked, leaning forward in the chair. Cale looked away. Anything he said would sound absurd. He could not tell her that the mad chosen of Ogma had prophesied a storm, that Mask had met him in an alley and told him something similar. Instead, he offered a half-truth. "Milady, the city is on a blade's edge. The family of the Hulorn is a natural target for those unhappy with the state of affairs. I think you would be safest away from Selgaunt." She stared at him, considering. He held her gaze, but only with difficulty. Finally, she said, "I am always willing to leave Stormweather for the upcountry, and Thasian has found the city stifling of late. Perhaps a vacation is advisable. My carriage is not yet unpacked. It would be easy to return to Storl Oak." Cale exhaled with relief. "Just for a month or two, milady. You should leave as soon as possible. Tomorrow. I will inform Earwill to prepare Tazi's things." Shamur stood. She studied his face. "You are not always a good liar, Erebus, but I am thankful for your concern." She touched his cheek and exited the room. Cale remained in his room, thoughtful, until Earwill came to retrieve him to dine with Tamlin. Earwill bore a change of clothes in his arms. "Will you be changing for dinner, Mr. Cale?" The question was clearly a recommendation. Cale eyed the soft material, the embroidery, the buttons gilded with precious metal. He shook his head. "No," he answered. He had worn a facade most of the years he had spent in Stormweather. Those days were behind him. He would wear his own clothing and his weapons. He was a man who wore leather and steel, not linen and gold. Earwill only raised his eyebrows and frowned slightly. Very well. Cale informed Earwill that Tazi and Shamur would be returning to Storl Oak on the morrow. Earwill nodded and led him not to the dining hall but to a private meeting room. Tamlin sat alone at a small table set for two. That will be all, Earwill, said Tamlin. Earwill bowed and exited. Join me, Aravis. Cale took a seat across from Tamlin. A bottle of Thamelon's Best sat on the table, and a silver platter of roast beef and carrots. Help yourself, Tamlin said, and stocked his own plate. Brilla prepares excellent fare. Cale cut himself a modest slice of roast. We are fortunate to eat so well in these lean times. Tamlin studied his face as if trying to determine if Cale's words had been a veiled insult. Cale kept his face expressionless and let Tamlin conclude what he would. Indeed, we are fortunate, Tamlin said. But it is not all merely good fortune. Some are suited to rule and succeed. Others are not. When times are difficult, the latter often suffer. It is the way of things. Cale filled his mouth with beef to hold in the sharp retort that wanted to come forth. Tamlin had spent too much time around the likes of V's Talander. Tamlin awaited a reply. Cale offered none. Finally, Tamlin said, I asked Earwill to provide you with suitable attire. He is often forgetful. I will— He brought it, my lord, Cale said, his tone overly sharp. I declined. I deemed my current attire suitable to my situation. Tamlin's brow furrowed at Cale's tone. You owe me an explanation, Mr. Cale. Cale did not miss Tamlin's own cool tone. About what, my lord? Tamlin gestured at Cale's flesh. About your appearance, about the shadows that flow from your skin, about the hand that appears and disappears from your wrist, about how the light in a room dims when you grow angry. Explain. Cale set down his fork. Tamlin's tone irked him, so Cale did not mince words. I am a shade. Tamlin stared, his fork frozen over his plate. The silence stretched. A shade? Tamlin said at last. Like the Shadowvar? Cale shrugged. He knew little of the Shadowvar. I cannot say. I am stronger in the darkness. He held up his hand. My hand regenerates entirely at night or in darkness. I can travel from one shadow to another in an eye blink, covering a bow shot or 30 leagues. My flesh resists magic. As far as I can determine, I no longer age. Tamlin gawked. I do not know what to say. That is wonderful, Mr. Cale. No, it is not. Cale's tone tempered Tamlin's exuberance. How did it happen? Tell me everything. Cale shook his head. I am not inclined to share that, my lord. The how and why do not matter. Do not matter? Correct, my lord. And I would be appreciative if you would keep this knowledge between us. I wanted to be candid with you at the outset, but I see no reason for others to know. Tamlin stared, finally managed to say, As you wish, Mr. Cale. They ate for a time in silence. Tamlin set down his fork and looked across the table. You do not like me very much, do you, Mr. Cale? And you certainly do not respect me. Cale sipped from his goblet of wine while he considered his words. You are the son of my former lord. I will serve you loyally and to the best of my ability. Tamlin gestured dismissively with his hand. I know that, but you do not respect me, do you? Cale sighed and looked across the table into Tamlin's eyes. My respect is hard-earned these days, my lord. Tamlin stared across the table, waiting. No, I do not, Cale admitted. And once he opened the gate, the army poured forth. I do not think you understand the scope of the problems before you, before the city. I could see that after walking the streets for only one day. You still think like a nobleman, not a statesman, and you take counsel from fools like V's Talander, and still you— He cut himself off. He had said enough. He could see the hurt in Tamlin's eyes, and below that, the angry defiance. Cale knew the expression well. Tamlin had often shown it when his father had demanded something of him. Tamlin had always disliked anyone demanding anything of him. Tamlin took another bite of beef and said tightly, "You come back for a single day after being gone a year and think to take the measure of me, V's, and the city all at a glance?" "My absence did not render me blind," Cale answered, "or stupid." Tamlin stared at him across the table. "Thank you for your candor, Mr. Cale." He dropped his utensils. "You will excuse me. My appetite has passed. My lord, we leave for Ordulan as soon as I can get some final matters resolved," Tamlin said as he rose. "The fool to whom I sometimes listen will not be accompanying us. He must attend ceremonies at the new temple." Cale nodded. He thought of apologizing, but could not bring himself to do it. "Good eve, my lord. Good eve, Mr. Cale." Cale finished the meal alone and in silence. Afterward, he walked the halls until he reached the kitchen and was warmly welcomed by Brilla. She wiped down a butcher's block, set him down on a stool, and smiled as she watched him eat her raisin and syrup torte. V's shed his false face, that of a spoiled dilettante nobleman, and entered the temple through the concealed doorway in the alley. He had murdered the 4 stonemasons who had knowledge of the secret entrance, using the curved sacrificial knife at his belt to cut their throats. He closed the pivoting secret door behind him and walked down the steep stairs that led into the secret worship hall below the false temple to Seamorph. When he reached the vestry off the hall, he donned a ceremonial robe that awaited him there, a voluminous black velvet affair with purple piping. Whispering a prayer to his goddess, he walked the corridor to the main worship hall. His steps carried him through one of the magically created areas of silence that surrounded the hall. His footsteps on the stone went quiet. A ring of such areas surrounded the worship hall, as did a series of magical screens to prevent scryings. Anything that happened within the hall could be heard and seen only by those in attendance. The secrecy of the design pleased the lady. The worship hall of the Ladies' Temple lay directly below the worship hall of Seamorph. Like V's, the temple had a false face. Like V's, the temple purported to serve one purpose while serving another. He reached the edge of the area of silence and immediately sensed the change. The whimpers of the sacrifice victim and the murmur of the worshippers suddenly sounded in his ears. He pulled up his hood, none of the worshippers knew his true identity, and pushed open the apse door. A rustle of movement greeted him as the worshippers turned to watch him enter. Even the sacrifice went silent. The large, semicircular worship hall smelled of tallow candles and fear-tinged sweat. V's held up his arm and spoke aloud the supplication. "In the darkness of night we hear the whisper of the void." "Heed its words," responded the 8 worshippers of Shar. "Welcome, Dark Watcher." "Welcome, Dark Sisters and Brothers," V's answered, and moved to the altar. The worshippers lowered themselves onto kneelers, heads down as he passed. No accoutrements of the faith adorned the altar or the worship hall. No windows allowed outside light. The lady and the night seer wished it so. The room was dark but for the candles that burned in candelabra at the head and feet of the bound and naked sacrifice. Shadows played over the bare walls, the arched ceiling. V's assumed the sacrifice, a thin, malnourished man, to be one of the refugees from upcountry. He stepped behind the altar and smiled within his hood. The difficult times in Selgaunt had made sacrifices so easy to obtain. Sweat glistened on the man's body. He stank of fear. His chest rose and fell rapidly. He stared up at V's with wide, terrified eyes. "Do not," he said, his voice a croak. He must have been crying or screaming before V's arrived. "Please." V's ignored him and looked out on the worshippers. He moved to one candelabrum and blew out all but one of the candles, then did the same with the other. A deeper darkness settled on the chamber. "Darkness has fallen and the Lady of Loss is with us," V said. "Give her now your bitterness. Lay your losses before her." He waited while the worshippers confessed aloud the matters that had made them bitter, the things they had lost, the grudges they had developed since the last time the group had met the month before. The hubbub of voices made it impossible for V's to distinguish sentences or speakers, but V's knew the lady heard them all and rejoiced. When the worshippers completed the ritual and fell silent, V's said, "The lady is pleased by your offerings made in this, her new temple. The construction is nearly complete. We turn now to the sanctification of her altar, which requires blood." The sacrifice writhed, pleaded, "No! No!" V's reached under his robes and withdrew the sacrificial dagger. He held it above the man. The sacrifice fought against his bonds. His breath came so quickly he would soon lose consciousness. V's could see every tendon in his body, every muscle. "Your despair is sweet to the lady," V's said, and raised the blade for a killing strike. The sacrifice stared wide-eyed at the blade's point and screamed. Chapter 10. 1 Uktar, the Year of Lightning Storms. Cale awoke in his chamber before dawn. He had not dreamed of Magadan since arriving in Selgaunt, and did not know what to make of it. Mask's words haunted him. Magadan will suffer in the meanwhile. Cale dressed and met Tamlin a bit after dawn in the main hall. They exchanged pleasantries and walked side by side across the grounds to the stables. Tamlin wore his father's ermine-trimmed traveling cloak with a rapier, but no armor or shield. Cale recalled that armor interfered with Tamlin's ability to cast spells. A satchel with 2 thick leather-bound tomes hung over his shoulder. Books on spellcraft, Cale assumed with some surprise, since he had never known Tamlin to favor reading. Tamlin had become a moderately accomplished sorcerer over the years, if only his leadership and talent for statesmanship had matured as much as his magical ability. "Your mount will regret your choice of reading material, my lord," said Cale. Tamlin smiled tightly. "Just something of interest to me." For his part, Cale wore his enchanted leather armor, his daggers, and weave shear. Pouches at his belt held his lock-picking kit and his coin purse. His pack held his bedroll, rope, and the magical tome he had taken from the Fane of Shadows. He carried the Shadow Lord's mask in his pocket. "I received word late last night that Mother and Tazi arrived safely at Storl Oak," Tamlin said. "I understand that was your suggestion?" Cale nodded. "Were they escorted, my lord?" "Of course," Tamlin snapped, an edge in his voice. "I am not a fool, Mr. Cale, despite your suggestion to the contrary. 8 members of the House Guard rode with them, including Captain Orin. 5 more men plus Talbot await them at Storl Oak." Cale nodded and said nothing. They walked the rest of the way to the stables in silence. The grooms had saddled 12 geldings, all of them stout steeds, 13 hands and more in height. 3 pack horses loaded with gear stood with their heads lowered. Wren and 9 other members of the Eskevran House Guard were loading equipment onto their geldings. All wore chain shirts, helmets, and serious looks. Each bore a blade, a crossbow, and a shield enameled with the Eskevran crest. Their livery, too, featured the Eskevran horse at anchor. They spoke congenially to their mounts as they checked tack, harness, stirrup, and saddle. "My lord," all of them nodded to Tamlin in greeting. "Mr. Cale?" "Men?" Tamlin answered. Wren nodded a greeting at Cale as he stuffed a bedroll into his saddlebag. The head groom, a tall, thin man with tanned arms and dark hair, moved from man to man, fretting. "I assure you that all is in order with the tack." His annoyed tone made clear that he took extreme pride in his meticulous work and that the House Guard's efforts came as a personal affront. The men smiled, nodded, and ignored him, adjusting straps and buckles as they saw fit. A boy held Cale's and Tamlin's mounts by their bits. Cale eyed the horses with apprehension. He had never been a skilled horseman, and riding with only one hand would make it worse. Tamlin noticed his nervousness and smiled smugly. "Voss is an easy ride, Mr. Cale," said the groomsman. "Very easy, good sir," said the scrawny boy in an overlarge shirt who held the horse. "Voss," Cale said, and chuckled. Voss was a word from the dwarvish tongue. It meant wild or unruly, and was usually used to describe a dwarven beer fest. Probably the groom had no idea of its etymology. "You will be keeping to the roads the whole time," the groom said. "An easy ride." Cale found small comfort in the fact, but mounted up without embarrassing himself. Tamlin loaded his gear into his mount's saddlebags and fairly leaped atop his horse. Unlike Cale, Tamlin was an experienced rider. "Ordulin is 7 days' ride," he called to the group. "Let's get started. Is all ready, Wren?" Wren looked to his men, who nodded. "All's ready, my lord." The house guards mounted up and took station around Cale and Tamlin. Cale smiled at his awkwardness in the saddle. He had climbed 8-story buildings barehanded, but felt uncomfortable perched atop the horse. He did his best to settle in as the group started out. When they reached Ronsel's Ride, Cale immediately noticed fewer helms on the street. Before he could ask, Tamlin said, "I reconsidered my course, Mr. Cale, at least on the matter of the helms. A few squads remain in the Noble District, but I stationed the rest at the city gates. They will no longer patrol the streets, but they will be available to V's and the old chancel should they be needed." Cale looked Tamlin in the face. "Wisely done, my lord." Tamlin nodded grudgingly. "The temples responded to my suggestion as you suspected they would. I understand that they are already distributing food, all of them. Temple Avenue is thronged more than during a Shield Meat festival. The city will still have a hunger problem, but it will not be a crisis, at least not in the short term." Cale heard both appreciation and resentment in Tamlin's tone and resolved to hold his tongue. He hoped the measures stabilized the city until Tamlin's return. He did not trust V's and the old chancel to keep good order. In fact, he did not trust V's Talander at all. Groups of Selgauntans gathered to watch them pass. The house guard kept them at a distance from Cale and Tamlin. None showed any anger toward Tamlin. Cale deemed that a good sign, and a few even shouted encouragement. Tamlin must have sent a herald to announce his departure. "2 days ago, they cursed my name and spat on the ground as I passed," Tamlin said to Cale. He shook his head. "The people are fickle." Cale made no comment, and they rode in silence toward the Calroon gate. Scepters saluted as they passed. The helms stationed at the gate did the same. As they climbed the far side of Highbridge, looking down at the glittering boat-dotted waters of the Elzimmer and Selgaunt Bay, Cale finally asked the question that was eating at him. "How did V's Talander come to gain your confidence, my lord?" Tamlin's mouth tightened, and Cale knew he should not have asked. "V's Talander has been an asset to me and the city for over a year, Mr. Cale. As for anything more, I am not inclined to share it." He looked Cale in the face and said, "The how and the why do not matter." Cale did not like having his words thrown back at him, but he bit back his anger. He did not regret his words to Tamlin over dinner, but he thought perhaps he could have delivered them with more tact. Despite Tamlin's station, he remained in many ways the disappointing son of an accomplished father. Cale sighed and made himself as comfortable as possible in the saddle. It would be a long ride to Ordulin. Miklos Selkirk guided his dappled mare around a deep rut in the earth. Caven skirted it on the other side on his roan mare. "She is involved," Miklos said across the gap. "There can be no doubt." Miklos had been saying much the same thing for the previous 2 days. Caven knew it was his brother's way of facing the death of their father. Miklos grieved by talking, planning, shouting, acting. He was never one to sit in a corner and wail. Caven had always been the more thoughtful of the 2 Selkirk brothers, and he did his best to check his brother's unwise impulses. He said, "Our contacts in the High Council indicated that the Tyrans questioned her before the High Council. Mirabetta denied involvement in Father's death, and the High Lord Abbot pronounced it truth." Miklos's lips twisted in contempt under his mustache. "Then he is wrong, bought, or both." Father's spirit named Endrin his murderer. They guided their horses back together, and Miklos shook his head. "You know Endrin Corinthal, Caven. He is no murderer. Besides, it was Abelard Corinthal who sent word to us in Scardale and who described the events in the High Council. This man is as right as a carpenter square. No, this is the work of Mirabetta and that scheming niece she keeps at her side. I am certain of it." Caven did know Endrin, mostly by reputation. The elder Corinthal was regarded as an astute politician and an honorable man. His son Abelard, a servant of Lathander, was above reproach. Abelard had left Ordulin but sent word to Miklos in Scardale telling him of events, warning him away from Ordulin, and offering him sanctuary in Seirb. Miklos had sent a written reply thanking Abelard but declining the offer of sanctuary. His place was in Ordulan, he had written. "We never should have left the capital," Miklos said, pulling at one end of his mustache. "Not with everything that has happened recently. If we had been there, this never would have occurred." Caven nodded, though he was not entirely sure he knew which "this" Miklos meant. He said nothing. His brother was given to recriminations, and nothing Caven could say would stop him. Caven doubted that their presence would have changed much. "Look at this," Miklos said hotly, and gestured at the field through which they rode. Caven could not tell from the bare, dried dirt what might have grown there once. He assumed barley, possibly wheat. Miklos snorted. "Fallow. The upcountry fields are fallow all across the realm. Villages are abandoned. Damned drought. Double-damned dragons. And thrice-damned rain of fire." He frowned and said softly, "A realm can bear only so much. Sembia is tottering. I feel it. I fear what will become of it, Caven." "Nothing good, with Mirabetta as overmistress," Caven answered. "Temporary overmistress," Miklos corrected with a wag of his finger, "and we will remedy even that as soon as possible." "Agreed," Caven said. After receiving word from Abelard 3 days earlier, they had left Scardale in secret and in disguise, cutting southwest across the backcountry to avoid the roads and spies. The travel was slower than by road, but more circumspect. The Silver Ravens, the men of Miklos's mercenary company, had wanted to provide an armed escort, but Miklos and Caven had refused. They hoped to enter Ordulan unnoted and unannounced, assess the political situation and how best to play it, and find out the truth behind their father's death. "I have arranged a safe house in Ordulan," Caven said. "We should have a 10-day or more before the moot." "Time enough," Miklos said. Caven agreed, though they would have to move fast to solidify opposition to Mirabetta. After a time they dismounted and broke for a quick meal of dried meat and stale bread. Caven was relieved to be out of the saddle. Hard riding over rough terrain had left him sore. After eating, they mounted up and continued their cross-country trek, hoping to reach Ordulan by the next night. After about 2 hours of riding and continued plodding and grumbling, Miklos pulled back on his reins. His mare snorted and danced a half-circle. He wore a puzzled look. "What is it?" Caven asked. He halted his own mount, and she whinnied. "I thought I heard something," Miklos said, staring ahead. "A horse." "I heard nothing, and we are nowhere near a road. A bird, perhaps?" The tree-dotted plain ahead looked much like the terrain they had crossed for the past half-league. Uneven ground lay covered in tall whipgrass and scrub, speckled with stands of larch. "This smells wrong," Miklos said softly, eyeing the way ahead. He put a hand to the hilt of one of his enchanted rapiers. His horse turned to circle. "We can circle back," Caven said. Miklos appeared not to hear him. "The 2 stands of trees there, to the left and right. Do you mark them?" Caven nodded. 2 copses of mature larches were separated by perhaps 20 spaces. He saw nothing suspicious about them, but he had learned over the years to trust his brother's instincts. He uncapped a tube at his belt and pulled out an iron wand that fired blasts of magical energy. He was not a wizard. He could not always get the damned thing to operate, but when it did, it never missed. There was little else he could do from horseback. As they watched, a dozen or so sparrows alit from the trees on the left, as if disturbed by something. "Dark," Miklos swore. Caven heard the twang of crossbows, and 2 groups of chain-mailed men and their horses suddenly appeared at the edge of the larches. Caven caught a glimpse of at least one robed figure among the group. No doubt he had cast an illusion to hide their presence. None of them wore uniforms or symbols revealing their origin. A shower of bolts hissed around the brothers. 2 struck Miklos in the chest and nearly knocked him from his saddle. Neither penetrated his magical mail. A bolt skinned Caven's roan, and she neighed in pain and buckled, but he held his seat. Another passed through Caven's sleeve, but missed his flesh. Cursing, Caven leveled his wand and discharged 5 glowing shafts of violet energy at the robed figure, whom he figured to be a priest or wizard. All 5 blasts slammed into the figure's chest, and he staggered backward, then fell to the ground. The rest of the ambushers slung their crossbows and jumped into their saddles with skill and speed. Caven marked the men as experienced soldiers. "Too many to make a stand," he said to Miklos. "Ride!" Miklos shouted. He spun his horse and drove his heels into her flanks. She raced off. Caven did the same. His mare snorted, turned, and ran like the hells themselves were at her heels. He spared a glance behind him. The ambushers spurred their horses after them. He glimpsed a familiar face leading the group. "Malkur Forin!" Caven shouted to Miklos. His elder brother cursed. Forin hated the Selkirk family. Their father had dismissed him from his post in the Helms. Forin led the Blades, a notorious mercenary company composed of former Sembian soldiers, skilled Sembian soldiers. Caven steered with his legs and aimed his wand back at the pursuers. He put his finger in the triggering depression and the wand fizzled. A drop of arcane energy drizzled from the tip. He cursed and almost flung it in frustration. Meanwhile, Miklos reached back and forced open the drawstring on one of his saddlebags. "Stay clear of them!" Miklos shouted. He pulled one of the sacks from his saddlebag and dropped it on the ground, then another in rapid succession. Upon impact, the bags broke open, and the gummy substance within reacted with the air and began to expand. Viscous, sticky fluid pooled in the grass. Caven spurred his roan, and she leaped the expanding, tangling mess. She hit the ground, and he righted himself, then tried again to operate his wand. He succeeded and fired 3 bolts that hit Forin in the chest and leg. Caven grinned. The big mercenary grimaced with pain, but continued the pursuit. "Hi-ya!" Miklos shouted and pushed his mare harder. Caven did the same and lowered his head along the mare's neck. They were gaining some distance. The mercenaries' horses, bearing armored men, fought against a much heavier load. Caven and Miklos would outdistance them. Caven watched as the mercenaries rode near the spilled bags, and 2 of the horses got caught in the substance. Both went down with their riders in a tumble of legs, shouts, and neighs. Caven and Miklos shared a hard grin. Caven faced forward in the saddle just in time to see 2 men rise up in the grass before them. Both wore hooded cloaks that shifted with their movement to match the background terrain. Both wore light armor and held arm-length wooden tubes to their mouths. Miklos and Caven's mounts, startled by the unexpected appearance of the men, whinnied and reared up on their hind legs. Both men held their seats, but barely. "Beware!" Miklos shouted, drawing his rapier. Caven pulled one of his throwing daggers and flung it awkwardly at the nearest man. As he let it fly, he heard a peculiar whump and felt a sting in his cheek. The dagger caught the man in the leg and he went down. Caven righted his horse, glanced behind, the mercenaries were closing rapidly, and spurred her forward. "Move, Miklos, move!" He brushed at the sting in his cheek and came away with a small feathered dart. A dark substance and a bit of blood coated its tip and his finger. He tried to shout for his brother, but his mouth was suddenly dry. Events slowed down, blurred. His skin felt thick, numb. He struggled to keep his head up and his hands on the reins. His horse sensed his weakness and slowed, then stopped. One of the men who had been hidden in the grass appeared near her, waving his wooden tube, and she bucked. Caven could not keep his seat. He fell to the ground. He knew he landed hard, but he hardly felt it. The hooves of the onrushing mercenaries caused the ground to vibrate under him. He felt weight on his chest. He looked up, but saw nothing atop him. The poison was killing him, he realized. He caught sight of Miklos. His brother was racing back toward him, his face twisted in anger and concern. The 2 mercenaries in the magical cloaks turned to face him, drew short blades. One of them limped from the wound Caven had caused. Miklos held the reins with one hand and his rapier in the other. He slashed quickly and opened the throat of the man Caven had wounded. The other dived aside, and his cloak caused him to disappear into the whipgrass. Miklos swung off the horse and knelt beside Caven. Caven focused on his tanned face, his mustache, his black hair streaked with gray. The features were like a mask, floating in nothingness. Everything else was a blur. Caven tried to speak. "Say nothing," Miklos ordered. Miklos picked him up and tried to sling him over his horse. Caven heard the sound of crossbow fire. Miklos exclaimed, stiffened. He dropped Caven on his back. Caven tried to rise, but could barely move. He turned his head and saw his brother on his knees with 5 crossbow bolts sticking from his back. More firing, and 3 more sank into his chest. Miklos swayed and fell face down beside Caven. Caven heard the crossbow bolts snap against the ground as his brother fell. Tears welled in Caven's eyes. He struggled to breathe, to pull out his wand. His body would not answer. He felt his heart beating irregularly, failing. He reached out for his brother. He worked his fingers around Miklos's forearm and inched them down to his hand. He took it in his own and held on with all the strength he had left. Figures appeared around him. He could hear them, see them as silhouettes, but could not make out details or sounds. He assumed Foreign was among them and tried to curse him. He heard his heart in his ears, slowing. He was floating away. He squeezed his brother's cooling hand, and his heart stopped. For a single moment, he could see clearly. His last sight was a blue Sembian sky. Malchor dismounted and looked down on the dead Selkirk brothers. The younger Selkirk's face was blackened and swollen on his cheek from the poisoned dart. He looked at the scorch marks on his breeches caused by Cavan Selkirk's wand. "That stung," he said, and kicked the dead noble in the head. The men near him chuckled. Thel, one of his sergeants, stepped beside him to deliver a report. "Dirtle is dead to the Selkirk's blade. Wayland broke his neck when the horse went down. Ferd's shoulder came out of joint, but that's easily fixed. Zenin took bolts from the wand, but lives. 2 horses are down, but we've got the Selkirk horses to replace them. That is all." Malchor frowned. He hated to lose men, especially a skilled man like Dirtle. But he had others. Collect Dirtle's gear, especially the cloak. The magical camouflaging cloaks were an asset of the company, not one man. Thel nodded agreement. Behind them, Ferd shouted a string of expletives as Millen, a priest of Talos, forced his shoulder back into its joint. "Where the hell's his Zenin?" Malchor asked Thel. "The man gets hit with a wand and cannot keep up?" Zenin, one of the company's wizards, had located the Selkirks through divinations. His illusions had masked the ambush, which the Selkirks had almost sniffed out. "Here he is now," said Thel. Zenin rode up at a trot, scowling. The men heckled him mercilessly for being out-wizarded by a non-wizard. Zenin cursed them and called them sons of whores. "Get down here, Zenin," Malchor ordered. The mage dismounted and stood beside Thel and Malchor over the dead brothers. "Serves them appropriately," Zenin said. "Find the magical gewgaws," Malchor said. "We might as well have those." "The wand is magical, certainly," Zenin said. He spoke the words to a simple spell and studied the bodies. He turned both corpses over with his foot. He looked up at Malchor and said, "Their blades, their armor, Miklos's boots, and the ring on his left hand. Nothing else." "Gather it, Thel," Malchor said. "Then search them for coin." Thel set to his task. Malchor would distribute the booty among his men, a fee on top of their fee. Malchor gathered his men. "Well done, Blades. Now saddle up. We ride for Ordulin immediately. Dirtle and Waylin are coming back with us for a Sembian burial. But these," he nodded at the Selkirks, "these we bury out here, and we bury them deep." He knew that what could not be found could not be resurrected. As of that moment, Miklos and Cavan Selkirk had vanished from Faerun's history. As the men saw to the Selkirks, he said, "And the first man who speaks of this outside the company has his tongue cut out before I gut him personally." The Blades nodded. They knew he spoke truly. He allowed himself a smile of satisfaction. He hoped that Lorgan's attack on the Serlunian delegation went as smoothly. Lorgan and his commanders sat atop their mounts in a stand of 4 towering elms, a few bowshots west of Rothavir's road. The sea of whipgrass that covered the plains snapped in the gusting wind. Slate-colored clouds obscured the afternoon sun. If not for the drought, Lorgan would have expected rain by nightfall. As it was, he expected only clouds. The rest of the Blades lounged in the grass under the trees, eating, sharpening blades, sparring, jesting. 2 riders approached from the west. Lorgan could not make out enough detail to determine their identity, but he could guess well enough. "That is Flann and Othel," said Rhett. His sergeant shielded his eyes and squinted into the distance. Rhett had an archer's eyes. "They ride fast," Lorgan said of his scouts. He turned to Enkin, another of his sergeants. "Get the men up." Enkin, a scarred, dark-hearted veteran with a talent for throwing knives, turned and gave a piercing whistle. "Mount up, men!" As one, the mercenaries left whatever pastime had occupied them, adjusted their armor and weapons, readied their mounts, and climbed into their saddles. The two riders neared, and Lorgan could make out Flen's long hair streaming behind him and Othel's black leather armor. The two scouts were racing, Lorgan saw. Both were bent low over their mounts' necks. Each was shouting encouragement at his horse. "My coin is on Flen," Rhett said, and smoothed his mustache. 10 5-stars on Othel," said Gavest, the youngest of the sergeants. He could not yet grow a respectable beard, but he had won his rank and the respect of his men in several battles fought in Archendale. 20, said Rhett, "if you've the balls." "You are looser with your coin than a whore with her favors," answered Gavest with a grin. 20 it is." As the riders drew nearer, the men and horses gathered around Lorgan and his commanders and shifted in anticipation. They knew, as did Lorgan, that the return of the scouts meant that an attack would soon follow. Horses whickered, mail clanked, men murmured. Othel and Flen tore over the plains, their shouts carried on the wind. Othel wore his characteristic grin. He spurred his mount and pulled in front of Flen. Gavest laughed out loud. Rhett shouted, "Ride, Flen, you orc whelp!" Othel widened the distance and Flen surrendered the race. Othel raised a fist in victory. He slowed as he approached the company and pulled his sweating mount to a stop. "Sir," he said to Lorgan, saluting in the Sembian military fashion. A former Sembian helm, his military habits died hard. Flen arrived in the next moment, chagrined. "That's 10 5-stars to me for outpacing you," Othel said to him. Flen ignored him and saluted Lorgan. "Sir?" "Report," Lorgan said. Othel said, "The Cerlunian delegation is north of us. We watched them pass. They did not see us. They are moving slowly along Rothvenir's road." "They numbered about 30, Flen added. "All mounted, plus 3 carriages. I would wager on a wizard or a priest in their midst." "Flen's wagers are poor bets, though, sir," Othel said with a grin. "Piss off," Flen said. Lorgan and the commanders chuckled. "Wizards and priests are both likely," Lorgan said. His own force numbered 76 men, including Vors and Pollen, 2 war priests of Talos, and the Blade's most powerful wizard, Menik. "We could let them camp," Rhett said, "and come upon them at night." The Blades often used such a plan. The men were experienced night fighters. With Menik's spells and several enchanted items possessed by the company's leaders, most of the men could be empowered to see in moonless darkness, and the tactic had worked in many battles. "No," he said. "If we assault them while camped at night, we will have a slaughter. We want to wound them and send them running northward for their lives. We will attack them on the road." To Flem and Othel he said, "Fall in with your squads." Lorgan turned to Vors and Pollen, his war priests. Both wore their brown hair long and tangled. Both had deep-set, wild eyes. Lorgan attributed their crazed expressions to their worship of the god of destruction. Each bore a shield that featured the jagged lightning bolt of their deity. "Hide your holy symbols and leave your shields behind," Lorgan ordered them. Vors snarled behind his beard. Pollen scowled and said, "I would sooner stick my hand up a dragon's arse." "Leave them," Lorgan ordered, "or I will stick my hand up yours and pull out your heart. We are to appear as if in service to Seirb and Selgaunt, priest. Are many of your brothers in the faith in service to those cities?" The priests looked away, grumbling. "Leave the shields, or I will leave you behind altogether." Lorgan knew the threat of missing the battle would cause the berserker priests to see sense. "Very well," Vors barked, and tossed his shield to the ground. Pollen did the same. Both of them glared at Lorgan. Lorgan smiled and looked to his sergeants. "Attack from the rear. Make sure they see you coming for a fair distance. Force them northward to Ordulan. It does not matter how many of them die, so long as some do. Minimize our own losses. Remember, we are not trying to wipe them out, just blood them. The carriages are not to be harmed or attacked, and none of our men are left behind, dead or alive. Understood?" All nodded. "Let's move out then," Lorgan said. The sergeants pulled their horses around and issued readiness orders to the men. With the rapidity and precision that had won the Blades more than 20 battles, the force moved out. They formed 5 squads, each led by one of Lorgan's sergeants. Vors and Pollen pulled colored glass spheres from their saddlebags and shattered them on an elm's trunk, asking for Talos to find pleasure in the destruction and bless the men in the coming battle. Lorgan thumped both of the priests on the shoulder, mending any hard feelings. "Rhett and the archers to the rear," Lorgan ordered. Rhett and his 10 bowmen fell into formation at the rear. Lorgan, the priests, and Mennick fell in behind them. When the group reached Rothavir's Road, a wide, packed earth road that stretched across Sembia's eastern coast region like a ribbon, they moved 5 abreast and accelerated into a gallop. The thunder of hooves shook the earth in all directions. After a half-hour of hard riding, they spotted the Saerlunian delegation ahead. Enkin used hand signals to order his men into a crescent formation. Enkin and Gavest's men took the left. Borl and Skorls took the right. Rhett and his archers took their bows in hand and formed a loose line within the crescent. Lorgan, the priests, and Mennick trailed them. "I want to shed some blood in this, Lorgan," Vors said, thumping a gauntleted fist on his breastplate. Pollen growled agreement. Lorgan shook his head. "You both are to stay near me. You will see to any wounded and make sure no one is left behind, alive or dead." Lorgan knew that a prisoner or corpse could be questioned and reveal the identity of the attackers. Foran had been clear about not allowing that to happen. The priests barked their usual complaints but agreed to do as Lorgan ordered. Ahead, the trailing riders of the Saerlunian delegation turned and saw Lorgan's forces bearing down on them. 2 sped forward and shouted to the rest of the train. A score of heads turned around, alarmed. Men pointed, shouted. Shields were readied, weapons drawn. Heads poked out of the carriages and looked back. Lorgan grinned, imagining the Saerlunian nobles' shock over an attack on their own road. Gavest sounded a horn blast. The clear notes rang out over the thunder of hooves. One of the Saerlunian riders sounded a trumpet in answer. Lorgan could see 1 or 2 of the riders issuing orders on the fly. The Saerlunian delegation spurred their horses into a hard gallop, but the whole train could move only as quickly as the horses could pull the bouncing carriages. The blades rapidly closed the gap. One rider in the Saerlunian delegation turned in his saddle and pointed something back at the blades. Lorgan guessed he had spotted a wizard. "Wand!" shouted several of the blades. A jagged bolt of lightning shot from the wand and tore through Borl's men. 3 horses and their riders fell, screaming, smoking. "See to those fallen men!" shouted Lorgan to Pollen, who sped off to assist the wounded. Mennick started to cast a spell to counter the wizard, but Lorgan waved him off. "Wait!" he said to the wizard, and shouted to Rhett and his archers. "Archers on the wizard! Archers on the wizard!" Shooting at a moving target by mounted archers was difficult, but Lorgan knew Rhett's men to be very good. Rhett's squad pulled their bows and drew the strings to their ears. "Fire!" Rhett said, and 11 arrows buzzed into the sky. Most fell harmlessly to the road, but 2 hit the wizard's mount, and it fell onto the road. The Saerlunians did not stop for their downed man. "Run him down!" Lorgan shouted. 2 of Enkin's men steered their mounts over the fallen Saerlunian wizard, smashing his skull before he could rise. The blades drew closer to the Saerlunians. The Saerlunians tried to form up as best they could on the run. Heads appeared out of the carriages once more. Lorgan could make out their wide-eyed expressions. One shouted something to a nearby rider and ducked back inside. The left door of the rearmost carriage opened, and a man stood on the footrail, facing backward. His blue robes swirled around a breastplate enameled with the symbol of a spoked wheel, a gondsman. His hand gestures told Lorgan he was casting a spell. "Beware the priest!" shouted Enkin, and the call was repeated across the formation. "Hit him!" Lorgan said to Mennick. The wizard hurried through an incantation and completed his spell before the priest could. 4 glowing missiles of energy streaked from his fingertips and blasted the priest in the chest. The gondsman grimaced with pain, but he held his footing and completed his spell. He pointed his open hand at the road behind the carriage, and Lorgan saw the telltale ripple of a magical distortion move across the earth. The road behind the carriage turned to mud in an instant. Most of Gavest and Borl's men could not stop and rode right into it. Their mounts hit the mud and sank to their gaskins in the sludge. The abrupt stop threw the riders head over heels. Panicked and wounded horses neighed and screamed. Some of the men cursed, others shouted in pain. Lorgan, Vors, Mennick, and the archers yanked their steeds to a halt and steered around the mire, but the spell separated them from the rest of the force. Meanwhile, Enkin and Squirrel squads, unaffected by the mud trap, rode hard after the Saerlunians. The gap between the two groups of Lorgan's forces yawned. The Saerlunians suddenly went on the offensive. 20 of the Saerlunian riders wheeled as one to the left, turned, and galloped toward Enkin's men. Squirrel shouted, and his squad moved to intercept them on the diagonal. Meanwhile, the remaining dozen Saerlunians and their carriage sped northward down the road. The Saerlunian riders wore breastplates and open-faced helms, and carried round cavalry shields. They raised blades high as they closed on Enkin's men. Enkin's men responded with readied blades of their own. "For Sayerb and Endrin!" shouted Enkin, and some of his men echoed the lie. Lorgan smiled, pleased that his sergeant had remembered to put forth the ruse. Flesh and steel collided with thunderous impact. Horses went down, men screamed, blades fell and came up bloody. A handful of dead were left on each side as they parted. The Saerlunians wheeled to their right, circled, and headed back up the road. Squirrel squad crashed into their flank. Horses neighed and bucked, shields collided. Men shouted and died. For a moment, Lorgan could not tell who was who. "For Selgant and Sembian freedom!" Squirrel and some of his men shouted. The Saerlunians put up only a token fight and tried to speed away. Squirrel's men let them go, and Squirrel held up his hand to halt his squad from pursuing. Enkin did the same. "Probably enough," Lorgan muttered to himself. They had drawn some blood and set the Saerlunians to flight. There was no need to risk his men further. A horn sounded from up the road, and 100 or more riders thundered into view, moving down the road at a full gallop. The sun glinted off their blades and plumed helms. They bore a standard, but Lorgan could not make it out. The fleeing Saerlunians cheered. The cavalry fleeing from Squirrel's forces wheeled around as though for a counterattack. "Who in the hells are they?" Vors asked. Rhett shouted, "They fly Ordulin's wheel, sir." Lorgan cursed. He had too small and too scattered a force to withstand a charge of 100 cavalry. Besides, his charge had been only to hit the Saerlunians. What in the nine hells were Ordulin's forces doing in the field? "Give the Ordulins some fire, Rhett," he shouted, then hit Mennick on the thigh with the flat of his blade. "And you, earn your keep, goddamn it! You cannot even counter a gunsman." To the rest of his forces he shouted, "Get the men, even the fallen, and fall back! Now! Move! Move!" Ordulin's forces blew another horn blast and formed a charging line. The Saerlunian cavalry completed their turn and formed up for another pass. Lorgan's men retreated and scrambled to gather their fallen and those still mired in the mud. The Ordulin cavalry shouted as it charged. The Saerlunian cavalry did the same. The carriages pulled to a stop, and Saerlunian nobility emerged to watch the battle. Rhett's archers fired a volley at the Ordulins and wheeled around to retreat. A few arrows struck home, and a few of the charging cavalry went down. Mennick incanted the words to a spell, and a curtain of sizzling flame appeared in front of the onrushing Ordulin cavalry. Most of the Ordulins pulled their mounts to a stop in time, but a few did not, and 3 horses and men plunged through the flaming wall. All came out afire and flailing. The horses screamed and fell to the ground, rolling over the burning men. Mennick intoned another spell and pointed at the onrushing Saerlunian cavalry. A thicket of barrel-wide black tentacles sprouted from the earth in their midst. The magical appendages plucked men and horses indiscriminately and squeezed. The Saerlunian counterattack died in its tracks as horses panicked and men tried to free their fallen comrades from the tentacles' deadly embrace. Lorgan thumped Mennick on the shoulder. "Well done, wizard, and ale on my coin." Lorgan shouted encouragement at his men. "Get them up! At it, men!" In moments, all his fallen men were loaded onto horses. Behind them, the Ordulin forces wheeled wide around the wall of fire. "Ride!" he commanded. "Ride!" The blades kicked their heels into their steeds and tore south down Rothavir's road. Lorgan scanned his forces and estimated the damage. He had lost fewer than 10 men, but left in his wake no fewer than a dozen Saerlunians and a handful of the soldiers out of Ordulin. He would get a firm count from his sergeants once they got clear. He turned in his saddle and looked behind him. The Saerlunians still struggled with the tentacles, and the Ordulin soldiery did not appear keen on pursuing. He let himself relax. He disliked losing men, but they had accomplished what they had hoped and gotten clear. The Saerlunians believed they had been attacked and bloodied by forces out of Sayerb and Selgaunt. He would circle back, disperse his force into small teams, and rendezvous with Malcour outside of Ordulan. Chapter 11. For Uktar, the Year of Lightning Storms. Nobles from nearby Yaun, Tulberg, Surd, and Ornstar had been streaming into Ordulan for days to attend the moot. The city was thronged. A steady stream of caravans rattled down Tildaren's road from Yaun's docks, bringing grains from the distant markets of Raven's Bluff and Procamper. Perishable foodstuffs were teleported from distant locales directly to city warehouses. The city's mills turned night and day. The markets were well stocked, and prices were only slightly above average. The people cheered their new overmistress for her decisiveness. The influx of nobles and food put the citizens of the capital in an almost festive mood. Meanwhile, Mirabetta had dispatched Elyril to supervise the arrest of any remaining nobles in the city known to be loyal to Endrin. Most had heard of the warrant ahead of time and fled before the Helms could take them into custody. But that bothered neither Mirabetta nor Elyril. Without Endrin, the nobles resistant to Mirabetta's ascension were headless. They would hole up in their manses or upcountry estates and accept whatever outcome the moot decided. The city was firmly in Mirabetta's hands, in Elyril's hands, and indirectly in Shar's hands. The people supported their new overmistress. The ugliness that had occurred in the High Council and on the streets faded from memory. Ringed by a dozen armed and armored helms, Mirabetta and Elyril stood outside their carriage on the cobblestone road near Ordulan's southern gate to await the arrival of the Serlunians. A crowd had gathered around them, eager to see the overmistress of Sembia, eager to see the pomp that went along with the Serlunian delegation's arrival. Mirabetta waved to her citizens as they cheered. Knowing precisely when the Blades would attack, Mirabetta had dispatched a force of Helms a few days earlier to meet the Serlunian delegation on the road. Ostensibly, the Helms were an honor escort, but Mirabetta's true purpose was to win the Serlunians' goodwill by providing aid either during or soon after the Blades' attack. "Sending out the Helms was a masterstroke, Aunt," Elyril said, rubbing her temples. She had not been able to snuff any mind dust before leaving the estate, and her head ached from the lack. Mirabetta held her smile as she waved to the crowd. "Mind your tongue and feign surprise, niece." The Serlunian delegation and the Ordulan Helms appeared in the distance. A rider ahead of the main body sped forward. A cloud of dust from the dry road heralded his progress. The crowd murmured in anticipation. As the rider drew nearer, Elyril recognized his green uniform as that of one of Ordulan's Helms. "One of Wraithspur's men," she said. Many in the crowd made the same observation. The murmur of the crowd grew louder when the blood on the rider's tabard became visible. Mirabetta and Elyril, accompanied by 4 Helms, stepped forward to meet the man. The rider pulled his horse to a stop before the overmistress and dismounted. Road dust covered him. He'd seen perhaps 20 winters and had only a thin beard. He bowed to Mirabetta. "What has occurred?" Mirabetta asked, loudly enough to be overheard. "The Serlunian delegation was attacked, Overmistress," the young Helm said. "We arrived in time to aid them. Several of our men were killed, as well as several among the Serlunians." Mirabetta put her hand to her mouth in shock. Elyril gasped in feigned surprise, though the matter could not have unfolded better. The crowd grumbled with anger. "Who attacked?" shouted several voices in the crowd. "Who?" Mirabetta waved them to silence and asked the young man, "Who were the attackers, soldier?" The soldier hesitated, then said, "They appear to be men in service to Endrin and the Hulorn of Selgant." The crowd gasped. Mirabetta appeared shocked. Elyril had to control a sudden desire to giggle. Several members of the crowd shouted expletives, cursing Selgant and Sayerb and Endrin. Others looked less sure. "How many among you were wounded?" Mirabetta asked. "Nearly a dozen, Overmistress." Mirabetta turned to the helm nearest her and ordered him, "Summon Jeb to the gates. I want priests here on the double quick." The helm saluted her and sped off through the crowd and into the city. The crowd watched in a hush as the rest of the Serlunian delegation approached. Dust covered the carriages, and 2 of them rode on bent axles. The Ordulan Helms rode in a protective circle around the Serlunian delegation. Wraithspur rode foremost. The broad-bearded captain of Ordulan's guard spotted Elyril and Mirabetta. He spurred his horse forward and dismounted. We came upon the Serlunians while they were under attack from dogs out of Selgant and Sayerb. They fled when they saw us. Did you take any of them alive? Mirabetta asked. Elyril tensed, touched her holy symbol. None, Wraithspur said, and they collected their dead while their wizard's spells delayed us. Elyril breathed out. Mirabetta said, A pity, but well done, Captain Wraithspur. I have summoned priests to the gates. Gather any that are wounded, and we will see to them. Wraithspur turned and issued orders as the delegation dismounted. The soldiers assisted their wounded fellows. The Serlunians all eyed Mirabetta with unfeigned gratitude. The drivers of the Serlunian carriages stepped down from their seats, placed wooden steps on the ground, and opened the carriage doors. The Serlunian nobles and their advisors stepped forth, glittering in their finery despite the combat. Elyril thought they looked none the worse for wear. She noted a priest of Gond among their number. The crowd greeted their appearance with a cheer. The nobles seemed taken aback by their reception, but managed smiles and waves. Elyril recognized only one of the faces, that of Gennick Rasil, a wealthy Serlunian merchant whose family had made its fortune in spices and exotic fruits from the south. Road dust coated his jacket, breeches, and boots. His dark hair hung lank over his pale face. He must have been the delegation's leader, because he approached Elira and Mirabetta as soon as he recognized them. When he reached them, he bowed. Overmistress Selkirk, Mistress Elyril, forgive our appearance. The road has been a hard one. Do not be silly, Master Rasil, answered Mirabetta. Your troops saved our lives, Overmistress. Serlun is our friend and ally, Master Rasil, Mirabetta answered. It was fortuitous that you sent out the escort, Overmistress. Indeed, Gennick said with a solemn nod. We had heard the matter with Endrin had reached a head, but we had not expected such treachery. This is civil war. Who could have expected this? Mirabetta answered. The minds of traitors are impossible to fathom. Again Gennick nodded, and Mirabetta smiled. But now you are among friends, she said, and touched his arm. She looked to the rest of the Serlunian nobles and proclaimed, You are all among friends now. The traitors failed of their purpose, as all traitors must. Your delegation is received with warmth. Welcome to the capital. The crowd cheered, and the nobles bowed and curtsied. Elyril, too, smiled. No doubt the Serlunians would support whatever Mirabetta wanted to do to put down the rebellion. As one of Sembia's leading cities, the voices of its nobles would carry much weight in the moot. Elyril thanked Shar and resolved to reward herself with mind dust. The news of the attack on the Serlunians burned through Ordulan like wildfire. Mirabetta hired rumor-mongers to stoke the flames. The news incensed the nobles who had arrived already for the moot. Mirabetta spent the day collecting oaths of loyalty and promises of troops from the nobles. Erlenspire pledged loyalty, as did the nobles of Malhessen. Only Derlin remained neutral, and that mattered little. The Derlunians were more Cormyrian than Sembian. Elyril used enspelled rumor-mongers to start the call among the people that Mirabetta be elected permanent overmistress with war regent authority. She would let the sentiment stew in the heat of the city for a time before encouraging her aunt to broach the subject with the assembled nobility. She spent the evening with her aunt, creating the edict that would be read throughout the city the next day. It would take Sembia into civil war. Despite the fact that she had been integral in arranging events, Elyril's hand still shook as she read the paper aloud. Yesterday, soldiers from Selgant and Sayerb engaged in a most cowardly and ignoble surprise attack on members of the Serlunian delegation as they made their way to Ordulan for a moot of their peers. This attack appears to be retaliation for the arrest of the murderer Endrin Corinthal and in furtherance of his and his co-conspirators' attempt to seize power in Sembia through force of arms. Elyril paused and smiled at the irony. She continued, This treason will not stand. As of yesterday evening, I have dispatched troops to ensure peace in the nation, see to the safety of the rest of the delegates, and bring the traitors to justice. The assembled nobles have pledged full cooperation and resources. I have called a muster in Ordulan and Saerlun. The leaders of this insurrection will be held accountable for their treasonous deeds. Meanwhile, the nobles already assembled here will convocate in a moot, a rump moot, that will determine the next course for the state. Mirabetta had already asked each of the nobles to dispatch to Ordulan or Serloon as many men, both Sembian army and city guardsmen, as they could spare. Assembling the army would take time, but the process was underway. Meanwhile, Mirabetta had dispatched 500 helms westward to act as escorts for some of the outlying nobility. She also sent forth the full force of Malcor Forin's blades to eliminate the Selgauntans. Mirabetta's spies in Selgaunt indicated that a small delegation had left the city 3 days earlier. They had no idea of the danger into which they were riding and would be dead before they ever heard Mirabetta's edict. Mirabetta would simply claim that they had been killed in a foiled attack on forces loyal to Ordulan. Events were unfolding as well as Elyril could have hoped. She knew Shar was driving events. She continued to watch for the sign, for the book. The shadow storm was coming, she knew, and she rejoiced. Mirabetta nodded at the edict. Get it to the criers. Elyril preferred to seal it and send it along later. She carefully folded the edict. This has been all too easy, Mirabetta said to Elyril. I suspect other forces at work. Elyril offered another explanation. The realm has been on the edge of a sword since the Rage. The drought and rain of fire compounded the tension. Sembia has been ripe for change for a generation. You are its agent, Aunt. The only other forces at work are historical ones. Mirabetta nodded, thoughtful. Elyril changed the subject, lest her aunt start to delve too deeply into causes. Aunt, what of Endrin Corinthal? Mirabetta looked up and made a dismissive gesture. What of him? He is under constant guard in his tall house. None see him, and he sees no one. Elyril nodded. But he remains a latent danger. Someone will try to free him. There are many among the nobility who will frown at your ascension, but do nothing to stop it, unless they have a leader. Endrin is that leader. You must ensure that he cannot ever serve as the linchpin around which your opposition forms. Mirabetta nodded thoughtfully. I could order his execution. His guilt is now beyond doubt. No one will protest. As much as Elyril wished to see Endrin dead, mostly because it would hurt Abelard Corinthal, and his soul trapped in her holy symbol, she thought an official execution too extreme. Mirabetta had won much goodwill with the people of Ordulan by appearing above politics. Endrin's execution would be perceived as political retaliation. Perhaps you could make an example of him instead. Imprison him. He is already imprisoned. Elyril shook her head. He is arrested. I am suggesting that he be imprisoned, not in Ordulan, but in Yaun, in the hole. Mirabetta looked shocked, then intrigued, then pleased. She smiled. Endrin Corinthal in the hole of Yaun. The thought pleases me. I thought it might, Elyril said. And if he were to die while serving his sentence, she shrugged. That would not be surprising to anyone. The hole of Yaun was the most notorious official prison in Sembia. Few who were sentenced to serve there ever emerged. At one time, a mine, the time of troubles, had left it a zone of dead magic. Eldith Yarnmaster, the overmaster before Kendrick Selkirk, had converted it to a prison and sent his political and mercantile rivals there to labor and die in the dark. Well conceived, Elyril. I will order it tomorrow. Mirabetta cocked her head and said, I think you enjoy the trappings of power, not so? Elyril smiled uncertainly and nodded. Never forget who holds the true power, Mirabetta said sternly. You are an advisor to the overmistress, nothing less, but nothing more. I know well who holds the power, Elyril said, and brushed her fingers over the invisible holy symbol of Shar at her throat. Elyril returned to her room and snuffed nearly a palmful of mind dust. The headache that had plagued her all day vanished in an instant. She stripped off everything save her invisible holy symbol and danced with the shadows that painted the walls, while Keffel sang her a dirge and she thought of the Lord Seagraph's touch. Later, naked and sweating, she empowered her sending ring. When she felt the connection to the Nightseer open, she sighed with excitement. War has begun in Sembia, Nightseer. The people believe that Selgaunt and Sayerb have taken up arms against the Overmistress. Rivellin answered, Well done, Dark Sister. The night shroud you.
And you, Night Seer.
Rivalen despised her weakness for mind dust, but deemed her too useful to discard. Yet. He sat in his study and admired his coin collection. He pondered the 5-star he had taken from the dead Overmaster's bedchamber. The date on the obverse was not only the year in which Kendrick Selkirk had died, it was the year in which Shar had lit Sembia afire. Soon Rivalen would quench the fire with shadow. The Most High would have the basis for a new empire, and Shar would have the foundation for the Shadow Storm. He activated his sending ring and concentrated on the Dark Brother in Selgaunt. The connection opened. "Night Seer," said V's Talander. "Civil war is begun in Sembia," Rivalen said. "The Overmistress will make war on Selgaunt and Seirb." Rivalen sensed V's surprise. As always, Rivalen had provided his underlings with only the information they needed at any given time. V's processed Rivalen's words and said, "Selgaunt and Seirb cannot stand against the massed power of the rest of Sembia." "No," Rivalen answered, "but they need not stand alone." Silence lay between them. Rivalen knew that V's was absorbing the implications, looking back and seeing the connections, wondering how he had not recognized the secret for what it was. "I am humbled," V's finally said. "You are the Night Seer, Prince Rivalen." Rivalen said, "When the time is right, I will require an introduction. Lay the foundation with the Hulorn." "Of course, but the Hulorn is on his way to Ordulan for the moot even now. He is 3 days gone. If Mirabetta Selkirk is moving openly against Selgaunt, who would succeed him?" Rivalen asked. "No one as easy to manage as he. The Eskeveran pup is a fool, ideally suited to our purpose." "Do what you will, Dark Brother. Just ready the ruler of Selgaunt, whoever that may be, for my arrival." "Yes, Night Seer." A pause, then, "Prince Rivalen?" "Speak, Dark Brother." Rivalen sensed V's hesitation. Finally, the nobleman said, "The night shroud you." "And you, Dark Brother." As the connection closed, Rivalen knew that V's had left something unsaid. Such was the nature of their faith, secrets upon secrets upon secrets. Rivalen eyed his coins and wondered how much of Shar's plot he did not understand. She, too, provided her underlings, even her Night Seer, with only the information they needed at any given time. He pushed such thoughts from his mind. He would need to wear a convincing face when he met Selgaunt's Hulorn. It amused Rivalen to think that he would be perceived as coming to the rescue, even as he laid the foundation for conquest. V's had nearly informed the Night Seer of his suspicions regarding the Hulorn's new counselor, Erevis Kale, but decided to keep it to himself. Rivalen would find out in his own time, and it pleased V's to keep a secret from the Night Seer. After all, the Night Seer had kept a secret from V's. Had V's known that a Sembian civil war was the lady's will, he would never have allowed Tamlin to leave the city for Ordulan. The Hulorn was too valuable a pawn. V's spoke aloud to his shadow, a habit he'd had for decades. "Erevis Kale is a shade," he said. "I saw the light dim around him when he grew angry, saw the shadows emerge from his flesh when it seemed he might strike me." V's did not understand how it was possible, but he knew it to be true. Like the Night Seer himself, Erevis Kale was composed of shadow stuff. "How can that be, lady?" he asked Shar. But the goddess kept her own counsel. V's drummed his fingers on the walnut desktop thoughtfully. He sat alone behind closed doors in the darkened great room of his family's tall house on Galorgar's Ride. "There is something else about Kale that I dislike. Something secret," he said, and smiled. He was not certain he could manage Tamlin with Kale acting as the Eskeveran advisor, and V's would need to manage Tamlin with care in the near future. The Night Seer had told him as much. V's would need to arrange an introduction between Tamlin and Rivalen. "I think Kale should die," V's said. He imagined Kale asprawl on his secret altar, screaming, bleeding shadows and blood as V's gutted him like a fish and offered him to the lady. Yes, he should die. Unfortunately, I cannot allow that to happen just now. Vise had no choice but to get word to the Huelorn that he was riding into danger. Mirabetta could have dispatched troops already. They had made no secret of Tamlin's departure. He held no fondness for Tamlin, but were he to die or be made a hostage in the first blows of a Sembian civil war, the old chancel would take another 6 months to elect a replacement. Vise could not allow the city to go leaderless for so long, not when Prince Rivellin wanted an introduction, and he knew that the old chancel would not elect him to the office. He had spent far too long cultivating the perception that he was a dilettante. He rose, walked to the sideboard, and opened a bottle of burdusk red, a full-bodied wine that reminded him of blood. A gobletful always relaxed him. He poured some and returned to the desk. He took a mouthful, swished it, and swallowed. "Much better," he said. He drank the glass down and resigned himself to saving lives rather than taking them, at least for a while, and rang the brass bell for his manservant. Zend knocked once on the chamber door and entered. The short, gray-haired steward looked overworked despite his finely tailored vest and pantaloons. Bags hung under his droopy eyes, and wrinkles creased his face. He had been with the Tallanders for over 2 decades.
"My lord?"
Zend asked. Vise pushed back his chair and stood. "Send messengers to the head of each of the old chancel families. All are to meet in the great hall in the Huelorn's palace within the hour. I have grave news. No advisors, Zend. The heads of the families only." Zend's eyes widened, but he nodded and turned to his task. "Wait, Zend," Vise said. "Before you do that, send word to Captain Onthul of the Scepters to attend me immediately. You will find him in the city barracks. Alert him and the city grooms that he is to ready 50 of his swiftest riders for immediate departure. They will be gone several days. I will explain when he arrives here." Zend waited for a moment to see if Vise had any further orders. "Away, man," Vise said with a wave, and Zend ran off. "Zend!" Zend returned, a long-suffering frown on his face. "Have the carriage readied." Zend nodded, waited. "That is all, Zend." Zend waited a moment longer, turned, and hurried off. Vise could hear the steward issuing orders to the rest of the staff in the tall house. While Vise waited for Captain Onthul, he changed from his evening coat and loose tunic to a jacket and stiff-collared shirt suitable for a meeting of the old chancel. As always, Zend proved efficient. The carriage was ready shortly after Vise finished changing his clothes. Captain Onthul arrived soon after. The towering, bearded captain of Selgaunt's Scepters wore enough mail to cover 2 men. He had to remove his helm before entering the great room lest he lose it to the door jambs. A broadsword hung at his belt, scars laced his hands and forearms. He smelled like a stable, but Vise knew him to be a man who took his duty to the city seriously. "Lord Tallander, you sent for me on a matter of importance?" Vise nodded. "Captain, the Huelorn is in danger." Onthul stiffened. "Lord Iskevrin is 3 days gone from the city." Vise waved away Onthul's words. "I know, Captain, I know." Vise paused for drama. "But our spies in Ordulin have informed me that dark events have occurred there." "Dark events? Please speak plainly, my lord," Vise said. "I do not have details, but it appears that the Overmistress has seized control of the city, and that the army is rallying behind her. For reasons that remain unclear, Mirabetta believes that Selgaunt has allied with Sayerb in an attempt to unseat her." Onthul's brow furrowed. "Impossible. Wraithspur would not stand for it." Vise nodded. "Captain, the Huelorn must be informed and recalled. We can sort out events after he is safely returned." "We have mages in the city who could—" "No. The Huelorn bears magic items that screen him from scrying. Unfortunately, those same items prevent simple magical contact. We must reach him without magical aid." Onthul seemed dumbfounded by events. His gaze moved here and there, unfocused. He shook his head and spoke dully. "This is unexpected. We all heard of Endrin's treachery, but this is—" "Captain Onthul," Vise said, "dispatch riders immediately. They must get to the Huelorn before ill befalls him. Do you hear me, man?" Onthul focused on him, frowned at Vise's tone, and nodded. "I will dispatch my riders immediately, Lord Tallander." Vise nodded briskly. Good man. I will inform the old chancel. The scepters and helms should be put on alert. Round up anyone in the city who is on official business of Ordulan or otherwise associated with Mirabetta Selkirk. Off, man, now! Anthul nodded and hurried from the chamber, muttering to himself. He hit his helm on the door jamb as he exited, cursed, and continued on without turning around. Vise poured himself another glass of wine, drank it in a single gulp, whispered a prayer to Shar, and exited his tall house. His carriage rattled through Selgaunt's evening streets, still littered with filth and refugees, to the Hugh Lorne's ornate many-spired palace. Pennons atop the spires whipped in the cold breeze that blew off the bay. The wind carried the promise of winter. Vise ignored the absurdly grotesque statuary with which the former Hugh Lorne, Andeth Ilchamar, had populated the palace. He would have to remind Tamlin to remove it, assuming the Hugh Lorne lived. The palace chamberlain, Threeston, met Vise's carriage as it pulled to a stop and opened the door for him. The middle-aged chamberlain wore formal attire, and Vise wondered briefly if he slept in it. He seemed fully dressed, no matter the hour. The lacquered carriages of the rest of the old chancel crowded the paved semicircular carriageway that fronted the palace. The drivers stood together in a crowd, no doubt gossiping about the urgent meeting. "All of the members of the old chancel have arrived already, Lord Tallender," Threeston said. He had not shaved, and a day's worth of whiskers speckled his face. "They are gathered in the main conference room." "Very good, Threeston." Vise hurried up the limestone stairs and through the flagged hallways, his bootsteps echoing off the walls. Threeston struggled to keep pace with him. Torchlight flickered on the portraits of past Hugh Lornes. Ahead, the doors to the conference room stood open. The thrum of conversation carried through the doors at the end of the hall. Vise rehearsed his words as he walked. He reminded himself not to appear too decisive. Vise Tallender, after all, was a fop and dilettante. The moment he entered the high-ceilinged, wood-paneled chamber, all eyes turned to him and the room fell silent. The patriarchs and matriarchs of Selgaunt's leading families regarded him with questions in their eyes. Few wore the jewelry and finery typical of such a gathering, though all wore gowns or jackets. Vise saw the tension in their faces. Recent events in Selgaunt, in all of Sembia, had left the nobility on a blade's edge. They appeared as if they expected a killing stroke to fall at any moment. They soon would get it, Vise thought. "What is afoot, Vise?" asked the bearish Rorson Sorgil. His jacket was too small, and his head too large. Vise moved to the head of the table and pressed his palms on the surface. "I will not waste your time, for there is much planning to do after tonight. I have received word from Ordulan that Mirabetta Selkirk has seized power with the backing of the army and declared Selgaunt and Saerb her enemies." The table exploded in shouts. "In Sembia? What nonsense is this? She is mad. This will not stand." Vise did not try to shout over the tumult. He waited for the table to quiet. When it did, he said, "You all know of the recent events involving Endrin Corinthal. The Overmistress believes that Selgaunt was involved in the assassination of her cousin and Endrin's attempted coup." "Endrin attempted no coup, Tallender," said the elderly Thildar Foxmantle with surprising heat. Vise exceeded the point with a tilt of his head. "I know only what has been reported, Lord Foxmantle." "What has been reported is a lie," Thildar said, his gray beard shaking. "I know Endrin Corinthal. He is incapable of what he has been accused of." Vise waved away the objection. "Be that as it may, I wanted this body to be aware of events." "The Hugh Lorne is riding to Ordulan," said Kalima Tomalar. Diamond pins held her hair up. Her fleshy arms stuck out of the sleeves of her red gown like sausages. "I was planning to leave soon myself. We must send word for him to return. He is in danger." Vise nodded. "Captain Anthul is assembling a force of cavalry to catch the Hugh Lorne's party and escort him back to Selgaunt. They will leave tonight and ride until they find him. We can only pray that they reach him in time. Magical means will not avail us." "Well done," several of the old chancel said, nodding around the table. Vise tried to appear humbled by their praise. Glowering, red-bearded Ruttle Lunn rapped his fist on the table and stood. "How can Mirabetta Selkirk suspect Selgaunt to be involved in Endrin's treachery? We have done nothing." He glared at Vise. "Or have we, Tallender? Now is not the time for secrets." Vise almost laughed at the choice of words. Before he could answer, Thildar Foxmantle stood and glared at Ruddle. The scene was almost comical. The thin, elderly Foxmantle stared daggers across the table at the much larger Ruddle Lund.
I will not repeat myself, Lun. Endrin Corinthal committed no treachery.
So you say, Lun answered, his deep voice booming. But you know no more than the rest of us. I will ask again, Talander. Has the Huelorn put the city at risk through some ill-conceived alliance with the traitors in Ordulan? That is something the Iskevrin's father would have done. The table erupted in shouts and epithets. Vise held up his hands for peace, and the room settled. The Huelorn has done nothing to merit Mirabetta Selkirk's suspicion. Perhaps you have, Lan. You protest the loudest. You are a fool, Talander. And you are dividing this council, this city, when it must stand united. Nods from around the table. Lon muttered inaudibly and lowered his head. Vise said, I am certain we will clear up this matter soon enough. Meanwhile, it is imperative that Salgaunt speak with only one voice, the Huelorn's voice, and that matters will be kept quiet from the rest of the city for now. Let us keep the rumors at bay as best we can. This council will meet daily to stay abreast of events while we wait his return. Heads nodded in agreement. Threeston will see to the details and communicate them to you. Vise looked around the table, from one worried expression to another. There is nothing more to be done tonight, lords and ladies. Return to your homes. With that, the gathering broke into small chattering groups. Vise did not linger. He ensured that Onthul's riders had left the city, then journeyed alone to Shar's temple on Temple Avenue. He spent the night offering praise to the lady and repeating the supplication. The next day, an edict from Ordulan reached Selgaunt through magical means. Vise and every member of the old chancel received the missive. Vise chuckled as he read it. He knew that no Salgauntan forces had attacked the Saerlunian delegation. Mirabetta Selkirk had created a war from lies. No, he thought, and corrected himself. The Night Seer had created a war from lies, and done so in Shar's name. In the darkness of night we hear the whisper of the void, he said, and crumpled the edict into his fist. The whisper soon became a scream. I pick my way through the forest for what feels like hours, or maybe days. I have no way to mark the passage of time. The red glow in the air never changes, and the crystalline sky is as still as stone. I keep my eyes away from the dark things that live on the other side of the sky. I stay along the bank of the brook. As other brooks join it, it turns to a stream. As other streams join it, it turns to a rapidly flowing river that roars over frequent cascades. Through breaks in the trees, I sometimes catch a glimpse of the wall ahead. As I draw nearer, its dark bulk fills my vision, demarcating the border of the world. A smell in the air grows stronger as I draw closer, a smell like rotten eggs, like sulfur, like brimstone. The voice at the wall returns, mocking me with laughter. I steel myself by recalling my duty, my promise to courage. I tighten my grip on my glowing yellow mind blade and continue on. I see no animal life. I am alone in the thought bubble, or almost alone. I look up at the sky, to the crack, to the black wriggling things that lurk on the other side. I feel them watching me, hungering for me. Has the crack lengthened? I am not certain. I push it from my mind and press on. The stink of brimstone grows ever stronger. A haze of black smoke forms in the air, and a dark film covers my skin. I tear a strip of cloth from my shirt. I dip it in the cool water of the river and tie it around my nose and mouth to help chase away the smell. The moment I cinch it, a crack like snapping bone sounds from above me. I whirl, stand, and look up. The crack in the sky has opened into a gash. Wriggling, faceless black forms squeeze through and rain down through the hazy air. Terror seizes me, blind, irrational fear. My heart thunders, my breath leaves me. The mind blade sags in my hand. And the sky shat its fears, says the voice at the wall. I know the voice speaks the literal truth. The things falling from the sky are fears given form, dark and obscene. They can be nothing else. My legs feel weak under me as one after another of the dark things falls to earth and crashes through the trees. There are dozens, hundreds. He is losing himself in the source, Magadan. Losing himself forever. Part of him does not want you to succeed. His fears are coming for you. I see the fears in my imagination sniffing for me through the forest. Hurry, says the voice at the wall. If they catch you... I nod as if the speaker can see me. I know I must move faster to outrun the fears, but the terrain is difficult. I am moving slowly. What else can I do? The river, Magadan. The current is too strong, I say, then realize what I need to do. I scramble up the riverbank and comb through the forest until I find a trunk of darkwood about the length of a tall man and about as wide around as a barrel. I know the wood will be reasonably strong, yet unusually light. I try to move the log nearer the river, but find it is too heavy, darkwood or no. I will have to dig it out into a makeshift boat right where it is. I know how. I have seen fishermen in a village on the shores of the Dragonmere turn logs into boats in a matter of hours. But I do not know if I have hours. The log will make a poor boat, but I do not need a seaworthy vessel. I just need something that can stay afloat on the river for a time so I can ride the current away from the fears. The river will be safer and faster than the forest. A scream that trails off into a howl sounds from somewhere in the distance. I hear madness in the howl. And hunger. The fears are on the hunt. I look about the forest, see only pine, darkwood, cypress, and stillness. The voice at the wall chuckles. I curse, pull the makeshift mask away from my mouth, and set to work. I cut at the log with my mind blade and shave off the bark. I hack hunks from what I hope will become the bough and then flatten the top. The mind blade slices through the darkwood efficiently. The sound of my blade chopping wood echoes through the forest. I know the fears will hear me, but I press on, deeming the gamble worth it. By the time I am done with the rough work, I have shaped the log into something that resembles a one-man boat. I stand over it, gasping, sweating. The smoky air causes me to cough, but I fight through the fit. I set to digging out the interior and find my blade ill-suited to the task. Sweating, shaking, angry, and afraid, I straddle the half-completed boat and curse. Demon's teeth! How long have I been at it? The fears must be coming, must be near. I need a God's damned axe, I mutter. In answer to my will, the sword hilt in my hand reshapes itself into a haft. The blade shrinks and transforms from a sword to a large glowing wood axe. I stare at it wide-eyed, then set to work. Each strike throws up a huge divot of wood, and I make rapid progress. Lift and strike, lift and strike. My arms burn, but I do not stop, cannot stop. I am not precise, and the boat looks hollowed out by a drunk, but I think it will do. I just need it to stay afloat with me so I can ride the rapids and escape the fears. A howl sounds from somewhere to my left. Another answers from somewhere to my right. Both sound near. I freeze in mid-strike, gasping. The sweat that coats me makes me go cold. I examine my work. Good enough. If it floats like a boat, well and good. If it floats like a log, I will just ride it down the damned river. I straighten up, wincing at the stiffness in my back, and shake the fatigue from my arms. I concentrate on the axe and mold it back into a blade. I tuck it into my belt. Not far away, something moves in the forest, something dark and predatory. Adrenaline washes away my fatigue, but I know the rush will not last. My muscles border on exhaustion. I bend, grab the front of the dugout, and heave. I laugh when I lift the front off the ground, and it sounds the same as the mad laughter from the voice at the wall. A howl from nearby. Another. Close. I hear crackling in the woods. They are coming for me. Move, I say to myself. Move. My arms burn. My legs feel like lead. But I drag the boat through the undergrowth, slipping, struggling, grunting, cursing. In my mind, I imagine the dark things prowling through the forest, following my scent, the scent of fear. The image keeps me going, pushes me on. I lose my footing, curse, get up, and yank the boat forward another stretch. The strength in my legs is fading. My breath is a bellows. Fatigue makes me dizzy. When is the last time I had water? I can hear the river's current ahead through the trees. Almost there, I say. Keep moving. Movement behind me turns me around. I see two black forms perched in the fat lower limbs of two cypress trees. Each is as large as a mastiff. They look vaguely manlike, with a head and 4 limbs, but their skin looks as smooth as oiled leather. They howl, and their mouths are voids. The sound steals my breath. They leap from one tree to another, deftly landing on large limbs. Leaves shower the earth. The Fear's oval heads lack facial features, save for 3 wet vertical slits where their nostrils should be, and a gash for a mouth. Spider webs of spit hang between their open jaws. I cannot help myself. I catch my breath and scream with terror. Pointed tongues emerge from their mouths and taste the air, taste the fear. Terror energizes me. I fairly pick up the boat and scramble for the river. I hit the bank, seeing the flowing water below. I hear the Fears leap to the ground, and I spare a glance back, sweat dripping into my eyes. The Fears howl, and up close the sound is nauseatingly wet. They bound forward on all 4s, leaping through the undergrowth, heads jutting forward, strides eating the distance. I turn, give a pull for all I am worth, and get the boat over the top of the riverbank. Behind me, the Fears crash through the undergrowth, breaking saplings. I hear their wet respiration. They are nearly upon me. I push the boat over the bank, run beside it as it descends the slope, and hop in as it picks up speed. The bow hits the water and its movement stalls. I jump out, heart racing, not daring to look back, and get behind it and shove. "Move, goddammit, move!" The voice at the wall laughs. "The gods damn you straight to the 9 hells," I swear, and push and push and push. "Mind what you wish," the voice says. The Fears growl from atop the bank. I cringe, expecting an impact at any moment. I do not even think to draw my blade. I only want to run. The boat moves farther into the river, and the current seizes it. I lose my grip on it, curse, run as best I can through thigh-high water, grab it, and pull myself in without tipping it. I lay in it, face up, staring at the cracked sky. I realize, too late, that I do not have an oar or anything else with which to steer, but I do not care. Sweating, terrified, I sit up, draw the mind blade, and stare back at the receding riverbank. I do not see the Fears. They are gone, for the moment. Chapter 12. 5 Uktar, the Year of Lightning Storms. Cale, Tamlin, and the Iskevrin house guards rode at a moderate pace. By the end of the first day, they had passed through the ring of villages that surrounded Selgaunt, most of them empty, or nearly so, and entered the rolling open countryside. To Cale's relief, Voss proved as easy a ride as Stormweather's groom had promised. By the end of the second day, Cale felt reasonably comfortable in the saddle, enough so that he could enjoy the pastoral air and scenery rather than focus on staying seated. Stands of larch and small woods of oak, elm, and maple broke the monotony of the whipgrass plains. Rothavir's road stretched before them to the horizon. An overcast sky hung ominously over the land, but the rain held off and the drought persisted. At Tamlin's instruction, the company skirted the villages and clusters of farmsteads that they passed. Ordinarily, a village would be expected to provide shelter and hospitality to someone of Tamlin's station. Tamlin did not want to burden the difficult lives of the villagers by requiring that they abide by custom. "We will sleep under the sky," Tamlin instructed Wren and the house guards, "and eat only our own stores." Cale credited him for that. Tension remained palpable between Cale and Tamlin. They spoke only as necessary, and Cale feared his candor back in Stormweather had put a wedge between them that would not be easily removed. Cale tried to loosen it. "My lord, if I am to be your advisor, I must be able to speak openly." Tamlin, riding beside him, did not make eye contact. "You have shown already that you are willing to do exactly that, Mr. Cale. When I require advice, I will ask for it." Cale held his tongue, and that was that. As they traveled farther from Selgaunt, they passed fewer and fewer villages and farms. Those they saw looked as bad as tales had said. The drought and recent catastrophes had left the fields stricken. Most sat fallow or featured sickly crops of shriveled vegetables scrabbling to survive in the cracked, dry earth. Even the barley looked wan, and it ordinarily tolerated dryness. They stopped often at streams and ponds, all of them lower than normal, to water the horses and fill their water skins. "I had no idea things were this bad," Tamlin said to no one in particular. Around midday on the fourth day out, the gray sky departed without dropping any rain, and the noon sun emerged to sting Cale's skin. He wore his hood down despite the discomfort, and he often caught Tamlin staring at his wrist. Finally, Cale held up the stump, which would regenerate a shadow hand when the sun set. "It is no blessing, my lord," he said to Tamlin. He spoke softly, so as not to be overheard by the house guards. Tamlin regarded him coolly. "So you say, but I have been reading what I can of shades and shade magic." He nodded at the books he had carried from Stormweather, which he kept in his saddlebags. "You will age as slowly as a mountain. Disease is nothing to you. Your flesh resists magic. That sounds a blessing to me." The words were as much as Tamlin had spoken to him at a stretch since setting out, but Cale did not welcome them. He had known other men to use the same words when questing for power. Always such ambitions turned out badly. "I did not endure this willingly," he said, though the words were a half-truth. "And I have heard others speak of power in the same tone you use. I would advise you to spend your energies on more wholesome studies." "And I did not ask for your advice," Tamlin said, and spurred his horse forward. Cale let him go, but stared at his back, concerned and irritated. Tamlin looked at Cale's transformation and saw only power, not the price Cale had paid for it. Cale shook his head, felt eyes on him, turned, and found Ren staring at him from atop his horse. Their eyes met. Ren nodded, and his glance went to Cale's stump. Cale pulled his sleeve over his hand and nodded back at Ren. Cale rode for a time in silence. Late in the afternoon, the group crossed paths with two southbound caravans out of the town of Ornstar, but the caravaneers carried no news. The road was otherwise deserted. Cale thought it strange. Along with his thoughts as he rode, Cale's mind turned to Magadan. He had no more dreams of Magadan since returning to Selgot. He was concerned about what it might mean for his friend. Mask had said Magadan would suffer, but he had also said that events in Sembia would lead Cale to Magadan. Cale reached into his pocket, touched his mask, and chose to believe that Mask had not lied to him. He was not sure he was being wise. That night, the house guards went about the business of setting up tents, tending the horses, starting a fire, and doling out the food stores. Cale kept his regenerated hand covered by his sleeve as best he could, but it proved difficult. Yet no one seemed to notice it but Ren and Tamlin. Cale at last pulled Ren aside and showed him his shadow hand. Ren eyed it with wonder. "How, Mr. Cale? A cleric of Ilmater?" "No, not a cleric," Cale said. Ren held up his own maimed hand. "How then? Can I do the same?" Cale sighed. "We are comrades, Ren, you and I, not so?" Ren nodded. "Yes, without a doubt, you saved my life." "Then I want you to hear my words. The hand regenerates in darkness, and only in darkness, because of what I have been changed into." He let shadows leak from his skin, and Ren's eyes widened. Cale continued. "This transformation I would wish on no one, and certainly not on a man as young as you. It was an accident, happenstance." Cale was not sure the last was the truth. Ren looked again at his maimed hand, thoughtful. He looked into Cale's face, his gaze steady. "I have trouble holding a shield strap, and I still feel them sometimes, the fingers, as if they were still there. Tell me this, Mr. Cale. Would you sacrifice the hand, even at night, to have yourself back as you were?" Cale stared into Ren's eyes, considered lying, but decided against it. "No, but only because I need to be what I have become in order to do the things I must do. That is hard to understand, but I cannot explain it better, Ren. I do not understand it myself any better than that. If things were different, I would feel differently." Ren looked at his fingers, chuckled. "Hells, losing the fingers made me the man I am today. It's strange, that. I hear your words, Mr. Kale. Sometimes a price is too high. Even Sembians know that. Kale thumped him on the shoulder. You are wiser than your years, Ren. And call me Erebus, no more Mr. Kale, eh? Ren smiled. Erebus, then. I'll admit it feels peculiar to me. Kale felt better for having been honest with Ren. Something in Ren reminded him of Magadan, and a little of himself as a younger man. They joined the house guards around the fire and ate the fare that had been set out. Cheese, bread, salted beef, and pork. Several barrels of strong ale and bottles of wine from the Eskevran vineyards provided drink. Kale was pleased to see that none of the house guards drank to excess. Ren's men were professionals, as was Ren. Kale smoked Jack's pipe and jested with the men. One of the house guards, Mauer, pulled out his own metal-bowled pipe and lit. He and Kale traded pipeweed. Kale told and retold the guards of his rescue of Ren at the Twisted Elm, of his battle with the Shadow Demon in Stormweather's Great Hall. He kept his other stories to himself, even when talk turned to the causes of the Reign of Fire. Most of the men thought it was connected somehow to the Rage of Dragons. Kale knew better. As was his wont since beginning the journey, the Hulorn remained in his tent, reading his tomes on shadow magic until late in the night. Kale looked over at the tent often, worrying about Tamlin. Though they expected no trouble on a main road through Sembia, the house guards nevertheless set a watch at night. Kale had taken to supplementing the watch. He had little need for sleep. He felt as awake in the deep of night as he did at dawn. Darkness heightened his senses, sharpened his edge, and he had little else to do after moonset. After retiring for an hour, he awakened shortly before midnight and rose in silence. He willed the darkness to make him invisible and stepped out of his tent. Cloaked in shadow, he sat alone around the dying embers of the night's fire. They had camped in a slight depression near a wood of birch and oak. The wind set the trees to whispering. Kale intertwined his fingers behind his head and stared up at the stars. His mind turned to Vara, the cottage, Jack, Magadan. He let his thoughts drift. The wind died, and the sounds of the night filled his ears. The chirp of crickets and the clicking of an insect he did not recognize. The coo of a whippoorwill from within the wood. The soft hum of the breeze. A metallic sound carried to his ears, very faint, like the rattle of a buckle. He sat up quickly and looked about. Mauer, the house guard on watch, stood at his post to Kale's right, but the sound had come from somewhere to the left, somewhere out of sight. Mauer showed no sign of having heard anything. Still invisible, Kale stood and shadow-stepped to the high ground at the top of the depression. There he scanned the plains. The shadow stuff in him allowed him to see clearly by night, but only as far as a bowshot or so. He saw nothing but waving knee-high whipgrass and some trees here and there. He remained still and listened. There, the metallic sound repeated from somewhere out in the grass. Kale acted quickly. He let the shadows dissolve from him so he would be visible and stepped through the darkness to materialize behind Mauer. He put his hand around the house guard's mouth and pulled him backward. The house guard squirmed and grunted for a moment until Kale whispered, I heard something out in the plains. It's probably nothing. I will investigate. If I do not return soon, alert the camp. He released Mauer, and the house guard turned to face him, eyes wide. Tempest's blades, Mr. Kale. You almost stopped my heart. Stay alert, Kale said, and without waiting for a reply, stepped through the shadows back to the plains. He was a dagger's throw away from the camp and could see Mauer behind him, tense and watchful, staring out into the grass. He eyed the area around him, saw nothing. He drew weave shear, slow and silently. Shadows leaked ponderously from the blade and dissipated into the night air. Once more he drew the darkness around him. Invisible and silent, he prowled the grass. The tension drew sweat and shadows from his flesh. A sound from ahead of him, an overloud intake of breath, betrayed his prey's location. Kale estimated the distance to his unseen foe, stepped through the darkness, covering 10 paces with a stride, and found himself standing over a human man crouched in the grass with a knife between his teeth. Cale must have heard him breathing over the blade. Cale almost missed seeing the man, so well did he blend with his surroundings. The man's cloak perfectly matched the grass and darkness, a magical effect, no doubt, and Cale might not have seen him at all had he not thrown back his hood, revealing a narrow face and short dark hair. Cale froze, hovering over the man, blade bare, shadows swirling. The man tensed and cocked his head as if he sensed Cale nearby. He turned and poked his head above the grass, looking toward the camp, looking through Cale. Seeing nothing, the man returned to his crouch and used the knife to tighten a loose buckle on his calf-high boots. No doubt the bouncing buckle had caused the metallic sound Cale had heard. The man pulled up his hood and stood, and his cloak changed appearance to keep him camouflaged. He looked once more on the camp. He appeared able to see despite the darkness, leaving Cale to assume he was magically empowered with night sight. Seemingly satisfied, the man turned and headed off at a steady run. Cale decided not to kill him, yet. He sheathed weave shear and followed in silence. The magic of the man's cloak masked him well even on the move, but Cale was able to stay close enough to keep him in sight. The man made almost no sound, even at a trot. Cale marked him as a professional, a spy or scout. The man headed directly for a pair of tall larches about 300 paces off. He slowed as he approached the trees and pulled back his hood. Cale stayed with him as another man emerged from the darkness of the trees. He was taller, 8 or 9 winters older, and wearing a cloak similar to the first man's. They held each other in silence and did not speak until they were nearly face to face. Cale crept forward, low to the ground, and strained his ears to hear. "Only a single guard. Could have put him down myself and moved through the camp." Not likely, Cale thought. The taller man nodded. "Did you mark the livery, Othel? They're Selgontans, and that's certain." "There's not even a score of men," Othel said. "Should be easy work," the taller man said. With that, they set off, moving in a line to the north of the camp. Cale stayed with them. They ran for perhaps half a league and slowed to a walk as they neared a drought-dried pond ringed with tall elms. Both removed their cloaks as they approached. Cale shadow-stepped ahead of them into the trees and saw gathered there a force of over 100 men. All wore chain hauberks, bore shields and blades, and wore on their green tabards the golden wagon wheel of Ordulin. Cale crouched low against the bole of an elm and stayed at the edge of the camp. The group's horses stood in a makeshift pen of rope strung between some trees. All were saddled and ready to ride. The men burned no fires, and none slept despite the hour. They only waited. A murmur went through the camp as the news of the scouts' arrival reached them. All stood. Mail chinked as they adjusted armor and shields. A tall man with iron-gray hair and a thick mustache stalked toward the scouts. 8 other men followed him. Cale noted 2 unarmored, robed men among them, mages he presumed, and 2 long-haired men with lightning bolts on their shields. Cale recognized them as war priests and the lightning bolts as holy symbols, but he could not recall which god was symbolized by the bolts. The 2 scouts approached the tall, gray-haired man and saluted. "Report," said the gray-haired man. "The Selgontan delegation is camped half a league to the south," said Othel. "They expect no danger and have posted only a single guard." Cale saw disappointment in the expressions of many of the men who overheard. Several chuckled and shook their heads in disbelief. Apparently, they were hoping for a hard fight. Cale did not understand why forces from Ordulin would attack the Selgontans, but there was no mistaking what he'd heard. "Get the men enspelled for night fighting," the leader said to the 2 mages. The wizards nodded, reached to cases at their belts, and pulled out metal wands capped with cat's-eye chrysoberyls. "Form up," the blonde-haired mage said to the men, and the force shuffled into orderly rows. The 2 mages started on opposite sides of the formation and began moving efficiently from man to man, tapping each with the wand. Each time, the recipient's eyes flared red for an instant. Meanwhile, the gray-haired leader said to his sergeants and war priests, "This is a sweep and clean. We approach under sound cover from Vors and Pollen." "Survivors, Malkur?" one of the priests asked. Cale recognized the name Malcor from somewhere, but could not place it. "No prisoners," Malcor answered. "As I said, a full sweep and clean." The mages finished their work, and Malcor turned to one of his sergeants, a scarred, dark-haired man fairly covered in throwing knives. "Give the order, Enkin. Let's mount up." Enkin nodded. "Aye, sir." He turned and issued orders to the men to mount up and take positions by squad. The men moved briskly to their horses and checked their gear. Cale figured the Selgontans had half an hour, maybe less, before the force of soldiers swept down on them. He wrestled with the notion of killing a few of the leaders before leaving, but decided against it. He did not want them to know they'd been discovered. The Selgontans could not fight. They'd have to run, and Cale knew killing a few leaders would make no difference. His mind made up, he drew the shadows around him, imagined the Selgontans' campsite in his mind, and rode the night there in an instant. He found himself standing before the glowing embers of the campfire with his holy symbol in hand. He stared at the mask, puzzled. He had not taken it from his pocket, had he? He had no time to consider. He let the shadows fall from him so he would be visible. Mauer still stood at his post at the top of the depression, looking out over the plains. "Mauer," Cale called, and the house guard eyed him with wonder. "Get down here." Mauer hurried down, his long hair flapping behind him. "Where did you come from, Mr. Cale? I was watching the approaches." Cale did not bother to explain. "Saddle the horses, Mauer, as fast as you can. We will soon be attacked." Mauer's expression turned to alarm. "What? How do you—" "Do it," Cale said. He left Mauer and moved from tent to tent. "Up, men. Now. Up. On your feet." Groggy heads emerged from tents. Cale did not shout, but spoke loudly enough for his voice to be heard. He clutched his mask in his shadow hand. "This campsite will be overrun by cavalry in less than half an hour unless we are gone from here. Gear up and mount up." Cale could not keep the shadows from bleeding out of his flesh. No one seemed to notice in the darkness. The house guards asked no questions. They shook the sleep from their heads, stepped out of their tents, and pulled on hauberks, belted on blades, and donned helms. They moved with alacrity, one man helping another. Cale saw Wren slipping into his hauberk. Cale went to him and reported what he had learned. 100 horsemen are north of us and are planning to attack. Get some men to help Mauer with the horses. We need to move. This instant." "Dark," Wren oathed, fastening the buckle on his weapon belt. "How do you know this?" "I spotted one of their scouts at the edge of our camp and followed him back." Wren nodded, capped his head in a helm, and started barking orders at the men. "Leave everything except arms and armor. Get the horses saddled." "My lord," Wren said, turning to face Tamlin, who had emerged from his tent. "What's happening?" Tamlin asked, looking around the bustling camp. He had already put on his boots and thrown on a cloak. "We must ride south, my lord," Cale said, "and we must do it quickly. Gather only your essential things." "Mauer," Wren called above the tumult. "Ready Lord Eskeveran's horse. Dasim, help Mauer with the horses." Tamlin watched with bemusement as a house guard hopped by, pulling on his boots as he moved toward the horses. "Stop," Tamlin said, but no one listened. He grabbed Wren by the shoulder and said, "Explain what is happening." Before Wren could reply, Cale answered, "My lord, nearly 100 mounted men wait not far from here, seasoned men. They have priests and wizards among them. They wear Ordulan's colors and mean to attack us." Shadows streamed from Cale's flesh as he spoke, and Tamlin watched them spiral into the night. Cale's words appeared to register with him. "Ordulan's colors?" Tamlin asked, and shook his head. "That does not make sense, Mr. Cale. If they wear Ordulan's colors, then they must be an escort." "Lord Eskeveran, they are no escort. I know with certainty that they mean to attack. I heard them say as much. I cannot explain why, but it is so." He gestured toward the horses. "Please, Lord, I will gather your things." "You heard them?" Tamlin asked. "How? Were you away from the camp?" "My lord," Wren said to Tamlin, and tried to steer him toward the horses, "I think we would be well advised to heed Mr. Cale." Tamlin turned to Wren with ice in his eyes. "You would be better served by heeding me, house guard." Wren let his hand fall from Tamlin's arm and stammered, "Of course, Hulorn. I meant only—" Cale cut him off. "We are wasting time on irrelevancies." Tamlin glared at Cale. "Did you say irrelevancies?" Cale could not keep the anger from his tone. "Yes, this is not about what is between you and me. Your own safety and that of your men is at stake. 10 times our number is going to ride down on us, you must run. All of us must run or die. Run? I am no coward, and I did not think you were either. Cale's anger flared at Tamlin's false bravado. He grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him from his feet, regretting it almost instantly. Shadows swirled around them both. Wren looked shocked. The camp fell silent. Cale felt the eyes of the house guards on him. Tamlin looked first afraid, then enraged. "Take your hands from me, Mr. Cale," he said tightly. "Now." Cale calmed himself, released him, and offered a half bow. "My apologies, my lord. I am concerned. It is not cowardice to flee from a superior force. If you try to make a stand here, all of us will die. I am not convinced that these riders you think you saw mean us ill," Tamlin said coolly. Cale struggled to keep his voice level. "I stood invisibly among them, Hulorn. Their leader is called Malcor. I do not merely think I saw anything. I do not merely think I heard anything. I did see and I did hear. Again, if we stand, we die." Wren looked at Cale intently. "Malcor? Malcor Foreign?" Cale shrugged. He did not know the man's surname. Tall, gray-haired, with a mustache. "Yes, that is him," Wren said, and turned to Tamlin. "My lord, Malcor Foreign is a former general of the Sembian army. He now heads a mercenary band. They have a dark reputation. But they wear Ordulin's colors," Tamlin said. "How could Malcor Foreign ignore the damned colors they wear?" Cale snapped. "If the riders mean you no harm, why would they approach by night? Why not await the day? Why not sound a greeting? Surely an escort force would do exactly that. They are mercenaries, whatever colors they wear." Tamlin opened his mouth to speak, closed it, and frowned. "A good point," he acknowledged at last. Cale seized on the opening. He could not waste any more time with further discussions. "Move out as quietly as you can," he said to Wren. "I will delay them." "Delay them?" Tamlin and Wren said simultaneously. Cale reached into his pocket and clutched his holy symbol. "Leave it to me. I will catch up when I can." "Catch up?" Tamlin asked. "You intend to remain?" "I work best alone, my lord," Cale answered. "I will catch up. I can move very quickly when I have need. Faster than horses. You know that." Wren oathed. Tamlin eyed Cale thoughtfully, nodded, and said, "Yes, of course." To Wren, Cale said, "Take Voss with you. I will not need him until we rendezvous. Ride due south, cut across the countryside. Do not take the road. Move fast, but quietly. I do not want them to know we have abandoned the camp until they are upon it." Wren nodded, and Cale turned to Tamlin. "My lord, will you go? Now, please?" Tamlin nodded. Cale said, "Do not use your spells unless you must. Otherwise you will betray your position." Tamlin glared at him. "You are not to issue orders to me, Mr. Cale." Cale did not give voice to his anger, lest he say something to further sour their relationship. Wren tried to diffuse matters by gesturing at the horses. "My lord, your horse is ready. Please, this way." Cale and Tamlin stared at one another a moment longer before Tamlin turned and walked to his horse. As the men formed up, Cale called to Wren and Tamlin. "Stay as quiet as you can until you know they have marked you. If we are quiet, they may miss us in the darkness." He paused, then said to Tamlin, "We must return to Selgaunt, my lord." Tamlin nodded absently. Wren reached down to take Cale's forearm. "Tymora watch you, Erebus." Cale knew it was not Tymora's aid that he would need, but Mask's. He said, "And you, Wren. And you, Lord Eskebrun." Tamlin said nothing, and the men spurred their mounts and rode due west at a moderate gallop. Cale winced at the noise they made, though they were as quiet as they could be. He shadow-stepped to the top of the declivity and looked north. He did not see the mercenaries, but his night vision extended only so far. Given their numbers, he knew he would hear them before he saw them. He looked at the mask in his hand. He remembered the Shadow Lord's words to him. "Do what you were called to do." Cale donned the mask. He calmed himself and opened his mind to the Shadow Lord. It was after midnight, the time he would ordinarily pray for spells, and he did not have time for his usual meditations, but he hoped Mask would answer his request nevertheless. He sent forth his consciousness and requested that mask fuel his mind with the power to cast spells that would harm and mislead. He took a deep breath, let the shadows enfold him, and repeated the request. Power rushed into his mind. One spell, another. He tensed as the familiar rush filled his brain. He grinned at the familiarity of it. A voice from beside him whispered in his ear, "You are late, as usual, but welcome back. Almost there now." Cale whirled and looked to his side, but saw only darkness, only shadows. His skin was goose-pimpled. He looked north across the plains and saw the entire company of mercenaries bearing down on the campsite at a full gallop. They made no sound as they approached. Their clerics must have silenced them. The whipgrass hid the horses' legs from view. The whole force looked as if it were floating. Cale stood, his request for spells only partially answered, and drew weave shear. He pulled the shadows about him until they masked him from sight. He shadow-stepped to the south side of the slope, putting himself between the Selgontans and the mercenaries. There, he crouched in the grass, the power of his god sizzling in his mind. The mercenaries charged in a crescent formation, blades bare and shields at station. About a spear's cast from the campsite, one of the riders made a cutting gesture with his hand, and the magical silence ended. The thunder of hooves and the battle cries of the mercenaries filled the air. No doubt they expected the surprised Selgontans to rush from their tents and be cut down. Had the Selgontans been in the camp, none of them could have escaped the charge. The mercenaries barreled into the campsite, shouting challenges. When they found only empty tents, they pulled up and searched about. Curses and questions replaced battle cries. The mercenaries trampled the Selgontans' tents and gear. Malcor, the priests, and the wizards appeared at the top of the declivity opposite Cale. The company's archers held formation behind them. "They were here not too long ago," called Othel, atop a horse in the midst of the campsite. Malcor frowned and looked out over the plains. "They cannot be far." One of the priests beside Malcor smashed together 2 glass spheres and incanted a spell. He turned his horse in a semicircle and stopped when he was facing south, the direction the Selgontans had fled. "There," he said, and pointed past Cale. 3 longbow shots, no more." The priest galloped around the declivity in the direction in which he had pointed, toward Cale. "Form up," Malcor called to his men, and several sergeants echoed the command. Cale had hoped to get the mercenaries in a more compact formation, but decided he could not wait any longer. "I see them," the lead priest called. He was no more than a dagger toss from Cale, and alone. "Due south, 2 bow shots." "Form up for pursuit," Malcor said to the rest of the men. "Archers at the ready." Before the men could reassemble, Cale intoned a rapid imprecation to Mask. A cylinder of fire and searing divine power engulfed the entire declivity in flames, heat, and light. The moment Cale completed his spell, the shadows enshrouding him peeled away and left him invisible. The flames caught almost a score of men in the thick of the blast, including Malcor, the mages, and one of the priests at its edge. Men and horses screamed, and the stink of burning flesh filled the air. The horses not caught in the flames, including those of the archers behind Malcor, reared and bucked. The flames whooshed out of existence as fast as they had appeared, leaving burning tents and the bodies of over a dozen men and horses scattered across the campsite. Screams of pain rose into the night. The unwounded men cursed, tried to control their horses, and looked about warily. "What in the hells? Where did that come from?" The priest near Cale, unaffected by the fire, noticed him. "Here!" he shouted, and spurred his horse toward Cale. "He is here!" The mercenaries responded to the priest's words with professional speed. Before Cale could pull the concealing shadows back around him, 60 arrows hissed toward him. 4 missed and sank to their fletching in the grass. The shadows that sheathed him deflected 2 arrows, but 4 buried themselves in his chest, shoulder, arm, and thigh. The impact drove him backward and knocked him to the earth. He hissed with the pain even as his flesh started to spit out the arrows and heal the wounds. The cleric appeared above him on his horse. His axe and lightning bolt emblazoned shield hung from his saddle. He pointed a hand at Cale, fingers outstretched. Cale could not interpose weave shear in time, and an arc of fire shot from the priest's fingers and seared Cale's face and chest. His flesh was not able to repel the priest's spell, and the flesh of his eyes and lower jaw, those parts of his face not protected by the mask, blistered and peeled. The damage sealed his eyes shut. "There's fire for your fire, whoreson," said the priest, and he called back to his fellows with a wild laugh. "He is alone!" Cale could hear the priest's horse thumping in the grass near him. He pulled the arrows from his body by touch, grunting with each one. "Run him down," Malcour ordered. "Vors, see to the fallen. The rest of you, after the Selgontans." Cale braced himself with his arms and tried to rise, but the priest's horse slammed into him, knocked him flat, and rode over him. The warhorse's hind legs stomped his chest and snapped several ribs. Cale hissed at the pain. The priest laughed maniacally as he galloped off. Cale felt the ground vibrating as the rest of the horsemen galloped out of the hollow and toward the Selgontans. They rode directly at him, he knew. His body was healing itself, and just in time he could open his eyes and see. Hooves were all around him, throwing up clods of dirt. He rolled to his side, resisted the instinctive urge to cover up, and did the only thing he could. He moved from the darkness on one side of the declivity to the darkness on the other. He arrived across the campsite behind Malcour, the wizards, the priests, and the departing archers. He held his silence and took as deep a breath as his damaged body allowed. He watched the mercenaries speed off after Wren Tamlin and the house guards. He lay on his side, sheathed in shadow, and let his flesh heal for a few moments. In the campsite below, he saw one of the priests moving from one burned corpse to another, presumably looking for signs of life. The priest's horse followed him, tossing its head at the stink. Cale winced as his ribs knitted together. He whispered a prayer to Mask and channeled healing energy into his wounded body. He ran his fingers tentatively over his face and found it nearly healed. He rose to a crouch, weave shear in hand. The priest kneeled over another of the fallen. The back of his neck was exposed between helm and mail. Cale had killed dozens of men in exactly that position. He was about to add another to the number. He took weave shear in a two-handed grip and in a single stride moved into the darkness directly behind the priest. The priest's horse snorted at Cale's sudden appearance, but before the priest could turn, Cale slashed downward and decapitated him. The priest never uttered a sound. The blood pumped from the stump of his neck, soaked the corpse he had been checking. Cale sheathed his blade and hurried over to the horse. It backed off and whinnied, throwing its head. "Steady," Cale said. "Steady now." The warhorse stood taller than Voss by 5 hands. Cale took hold of its reins and whispered soothingly as he moved to its side. It backed up, snorting. "Steady," Cale said again, and patted its neck. It seemed as calm as he could hope for, so he put his foot to the stirrup and swung himself up. The horse danced under him, but he held his perch. The stirrups were too short, but he did not have time to adjust them. He pulled 2 daggers from his belt and took one in each hand, all while holding the reins. He spurred the horse, and it raced after the mercenary so fast it almost dismounted him. Probably it found him a lighter load than usual. The priest had been shorter, but fully armored. Cale leaned forward and bent low, his head along the horse's neck, and encouraged it onward. He could see the mercenaries ahead, moving at a full gallop, and ahead of them, the Selgontans, also at a gallop. The mercenaries' wizard must have cast a spell on the Selgontans to mark them, for all were covered in glowing golden dust. Cale could make out Tamlin and Wren, even at his distance. The mercenaries, arranged in a wide column, were gaining. Stormweather's horses were bred for strength and endurance, not speed. It was only a matter of time before Tamlin and the house guards were caught. They needed to find favorable terrain to make a stand. Meanwhile, Cale was gaining on the mercenaries, slowly but inexorably. He saw Wren shouting orders to his men and gesturing, and they cleared out from behind Tamlin. Tamlin turned in his saddle and pointed a finger back at the mercenaries. A bolt of lightning tore through their ranks. 2 men and horses fell in tumbling, smoking heaps. The rest veered around the fallen, as did Cale, and continued the pursuit. "Hee-yah!" Cale called to his horse, and spurred it harder. It snorted, and found a reserve of speed. Cale closed more of the distance. Shouted orders passed through the mercenary ranks, and the group of archers in the rear of the column drew their bows. A flight of arrows arced up and rained down on the Selgontans. A horse went down, and its rider tumbled. Another arrow sank into the shoulder of a house guard. He sagged, but held his seat with one hand. Cale gained a few more strides and figured he was close enough to walk the shadows. He eyed one of the last men in the formation, an archer. He leaned forward and moved through the darkness from his saddle to that of the archer. He appeared behind the man on his horse's backside. Cale did not even try to stay atop the horse. He drove both daggers through the mercenary's mail and into his kidneys. The man gave an aborted shout, and the horse's motion threw him and Cale. Cale hit the ground in a roll. The impact drove the air from his lungs and displaced his shoulder. He ignored the pain, jumped to his feet, and started sprinting after the mercenaries. His regenerative flesh popped his shoulder back into its socket as he ran. Cale ran a handful of steps, picked another man at the end of the formation, jumped into the air, and stepped through the shadows to the darkness behind the archer. Cale appeared in mid-air and wrapped his arms around the throat of the rider. The mercenary uttered a muffled scream for aid as he and Cale fell from the horse. Both grunted as they hit the ground and tumbled. Cale felt a bone crack in his ankle and forearm, but his body quelled the pain as it repaired the break. He gained his feet, located the groaning mercenary, and drove a dagger into his chest and another into his throat. He stood, prepared to repeat the process, and saw that two of the mercenaries must have heard their comrade shout. They peeled off the formation and charged at Cale, blades high. Cale held up his shadow hand and intoned a prayer to Mask. An arc of dark energy went forth from his palm and struck both men. Wounds opened in their exposed skin, gashes like mouths spitting blood. Their bones twisted and shattered. Both screamed and fell from their horses. One snapped his neck on impact. Cale drew weave shear, bounded forward, and drove the blade through the second rider's chest. He grabbed the reins of one of the neighing horses, calmed it, swung himself up, and started after the mercenaries once more. He was not close enough to shadow step, so he spurred the horse on. He gritted his teeth as another volley of arrows from the mercenaries killed another house guard. The mercenaries' horses stomped his fallen body into the ground as they pursued. Cale saw 5 glowing magical darts shoot from the fingers of the wizard riding near Malcour and slam into Tamlin's back. He arched with pain, but held his saddle. Tamlin turned to look back on the mercenaries, moved his hand through a series of intricate gestures, and pointed. A blinding cloud of sleet and ice formed and swirled around the mercenary center, affecting fully a third of the force. The icy ground sent half a dozen horses down and their riders with them. Men shouted, cursed, railed. Horses neighed, whinnied, bucked. Cale grinned, thinking the Selgontans had just improved the odds and might yet escape. The mercenary's wizard answered Tamlin's spell with one of his own, and a thicket of fat black tentacles squirmed up from the plain in the Selgontans' midst. Their horses reared and bucked, and many fell. The house guards shouted, hacked at the tentacles with their blades, all to no avail. The squirming limbs grabbed at everything that moved. Some plucked riders from their mounts, others plucked mount and rider together and lifted them off the earth. In the span of 3 heartbeats, every Selgontan was wrapped in a black tentacle. The limbs began to squeeze, and the Selgontans began to scream. The mercenaries slowed and approached at a leisurely pace. Cale cursed. He would have to kill the wizard. He sheathed his daggers and intoned a prayer to Mask. When he finished, dangerous energy charged his hands. He closed the distance to the mercenaries until he was less than a bowshot behind them. He checked the darkness behind the mage and rode the knight onto the wizard's horse. The moment he appeared, he clamped both hands onto either side of the wizard's head and discharged the baleful energy. Wounds erupted all over the wizard's face. Blood spurted from his eyes, ears, and mouth. Cale felt the man's skull crack under his fingertips. The wizard managed only a choked, gurgling scream before Cale let him fall dead from his horse. Malcour's horse and others near Cale whinnied and reared in surprise. The men near him cursed, tried to turn their mounts and bring their blades to bear. Cale met Malcour's eyes for a moment before he pulled the shadows around him and stepped through them to the edge of the tentacles, ahead of the mercenaries. The thick limbs entwined men and horses, and both screamed as the tentacles continued to constrict. The glowing dust that had covered the Selgontans no longer shone. Cale held up his hand and intoned a prayer to Mask, pitting the power of his magic against that of the wizard, attempting to undo the wizard's constricting magic. He felt resistance when his magic met the wizard's spell, but Cale's abjuration prevailed. The tentacles vanished in a blink, and the men and their mounts fell to the ground, groaning. The bray of a battle horn sounded behind Cale, and he turned to receive the mercenaries' charge. The Selgontans were all going to die, but he would take Malcour and as many mercenaries with him as he could. But instead of facing the charging mercenaries, Cale saw a second force of spear-armed horsemen streaking across the plains from his right, directly at the attackers. Cale guessed their number to be about double that of Malcor's men. A rosy glow illuminated the riders, and they looked almost celestial, galloping through the high grass on their leather-barded horses. The glow emanated from the upraised blade of an armored figure who rode at their head, a sandy-haired man in a mail hauberk, helm, and enameled breastplate. He alone bore a blade rather than a horse spear. In his left hand he carried a standard, and it billowed straight out behind him, a silver horse rampant on a violet field, the heraldry of Seirb. The rider beside him blew a note on his horn, and the Seirbians spread into a line. "For Seirb!" the riders shouted in unison. Cale saw a nervous ripple make its way through the mercenary ranks as horses turned circles and men sought orders. Malcor and his sergeants issued commands, and the mercenaries formed a makeshift line. The archers let fly a disorganized volley of arrows and found no targets in the onrushing Seirbians. A few of the house guards behind Cale recovered themselves enough to let out a cheer. "Huzzah!" shouted one. Cale thought the mercenaries might make a stand. He considered shadow-stepping into their ranks to kill Malcor, but did not want to get caught in the Seirbians' charge. The Seirbians let loose another horn blast and lowered their spears. The thunder of charging hooves vibrated the ground under the Selgontans' feet. Malcor shouted an order, turned his horse in a circle, and signaled a retreat. As one, the mercenaries whirled their mounts and sped off. The Seirbians let out another blare of their horns and thundered after. A second wizard in the mercenary company cast a spell as he rode, and the air between the two cavalry forces froze solid into a curtain of ice that rose fully 20 paces vertically and stretched several bowshots across the plain. Its edge nearly reached the Selgontans. Cale could feel the cold it radiated. The glowing rider at the head of the Seirbian forces shouted and pulled his mount to a stop. The others did the same, and 200 war horses reared and pawed. The chill air near the wall of ice made their snorts visible as frozen mist. The mercenaries, heads down, galloped away as fast as their horses would bear them. From behind Cale, Tamlin incanted a spell and shot a lightning bolt at the fleeing mercenaries. It hit a horse and rider squarely and sent them careening head over heels and smoking into the turf. His fellows did not slow. "After the bastards!" shouted one of the house guards. Wren echoed Cale's thoughts. "Leave it, Maur. It's over." Cale turned, nodded at Wren, saw that Tamlin and several of the house guards showed wounds from arrows or spells. He hurried to Tamlin's side. Tamlin eyed him with a question on his face, and Cale remembered his mask. He removed it, held it in his hand, and uttered a healing prayer as he touched Tamlin. The pallor left Tamlin's face, and he breathed more easily. "A shade and a priest," Tamlin said. "You provide one surprise after another." He looked at the mask. "Which god do you serve, Mr. Cale?" Cale mumbled something incomprehensible and moved to the wounded house guards, healing each in turn. None of the men asked him any questions, but merely mouthed gratitude. Cale felt Tamlin's eyes on him throughout. The rumble of approaching hooves heralded the Seirbians' arrival. Cale, Tamlin, and the house guards rode forth to meet them. Although he was no astute judge of horseflesh, even Cale could see that the Seirbian horses were magnificent. Leather barding protected muscular bodies covered in reddish-brown fur. The riders bore short spears and mail. All wore serious looks, but none more serious than their leader. An enameled rose decorated his breastplate, and a similar symbol hung from a chain at his throat. Short, sand-colored hair topped his angular face, spotted with several days' growth of beard. He sheathed his glowing blade and handed the standard to one of the men beside him. Cale could not shake the impression that the man was still aglow, though he could see plainly that he was not. "The gods keep Seirb," Wren said with a smile, and many of the Seirbians smiled. The leader dismounted and said, "I am Abelar Corinthal, and these are men of Seirb. You are Selgontans, no?" Cale, Tamlin, and the house guards answered with nods and eyes. "You have our thanks," Cale said to Abelar, and extended his hand. "I am Erebus Cale." Abelar regarded him with a furrowed brow, but extended his hand anyway. No shadows emerged from Cale's skin at Abelar's touch. "Corinthal?" Tamlin said. "You are a kin of Endrin?" Abelar nodded, and a challenge lit his eyes. "His son." Cale gestured at Tamlin and said, You have saved Selgaunt's leader, Thamelon Iskevrin II, Hulorn of Selgaunt. A murmur went through the ranks of the Saerbians. The Hulorn himself is on the road? Abelar asked. Tamlin nodded. Traveling to Ordulan for the moot. You are far from home, Abelar Corinthal. We have been many days on the road, Abelar answered with a nod. When we heard that the Saerlunian delegation had been attacked, The Saerlunian delegation was attacked? Tamlin asked. By whom? Abelar answered. I suspect by the same forces that attacked you, Lord Hulorn. But the forces that attacked us wore Ordulan's colors, Tamlin said. Mirabetta Selkirk is behind it, Abelar said. His men nodded, grunted agreement. Tamlin stared at him for a moment. That is preposterous. Mirabetta Selkirk is the overmistress of Sembia. Why would she make an enemy of Selgaunt? Abelar said, Because she wishes more power for herself and knows that Selgaunt will not support her, just as she knows that Saerb will not. Events are moving quickly, my lord. You have been away from your city only a few days, and matters have run ahead of you. He reached into a pocket and removed a folded piece of parchment. He handed it to Cale, who handed it to Tamlin. This is a proclamation issued by Mirabetta Selkirk 5 days ago. When I heard of it, I expected an attack on your delegation. We have been riding after you since. Tamlin unfolded the parchment, read it, and his expression went from puzzled to angry. This is absurd. Forces out of Selgaunt did not attack the Saerlunians. Nor did any man from Saerb, Abelar said. I assure you of that. Tamlin handed the letter to Cale, and he read it to himself. Yesterday, soldiers from Selgaunt and Saerb engaged in a most cowardly and ignoble surprise attack on members of the Saerlunian delegation as they made their way to Ordulan for a moot of their peers. This attack appears to be retaliation for the arrest of the murderer Endrin Corinthal and in furtherance of his and his co-conspirators' attempt to seize power in Sembia through force of arms. Cale did not bother to read the rest. She is lying, Tamlin sputtered. Lying! Abelar nodded. It is all a lie. My father did not murder the Overmaster, yet Mirabetta has condemned him to the hole of Yaun. Uncomfortable glances passed between the men from Saerb at the news. Abelar continued. Selgaunt and Saerb did not attack the Saerlunians, yet we are named traitors to the nation. The truth no longer matters. The people and the nobility believe the lie because they prefer where it leads. Mirabetta has made you and Saerb the enemy that she will use to secure her rule. I will not have it, Tamlin said, shaking his head. Sembia will not have it. It is already done, my lord, Abelar said. Most of the nobility in the realm are behind her. Only Daerlin stands neutral, but that's only because it contemplates secession to Cormyr. Mirabetta has won the rest with promises, fear, and false patriotism. Already she has sounded a muster in Ordulan and Saerlun, and troops from all over Sembia are gathering. Come spring, Selgaunt and Saerb will be assaulted by her 2 armies. You have 2 options. You can accept her lies and go meekly to the gallows, or you can fight. There is no other way. Fight? Tamlin said. Fight other Sembians? Civil war, my lord, Abelar said, nodding. It is already upon us, though the armies have not yet met. Tamlin was flushed, sweating. The combat and the news from the capital left him floundering. I need time to think, Tamlin said, rubbing his temples. This is unbelievable. Cale stepped to Tamlin's side, prepared to steady him by his presence, if not his arm. Where you camped, Abelar? Abelar regarded Cale coolly. Not far from here. He turned to his men. Reg, have the men assist the Selgauntans in gathering their dead. Then we ride for the camp. The Selgauntans, aided by the Saerbians, set about collecting their fallen. Afterward, the entire force rode south for the Saerbian camp. Tamlin, Cale, and Abelar trailed the main body. You spoke of civil war, yet you ride far east of your home to rescue us? Cale said to Abelar. Abelar looked at Tamlin as he answered. I needed to ensure the safety and loyalty of the leader of my only sure ally. I have done the former. I hope I have done the latter. Tamlin nodded absently. Abelar glanced at Cale, then back to Tamlin. You keep unusual company, Lord Iskevrin, he said. Tamlin took his point. Mr. Cale is a trusted advisor and priest. Oh? Abelar said, eyebrows raised. Whom do you serve, Aravis Kale?
Yes, whom do you serve, Mr. Kale?
Tamlin asked. Kale came within a blade's width of punching Tamlin in the face. Had Tamlin not been Thamelon's son, had Kale not figured Magadan's fate to be tied up in Sembia's, he would have left Tamlin to his own counsel then and there. He looked Tamlin in the eyes, then Abelar. He took the mask from his pocket and held it up for both of them to see. I serve Mask, the Shadow Lord. I have for over 2 years. Tamlin looked shocked. Abelar frowned. Kale glared first at Tamlin, then at Abelar. I can read your face, Corinthal. Say what you would. Tamlin, perhaps thinking better of his verbal ambush, said, Mr. Kale has proven his worth to my father and to me countless times, Abelar. His loyalty is beyond question, irrespective of the god he serves. Abelar held Kale's gaze throughout Tamlin's defense. Kale credited him for not faltering. If nothing else, he recognized Abelar as a man he could respect. Abelar said, I judge men by their deeds, Kale, not their gods, and not their blood. He looked at Kale's skin as if he could see Kale was not a mere man. But Lathander has empowered me to look in men's souls, and there is darkness in you. It is apparent to anyone who can see. Kale knew the words to be true, but was too angry to acknowledge them aloud. There is darkness in every man, Corinthal, he answered, and I too judge men by their deeds. That holy symbol you wear carries no weight with me. They stared at each other a moment longer. Finally, Abelar nodded. Well enough, he said. Well enough, Kale answered. When they arrived at the Serbian camp, Tamlin, Kale, and Abelar took counsel in private around the fire amidst the Serbian tents. The house guards and Serbians assigned men to a watch, and the rest prepared for sleep. Tamlin looked from Kale to Abelar. The firelight highlighted the circles under his eyes. If we fight, he eyed Abelar, and I say if, because even if I agree with your course, I do not have plenary authority to send Selgaunt to war. The old chancel must ratify any decision. Abelar said, They will fight. An army will arrive at your walls. They will fight or die. Tamlin sighed, continued. Who else can we count on as an ally? Abelar leaned back and shook his head. No one. The nobles have either sided with Ordulan or are trying to stay neutral until the storm blows over. Kale found Abelar's choice of words ominous. Abelar continued. Even the nobles in and around Serb have lost their nerve. My father could rally them, but he is in the Hole of Yaun, and I am not him. He looked at Tamlin steadily. I have 211 men in this company. Another 200, perhaps 3, would rally to me back in Serb. That, combined with your forces, is all that stands against Mirabetta. Tamlin shook his head. You have 400 men? 500 at best? Mirabetta will have thousands. I can muster perhaps 2,000 men, not many more, assuming all the old chancel agree that war is the only course. It is the only course, Abelar affirmed, and Kale found himself in agreement. How do we know that? Tamlin asked, still grasping. Perhaps Derloon has the right of it. We stand by peacefully and let events unfold. Before Abelar could reply, Kale said, My lord, you read the proclamation. Mirabetta has declared Selgaunt and Serb enemies of Sembia. If Abelar speaks truth, most of the nobility appear prepared to back her play. I always speak truth, Abelar said to Kale. We will see, Kale countered. Abelar said to Tamlin, Mirabetta Selkirk does not want war. She needs it. It is the pretense for her to seize and hold power. I have looked in her eyes, Hugh Lorne, seen into her soul. Nothing else matters to her, and her plotting is furthered by her niece, Elyril Hraven, and that one serves a dark patron. There is more afoot here than a mere grab for power by Mirabetta Selkirk. Kale agreed, but kept his thoughts to himself. It all leads back to Magadan, the Shadow Lord had told him, but you will not like where it leads. Abelar continued, If we stand idle, we will hang as traitors. There will be no peace before there is war. Mirabetta cannot allow it. Abelar's words weighed on all 3 men. They sat in silence for a time. What of Cormyr, or the elves of Corminthir? Cale asked. No doubt both would be pleased to see Sembians fighting Sembians, Abelard said. Perhaps one or the other would enter the war at some point, but not until the murk clears. I will send out envoys nevertheless, said Tamlin. We need allies from somewhere. Aye, Abelard said. That we do, unless Sembia is to fall under the rule of Mirabetta and whatever dark god she serves. He brightened. In the meanwhile, we have one another, and Lathander. And Mask, Cale thought, but did not say. The next morning, a mounted force out of Selgaunt rode into the Saerbian camp and informed them that they were in danger of attack. Cale almost laughed. Chapter 13. 6 Uktar, the Year of Lightning Storms. The next day, Abelard, Cale, Tamlin, and the combined force of Selgauntans and Saerbians rode quickly for Selgaunt. The sun stole Cale's shadow hand. Cale did not bother to hide it, and Abelard noticed. Cale looked him in the face and said, I'm a shade, Corinthal. He offered no further explanation. Abelard stared at him for a time, then said, Lathander and Mask, light and shadow. War sometimes makes odd allies. Cale looked at Abelard. That it does. Let's find a few more and send Mirabetta to the gallows in our stead. Indeed, Abelard said grimly. And her niece. The journey to Selgaunt was somber but uneventful. Cale stayed near Tamlin, but they spoke little. Mr. Cale, Tamlin said to him as they neared the high bridge, I wish another were Hulorn. Cale understood the feeling and appreciated that Tamlin had confided it to him. He'd had similar thoughts after becoming a chosen of Mask. Responsibility is heavy, my lord. You will bear it. You must, Abelard said, or Sembia will fall to darkness. Tamlin made a dismissive gesture. You are seeing events through the lens of your religion, Abelard. This is not a battle between good and evil. This is politics, nothing more, and nothing less. You are mistaken, Abelard said with a soft smile, but left it at that. Cale suspected that Abelard was nearer the truth than Tamlin, but did not say so. Abelard reined in his mount near the monumental arch that spanned the Elzimmer. This is as far as we go, Hulorn, Abelard said to Tamlin. What? No. You must enter the city with me. Your forces join ours. Abelard shook his head. I am doing all I can to rally men to our cause, Hulorn. The nobility may stand with Mirabetta or cower, but individual men will join us. We need all we can get. I will return to Selgaunt or send word within 10 days. Mirabetta will not start her war in winter. We have until spring to recruit men to our cause. After that, there will be blood. He clasped Tamlin's hand, then Cale's. He held Cale's longer. I would have thought you and I more likely to cross blades than raise them together. I am pleased it is otherwise. Let it stay that way, eh? Agreed, Cale answered. They parted, Abelard to raise as many men as he could to stand against Mirabetta, Cale and Tamlin to muster Selgaunt's forces and prepare a defense. We must send for your mother, Thasian, and Talbot, Cale said. Tamlin nodded. Both of them knew it was safer to be in the city than outside of it. Elyril watched from her position along the wall of the High Council chamber as her aunt made her way through the crowd to the speaker's dais. She wore a flattering but unpretentious green day gown. Elyril wore a violet gown, her amethysts and her holy symbol. The council chamber was filled. The open doors revealed more nobles and their servants and wallmen packing the surrounding halls. Sunshine poured in through the domed ceiling, glittering off the dragon's hoard of finery and jewels. Almost all of Sembia's nobility was represented, either in person or by proxy. Much of the western nobility had sent word of allegiance to Ordulan and support of the overmistress. Only the nobility of Saerb, Selgaunt, and secessionist Derlin were unrepresented, but they did not matter. Saerb, traitors in kind with Selgaunt, answered to Endrin Corinthal, and Endrin Corinthal was rotting in the hole of Yaun. Advocates for granting Mirabetta plenary power as Sembia's war regent had already spoken. No one had risen in opposition. All that remained was for Mirabetta to accept. As Mirabetta ascended the steps of the speaker's dais, the chamber hushed, and Elyril silently thanked Shar. Only a few stray coughs broke the silence. Mirabetta did not smile. She looked grim, as befitted the circumstances. "You offer me a great honor and great responsibility. My inclination is to turn it down. Sembia has not had a war regent in centuries." Conversation rushed across the chamber, speculation that Mirabetta would refuse to serve. Elyril knew better. "But I have recently received word that Abelard Corinthal rides the countryside, rallying traitors to his standard and terrorizing ordinary Sembians." Elyril knew most of the words to be lies. Abelard was raising a force of riders in the northwest, but he had terrorized no one. "I have also received word that Selgaunt is raising an army to withstand the will of this body. It does not please me, but if Selgaunt and Seirb wish war, then war they shall have. We refuse to let Sembia fall into the hands of traitors and thugs." The chamber erupted into applause. Mirabetta nodded and waited for it to die down. "Under these dark circumstances, in these dark days, I feel duty-bound not to follow my inclinations. Accordingly, I hereby accept this august body's directive to act as war regent of the realm throughout the term of the insurrection." Several hundred of Sembia's merchant nobility rose to their feet as one and fairly rattled the dome with their cheers. The next days became a blur to Cale. Tamlin met with the Old Chancel Assembly, with individual members of the Old Chancel, with high priests and powerful wizards. He sent out word of a muster, dispatched envoys to Cormyr and Cormanthyr. Peaceful overtures to Ordulan went unanswered. It seemed Abelard was correct. Mirabetta would have her war. They expected no aid, but sought it nevertheless. Agents were sent abroad as far as Baldur's Gate, Raven's Bluff, and Erebar, seeking to hire mercenary companies. Selgaunt's treasury was no match for Ordulan's, but it was a wealthy city nevertheless. Surely some swords would answer the call of coin. Such events turned Cale's shadowy past as a guild lettersman into a valuable asset to the Huelorn, who used Cale and V's Talander to help him compose the constant stream of orders and proclamations that went forth from the palace. Everyone in the city soon realized that war was imminent, that the matter could not be peaceably resolved. Some helms abandoned their posts to join with the forces marshalling the Serloon, and others arrived in Selgaunt seeking to join against Ordulan. The brewing civil war provided an excuse to bring long-buried regional and family rivalries to the fore. Many in Sembia had long been jealous of Selgaunt's prominence. Tamlin declared martial law and posted helms and scepters at the gates and along the walls. Trade came to a standstill. Everyone entering and leaving the city was questioned and checked. Repair crews worked on long-ignored defensive bulwarks. Captain Anthul and the helms drilled and re-drilled the soldiers. All ships of the Sembian Navy in Selgaunt Bay were pressed into service. "It is not enough," Tamlin said to V's and Cale as they sat in the parlor in storm weather. "No," V's said, "it is not." Their spies told them that the muster in Serloon would result in several thousand troops with hundreds of cavalry among them, and that the muster in Ordulan would result in half that again. Selgaunt would be outnumbered 4 or 5 to 1, not accounting for hired mercenaries. "We have not yet heard from Abelard and the Seirbians," Cale said. "If only he could rally those loyal to his father," Tamlin said. He sipped at a goblet of storm ruby, the heaviest wine in the Eskeveran cellar. "He will bring a few hundred men, no more than that," V said, and topped off Tamlin's goblet. "We do not know what forces he will bring, Talander," answered Cale. "If he does not hurry, he will bring nothing," said Tamlin tiredly. "The snows will soon arrive. He will not be able to reach us at all if he does not arrive soon." "Perhaps he does not intend to," said V's casually. "What? What do you mean?" Tamlin asked, alarmed. Cale glared at V's, then said to Tamlin, "I read Abelard as a man of his word, my lord. He said he would return or send word. He will do so." Tamlin nodded absently. He could be dead, Mr. Cale. We would not know it. To that, Cale could say nothing. Avalar could be dead. Vise leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. Deuce, I have something controversial to say. Tamlin set down his goblet and looked a question at Vise. Cale did the same. It is a bit embarrassing to admit, Vise said, but my family has indirect trading ties with... No, never mind. Speak, Vise, Tamlin commanded. Vise looked to Tamlin, to Cale, and said, Very well. My family trades with the Shadowvar of Shade Enclave. He tried to look embarrassed, but Cale saw through it. The Shadowvar? Tamlin exclaimed. How? What kind of trading ties? Vise said, A Shadowvar trade emissary contacted me while I was in Waterdeep taking the rights. They wanted dressed stone, marble and the like, so we supplied it. The relationship grew from there. It has been quite lucrative. The Shadowvar? Tamlin said, sounding more intrigued than appalled. He glanced at Cale's shadow hand, and returned his gaze to Vise. Why have you never spoken of this before? Vise shrugged and smiled sheepishly. As I said, it is embarrassing for the family. The Shadowvar are held in low regard, but as my father always said, coin is coin no matter its source, and the Shadowvar are desperate for trade, Deuce. They live in a floating city above a desert. They need almost everything, but they lack trading partners. That is because they attack their neighbors, said Tamlin. Cale knew that forces out of Cormyr, and even some Sembient soldiers, had battled the Shadowvar, but he did not know the underlying reasons. I think much of that may have been a misunderstanding, Vise said. These things happen in politics, Deuce. Look at what is happening in Sembia now. Ask 10 people outside of Selgaunt who started this whole affair, and 8 of them will point at Selgaunt and Sayerb. They would be wrong, Tamlin said. Vise nodded. And that is my point. What is said of the Shadowvar does not square with my experience. Cale said, What relevance does any of this have to events, Talander? Vise did not look at Cale. He said to Tamlin, The Shadowvar are aware of our plight. They have indicated to me that they would be willing to assist us if we were willing to entertain a formal and open trade and political alliance. Tamlin stared at Vise for a long while. Cale noticed for the first time how much the gray in his hair had multiplied. Cale said, I like this not at all, my lord. From what I have heard of the Shadowvar, they are not trustworthy. I have heard the same of priests of Mask, Vise said. Cale rose, shadows bleeding from his skin. Tamlin laid his hand on Cale's forearm. Please, Mr. Cale, we are all tense. Cale glared into V's smug face, at his dull eyes and weak chin. Vise only smiled. Tamlin said, I fear we are in no position to be selective in our choice of allies. I have found them trustworthy, Deuce, Vise added, and looked at Cale. For whatever my word is worth. It is worth much, Tamlin said. I will get us aid elsewhere, Cale said suddenly. Vise scoffed. From where? We stand alone. Only the Shadowvar have stepped forward to offer aid. Tamlin, I can arrange a meeting as soon as tomorrow. Cale did not like the eager undertone to V's words. The nobility around Sayerb and near the High Dale, Cale said. They will rally to Endrin Corenthal. Endrin Corenthal is rotting in the hole of Yaun, Vise answered. He is a murderer, and honestly, what are you talking about here? The northern nobility are little more than retired old men and their house guards. Cale knew Talander was at least partly correct. Merchants, not soldiers, retired upcountry. Still, it was a better course than an alliance with the Shadowvar. I would wager Endrin is no more a murderer than we are traitors, said Cale. Mirabetta Selkirk arranged all of this, built one lie on another. I will get Endrin out of the hole. The northern nobility will answer his call. Tamlin sat up in his chair. You can do this? Shadows leaked from Cale's flesh. I can do it. He would need help, but he knew where he could get it. Then do it, Vise said, and turned to Tamlin. But Deuce, Do not let the possibility of aid from one quarter dissuade you from aid from another. You seem eager to put the Shadowvar before the Hulorn, Cale said, and shadows swirled about him. Too eager. Vise glared unadulterated hate at Cale. He touched his throat as if something hung from it, though there was nothing. I am eager to save our city, Erebus, Cale. Before Cale could respond, Tamlin said, How soon could you arrange the meeting, Vise? Vise said, As early as tomorrow. Do so, said Tamlin. I want to hear what the Shadowvar have to say. Mr. Cale, it will take you days, perhaps 10 days, to arrange a rescue of Endrin Corenthal. I need to... Cale shook his head. No, I will have him back in Selgaunt within 2 days. Tamlin stared at him, agog. So did Vise. You cannot, Tamlin said. I can and I will, Cale vowed. Goodbye then, Mr. Cale, said Vise. Cale had had enough of the twit in his smug tone. He stood, took Tallender roughly by the shirt, lifted him from his chair, and steered him from the parlor over his protests. The Hulorn is tired from the day's work, Lord Tallender. Be gone from here. Vise resisted, but his strength was no match for Cale's. Cale deposited him in the hallway, said, See yourself out, and shut the parlor door in his face. You are unnecessarily harsh with him, Tamlin said. I do not approve. He is a fool and dissembler. I do not approve of that. Tamlin, perhaps too tired to argue, merely took another gulp of wine. Cale stared at him, trying to frame in his mind what he wanted to say. Tamlin anticipated his words. Do not bother to try to dissuade me, Mr. Cale. My mind is made up. Cale started to speak, but Tamlin interrupted him. Do you not see what will happen here? If we do not get assistance, Mirabetta's forces will take the city. We are too few. We will die. Perhaps not you, since you can vanish into the shadows, but I and the rest of the old chancel. And all for what? So she can hold power? I did not ask to stand in her way. Tamlin's words surprised Cale. They sounded as timid and self-absorbed as something he might have said years ago. We do not always get what we ask, Cale said. And this is not about you, Tamlin. This is about the city, about Sembia. About Magadan, he thought, but did not say. No, Tamlin said, and slammed his hand on the table. Wine sloshed over the brim of his goblet and stained the tabletop crimson. This is about me, because I will hang if we are taken. Not you. Me. Do you understand? Cale stared at Tamlin. He could see the younger man was in deep water and unable to swim. I understand too well. You are afraid. The words caused Tamlin to redden, but he nodded. Yes, very well. I am afraid. I do not want to die. He looked at Cale, anger in his eyes. But you are not afraid, are you? No, of course not. The fearless Mr. Cale, the competent Mr. Cale, the Mr. Cale my father always respected and loved more than his own son. The Mr. Cale who vows to pull a man out of the hole of Yown. Cale heard years of resentment bubbling up in Tamlin's tone. He took a deep breath and spoke calmly. You are fatigued, my lord. You should rest now. Things will appear different in the sun. Tamlin rubbed his temples. I am going to meet with the Shadowvar, Mr. Cale. If they offer military assistance, I will give them whatever trade concessions they wish. You should not. They are not to be trusted. Vise Tallender is not to be trusted. Why should I not trust the Shadowvar? Tamlin said, with rising anger in his voice. Because some of them are shades? So are you. Because they use shadow magic? So do you. Cale threw himself up and said, The difference, Tamlin, is that I serve you and by extension the city. They do not. Do you? Tamlin snapped. Do you really? Cale held his anger in check, but the shadows leaking from his skin betrayed him. I will return with Endrin Corenthal. Do what you will with the Shadowvar. If you need me in the meanwhile, reach me via magical sending as you did before, and understand something, Lord Eskeverin. I have been afraid, for myself, for my friends, for my family, but I do not let it overwhelm me or cloud my judgment. Tamlin seethed and waved Cale out. Cale turned and left the parlor, left Tamlin, and after gathering his gear, left Stormweather Towers. My boat cracked on the rocks. How long ago? I do not know. It could have been months. It feels like months. I know only that I must keep moving toward the wall. The fears are behind me, hard on my heels. My use of the river has opened some distance, but not enough. I can feel them behind me in the woods, stalking me. Sweating, gasping, covered in dirt, I dash through the forest. Limbs slap my face, welts cover my exposed skin. I trip repeatedly, but rise each time and run onward. The smell of brimstone is so intense that I cannot escape it, but I have become inured to the stink. I notice it, but it no longer bothers my lungs. Behind me, the fears howl, one, another, another. They are unrelenting. I scramble up a tree-lined slope and stop in my steps. An open, grass-covered plain stretches before me for maybe a fifth of a league. It ends at the wall. I did not know I was so close. The dark edifice rises from the plain and stretches to the sky. Thin cracks line its face. Black smoke leaks from them. To my surprise, ice rimes the cracks. Abutting the wall at its base is a small stone structure. It looks much as I imagine the cell in which I awakened must have looked. Like the wall, it is composed of dark stone. It features only a single windowless door. If the door is not barred, the cell will offer shelter from the fears and a place from which I can work to breach the wall. And I will breach it. That is my task. The fears howl again, right behind me. I can hear them crashing through the undergrowth, chuffing, slobbering. I have no choice. I take a deep breath and sprint into the plain. Before I have taken 20 strides, the fears howl and burst from the tree line behind me. I spare only a single glance backward and wish immediately that I had not. Hundreds of black forms bound and roil over the grass behind me. They are closing. Chapter 14. 10 Oktar, the Year of Lightning Storms. Cale bade the house guards at the gate good eve, strode down the walkway, and stepped out onto the darkness of Ronsel's Ride. Street torches pasted shadows over the cobbles, the sides of buildings. A few wagons rumbled up the streets, and dozens of pedestrians walked the avenue. All of them wore worry on their faces. There was barely enough food to prevent starvation through the winter, and spring would bring war. Cale adjusted his pack. He checked his weapons and his mask, and thanked Mask again for the spells that filled his mind. He walked the street until he found a deserted alley. It stank, of course, as all alleys did these days. Despite his grim mood, he smiled, thinking of Mask's request to him that he cease appearing and disappearing from alleys. "Old habits are slow to die," he said, and pulled the darkness about him. He imagined the Way Rock in his mind, a rocky, gull-covered isle jutting from the blue expanse of the inner sea, with the temple that Mask had stolen from Cyric pointing up from its center. Cale had not returned to the Way Rock since killing the Sojourner, since Jack had died. He knew he would find Riven there, serving Mask, and he would also find Jack's grave. He had not helped bury his friend. The pain had been too sharp then, and he regretted it. He had never said goodbye, not really. Remembering the halfling, how he had felt cold and lifeless in Cale's arms, sent a swell of emotion through Cale like a fist in his throat. He beat back the tears and reached down to touch the pipe in his belt pouch, Jack's pipe. For a moment, the smell of pipeweed was so powerful that Cale could have sworn Jack was standing beside him. But it was only a phantom, a memory, and it vanished with the breeze. Cale tried to send his grief with it. He had work to get done. He reached out to make a connection between the night in Selgaunt and the night in the Way Rock, found it, and moved across the inner sea in a moment. He appeared near the center of the island, just outside the tower. The surf murmured in the distance. The smell of fish and sea salt spiced the air. The spire, a gray stone cylinder unmarred by windows, looked much the same as the last time he had seen it, when it had channeled enough magical power to pull one of Selyun's tears from the outer darkness. The drawbridge was lowered and the open archway leered. Torches burned on either side of the entry, and the flames danced in the wind. Cale saw no guards. Mask's temple appeared abandoned. A figure materialized out of the darkness of the archway. Cale recognized Riven from his stature and stance, from the 2 sabers that hung from his weapon belt. He wore a black cloak rather than his usual crimson. He did not bother to hail Riven, and Riven did not bother to hail him. Cale started up the drawbridge. Riven started down. Cale was Mask's first. Riven was Mask's second. They met in the middle, cloaked in the night. "He told me you were coming," Riven said. "I have been waiting." Like the tower, Riven looked much the same as the last time Cale had seen him. Short, muscular, and precise. He wore his long black hair pulled back and tied. The scarred hole of his right eye looked like a pit in the swarthy skin of his face, the signature sneer and stained teeth nested in a black goatee. He wore a black disc on a chain around his throat, a symbol of Mask. Cale did not waste time with niceties. "I need help, Riven." Riven cocked an eyebrow over his empty socket. "What kind of help?" "I need to pull a man out of the hole of Yaun." Riven scoffed until he saw that Cale was serious. "You came here for that? No one comes out of the hole, Cale." "He must, and soon." Riven raised his eyebrows to ask why. "Long tale," Cale said. "There is much at stake." "For who?" Riven asked. "For Mask? For Magadan?" Both struck bone. Riven's eye narrowed. "Magadan's in the hole?" "No, Magadan's missing." "Missing?" Cale hesitated, then dived in. "Have you dreamed of him?" Riven's eye widened, and he nodded slowly. "A blizzard of ice. Devils. He's falling. They stopped, though, a while back." "For me, too," Cale said, nodding, though Cale had dreamed of flames, not ice. "But it's all related somehow. The dreams, the hole, Mask." He stared into Riven's face. "I need your help, Riven." "You are the first," Riven said, and the words surprised Cale, for he heard no envy in them. Riven stroked his goatee. "The hole is dead to magic. Spells do not work there, magic weapons or toys. Nothing." Cale had not known. The fact complicated matters. "Nothing works?" "Nothing," Riven answered. "When I was with the Zents, just starting out, they considered trying to get a man out of there but called it off. They thought it impossible. It's not the guards. There aren't that many. It's that it's in a city with only one way in and out, and no way to use magic." "Nothing is impossible." "True," Riven said, "but it can't help but be ugly." "That's why I need you," Cale said. Riven smiled at that. "We'll need to be fast. Speed is critical," Cale said, nodding. "We take a guard and force him to tell us where our man is. We get him and get out." Riven looked him in the face. "Who's the target?" "A Sembian nobleman, Endrin Corinthal." Riven's face showed no recognition. "Ordulin is making an armed play for all of Sembia. It's all lies, but Selgaunt and Sayerb are the falls. Endrin would rally some of the neutral to Selgaunt and Sayerb." "Civil war in Sembia," Riven said, shaking his head. "Coin counters at war. They're in for some hard lessons." He looked at Cale. "I'll do this because you're the first, and because you believe it ties back to Magadan. I care nothing for a Sembian civil war." "Well enough," Cale said. He would get no better from Riven. "When do we move?" Riven asked. Cale considered. "Tomorrow night. Do you know the layout from your Zent days, the number of guards?" Riven shook his head. "I wasn't part of the Zent's planning, just muscle then." "Then we go in blind and improvise," Cale said. "So we do," Riven said. He offered his hand. Cale was surprised, but he took it. They had said goodbye with the same gesture after Jack's death. "Welcome back," Riven said, and the words sounded almost exactly like those Mask had whispered in Cale's ear before the battle with Malcor Foran's mercenaries. Almost there now, Cale said softly, echoing Mask's words. What did you say? Riven asked. Nothing. It's good to be back, Cale said, and meant it. He had come to rely on Riven, his second, and Riven had not let him down. Riven gazed into the night, licked his lips. There are some things you need to see. Things have happened since you were last here. Riven was rarely cryptic, and his words raised Cale's curiosity. Such as? Follow me, Riven said. They turned and walked up the drawbridge side by side. Before they reached the tower's archway, two short-haired hounds darted out of the tower and dashed toward them. Both had birder in them, judging from their ears and black and brown spots. My girls, Riven said by way of explanation. His voice held a surprising softness. Cale kneeled as the canines rushed toward them. Riven half-heartedly ordered the dogs to heel, and neither even slowed. Cale held out a shadow hand to the dogs. They sniffed it suspiciously, whined, and backed off. But Cale persisted, and the larger came back again to tentatively sniff, and the smaller followed suit. Moving slowly, Cale rubbed the larger one on her muzzle, the smaller one on her flanks. That did it. Tails wagged and they licked his fingers. Cale gave them a final pat. They're good dogs, he said, standing. Loyal, Riven answered quietly. A good quality, Cale said, not necessarily meaning the dogs. That's truth, Riven said. Tongues lolling, the dogs bounced from Cale to Riven, and the assassin stroked each of their heads in turn. They licked his hand, and both fell over and showed their bellies. Riven scratched each. Cale found the scene entirely incongruous. Until then, he had never seen Riven gentle with anything. I never understood your fondness for dogs, Cale said good-naturedly. And I never understood your fondness for Jack Fleet, Riven said as he stood. Anger chased Cale's smile, and hot words formed on his lips. He started to speak, but Riven shook his head, held up his hand, and cut him off. That's a lie. I did understand it. Fleet and I reached an understanding before the end. I'm sorry for those words, Cale. Old habits return when I see you. Old habits are slow to die, Cale said, echoing the words he had spoken to Mask moments before. Go on, Riven said to the dogs and gestured at the archway. The dogs turned and darted inside, tails wagging. Riven watched them go, then turned to Cale. Let's say we end all this beginning now. And what? The posturing, Riven said, making a frustrated gesture. All of it. We've been through too much, Cale. You are Mask's first, and I am his second, and that's the end of it. Cale managed to nod through his surprise. They had been through too much. Well enough, he said. We're past it, starting now. Riven stared at him, nodded, and they walked up the drawbridge. I presume we'll hit the hole after midnight? Riven asked. Cale nodded. Well after. Guards would be not only fewer, but tired in the small hours. Cale had killed many men during the sleepy hours before dawn. He knew Riven had done the same. They strode through towering iron doors and into the temple's foyer. The dogs were gone. The bare entryway appeared exactly as it had when Cale had last seen it. A pair of wooden double doors stood opposite them, with a wide stairway beyond it leading up into darkness. I had thought to fit the place out, Riven said by way of explanation. Transform it into a temple for Mask. I thought that was what he wanted. Cale knew that guessing at what Mask wanted was a fool's game. But it wasn't? Riven shook his head. I don't think stealing this place was about getting a new temple, or at least it was only partially about that. He looked at Cale sidelong and said, I think it was about us. They walked through the double doors and started to climb the wide stone stairway beyond. Us? What makes you think that? Cale asked. They do, Riven said, and nodded at the top of the stairs. Cale stopped in his steps. At the top of the stairs stood 7 men clad in darkness. Long dark hair hung loose around clean-shaven brown faces. At first, Cale thought each wore a mask over the top half of his face, but he realized it was a tattoo of a mask. The dark eyes looking out of the tattoos featured the eye folds typical of those from the Far East. All wore gray cloaks, gray breeches, and soft leather shoes. None wore weapons, but all showed battle scars on their hands and forearms. Torchlight from the hall behind them backlit their silhouettes. They said a vision brought them here, Riven said. A vision? Cale walked up the rest of the steps, Riven beside him, until he stood face to face with the foremost of the 7 men whom Cale took to be the leader. The man, smaller and less muscular than Riven, gave a nod, and the others bowed slightly. All 7 regarded Cale with open curiosity, though they said nothing. "What kind of vision?" Cale asked the leader. The man said nothing, merely studied Cale's eyes, the shadows that leaked from his skin, the darkness that flowed around him like fog. "I asked you a question," Cale said. "They arrived 2 months after you left," Riven explained. "They almost never speak, but I know they call themselves Shadow Walkers. They may not be shades, but I have seen them move, and they are damned close." "What are they doing here?" Cale asked Riven, though he continued to eye the Shadow Walkers. "Waiting," is all they would say. "Waiting?" Cale asked. He stared into the leader's dark eyes. "For what?" "They won't answer you, Cale. They're just here, waiting. And they won't help us with Yaun. I've tried to enlist them before. Whatever they're waiting for, it hasn't happened yet." "And you think this has to do with us?" "With you?" Cale turned to him. "Me? They aren't priests," Riven said, nodding at the Shadow Walkers. He pulled the tie out of his hair and let it fall down his shoulders. "Hells, I don't know what they are. But they serve priests, or they did. They're from Telflam, Cale. Mask has a large temple there, a large following. When they arrived, they said the Shadow Lord had stopped answering the prayers of the priests. When they learned of that, they had the vision that led them here. They say they follow the Twilight path." Shadows leaked from Cale's skin as the implications of Riven's story settled on him. Mask had not stopped answering his prayers. Mask had chatted with him in an alley, or at least he thought so. He looked at Riven and said, "Sometimes gods do not answer the prayers of even their priests." Riven shook his head. "This is not one wayward priest. They said none of their priests received spells. None." Cale shook his head, his mind spinning. What if he was the only priest to whom Mask spoke? "What about you?" Riven asked, his voice quiet. "Does he still grant your spells?" Cale hesitated, turned back to look at the Shadow Walkers. They were gone. "I told you they were good," Riven explained. "What about it, Cale? Does he still grant your spells?" Cale answered Riven with a question of his own. "What about you? Can you still heal with your touch? Does he still grant you that?" Riven nodded. "That and the rest?" Riven's candor surprised Cale. The assassin had been surprising him since Cale had appeared on the island. Cale decided to be honest. "Yes, I can still cast spells, though I went a long while without praying." Riven's face showed first relief, then a question. "Why a long while?" Cale could hardly believe Riven was asking the question. "Why? Because Jack is dead. Because I'm this." He held out his arm and let the shadows spiral around his flesh. "Because he did it all so he could steal a thrice-damned temple." Riven's face remained calm. "I told you this was not about the temple. There's more to it." Riven's calmness only stoked Cale's anger. "What if there isn't, Riven? Hells, why don't you question? What kind of faith doesn't doubt? Look what he took from us." Riven shook his head. "What kind of faith always doubts, Cale? And look what he gave us." Cale blew out a breath and looked away. Riven said, "No Cyricists have come to take vengeance for the theft of the temple." Cale said nothing, and Riven repeated himself, as if he thought his words significant. "Did you hear me? No Cyricists have tried to take back the temple, Cale. Not one. Not ever. They're either ignorant of what happened or occupied with something bigger. I think it's the latter. Something is coming, Cale. You feel it. I know you do. I feel it too. So do the Shadow Walkers. That's why they're here." "A storm," Cale said absently, and rubbed the back of his neck. For some reason, his mind turned to the book in his pack. Cephras called it a storm. Cephras, the old prophet? Cale nodded. "Cale, that's why Mask is withdrawing from his servants, all but us. This temple, the Sojourner, all of it was designed to prepare us. Don't you see that?" Shadows leaked from Cale's fingers. He watched them dissipate into the darkness. "Prepare us for what?" "For the storm," Riven said. "For whatever is coming." Cale shook his head. "No, not even God's planned that well. Besides, he's preparing himself, not us." "It's the same thing," Riven said. "Let me show you something else. Come." Cale took Riven by the shoulder. "I don't need any more surprises." Riven looked him in the eye, his expression soft. "One more," he said. Riven led Cale through the darkened temple. Although the structure lacked any formal accoutrements of Mask's faith, Cale figured the Shadow Lord found the darkness and shadows of the windowless temple pleasing. Torches lit their way through bare stone corridors and rooms. Riven led Cale up a flight of stairs to a closed wooden door. Cale recognized the room, and his throat caught. They had laid Jack's body there. He looked a question at Riven. "Open it. You'll see." Cale studied Riven's face. "Open it," Riven insisted. Slowly, reluctantly, Cale pushed open the door. When he saw what was within, his heart rattled in his ribcage and words stuck in his throat. "I sprint through the grass, my legs burning, my breathing rattling. The stone cell is just ahead. I hear a fear just behind me and lash out blindly backward with the mind blade. I feel it bite flesh, and the fear wails with pain and anger. 20 paces to the door. 10. 5. I lose my footing, fall to all fours, and scramble frantically the few final paces. I slam into the door, praying it is not locked. It opens. I fall in, throw the door shut behind me, and brace my back against it. It's freezing inside. The fears throw themselves against the door and drive it ajar. Grunting, I press my body against it, shut it again, and feel around desperately for some kind of lock, anything. My fingers close on a rusty, frigid iron bar on the floor near the door. I find the bracket on the door by touch and slide the bar in. The fears again throw themselves against the door. It shudders under the impact, but the bar holds, and they howl their frustration. Thumps on the door and walls tell me they are looking for another way in. Breathing heavily and sweating, I hold up my mind blade and look around the interior of the cell. Thankfully, I do not see any other means of ingress. The wall opposite me is the wall, and a crack runs through it from floor to ceiling. It is lined with smoke-blackened ice. Otherwise, the cell is a mirror of the one in which I had first awakened, empty with the bare stone floor. The fears hit the door with such impact that it rattles on its hinges. Others beat at the roof and walls. "Magadan," says a voice, the voice at the wall, coming from behind the crack. "Come here, to the crack." I do not move. I stare across the cell at the crack in the wall while the fears try to beat their way inside. "Terrifying, are they not?" the voice asks, and chuckles. "Come here, Magadan." Clutching the mind blade, I cross the cell and stand before the wall. The crack cuts a jagged, irregular path down its face. Stink and cold leaks through, brimstone mixed with the fetid, rotting odor of a charnel house. I put my hand on the stone and find it icy to the touch. "The wall is weakest here," says the voice eagerly. "You can break through it. Use your weapon." The fears beat against the cell in a frenzy. The walls vibrate. The door rattles. The roof shakes. I am concerned that the whole structure may soon collapse. In my mind's eye, I imagine the black forms of the fears coating the cell like a layer of oil, encapsulating it in terror. "You must hurry," says the voice. "Time is short." I will the mind blade into the form of a large pickaxe and start chipping away at the wall, expanding the crack. Jack lay on the same bed they had placed him on soon after his death. "This is not possible," Cale said, and shadows spiraled out of his skin. His legs felt weak. Jack should have been buried, decomposed. It had been over a year. Despite his better sense, he allowed himself to hope and called, "Jack?" The little man did not move. "Go in, Cale," said Riven. Cale entered the room in a daze and walked cautiously to the bed. His friend looked exactly as he had in life. His small frame barely put a dent in the bed. A mop of red hair framed a face that could have been sleeping. He looked at peace. Cale fought back tears and kneeled on his haunches at the head of the bed. "Jack?" The scab peeled away from the grief, and the hole in his gut yawned. The tears came then. He could not stop them. He reached out a hand, tentatively, and touched Jack's cheek. He recoiled with a gasp. Riven's voice sounded behind him and gave him another start. "He is still warm," Riven said. "I could not bury him like that, so I left him there. I check him every day. Nothing has changed." Cale nodded but did not turn. Shadows bled from his skin, swirled around him. He stared at Jack, hoping, fearing, wondering. What did it mean? He thought Jack's eyes could open at any moment. Did it mean that Jack wanted to come back? "This is not possible," was all he could manage. Riven stepped beside him and stared down at Jack. "And yet there he is." Cale shook his head. "Why? How?" Riven eyed him sidelong. "Cale, I think that he is waiting too, like the Shadow Walkers." "For what?" Cale started to say, but could not find his voice at first. "For what?" "For you to let him go." Riven gestured at Jack. "He is as you left him when you stopped your resurrection spell in the middle of casting it. Let him go now." Cale's eyes welled. He reached into his pocket and put his hand on Jack's wooden pipe. He had said goodbye to his friend, but he knew he had never let go, not fully. That's why he had attacked Mask in the alley. That is why he burned a pipe at midnight every night. And it was the reason that he carried the dead weight of regret around in his gut. He had asked Riven to bury Jack. He had never even returned to visit the grave, or what he thought was a grave. Cale thought of his promise to Jack, and the words came out before he could stop them. "I promised him I'd try to be a hero." Riven neither sneered nor laughed, surprising Cale again. "You will keep that promise. I will help you because you are the first. That is my promise. Now, let him go." Cale shook his head, and the tears flowed. Riven put a hand on his shoulder. "You must. Whatever is coming, there is no more room for doubt, no more room for questions. There is room for you, me, and the Shadow Lord. Nothing more and nothing less." Cale heard the truth of his words, knew the truth of his words. "Who in the 9 hells are you?" he asked Riven, and tried to smile. "This temple has gone to your head." Riven looked him in the eyes. "It has, but not in the way you think. Cale, I am the second of Mask. We are more than comrades, more than friends. I am at your shoulder through whatever comes. Now, be the first." Cale stared into Riven's good eye and remembered Mask's words to him in the alley in Selgaunt. "Do what you were born to do." "Be the first," Riven repeated. Cale swallowed, steadied himself. "This is the way it will be, then? It cannot be any other way." Cale looked at Jack, back at Riven, and nodded. He put his hand over Jack's. "Go," he said to Jack, and meant it. "Thank you for the second chance. You are my friend, always. But that's enough. Rest now." Jack's flesh began to cool in his hand. Cale did not recoil. He held Jack's tiny hand in his own, took a deep breath, and turned to Riven. "Spades?" Riven nodded. "Somewhere." "I will carry him," Cale said. "Also, bring something small and sharp." Riven looked a question at him, but Cale did not explain. He picked up the body of his friend and carried him out of the room, down the stairs, and out of the temple. When he got outside into the night, he walked like an ordinary man up to the top of a small hill near the temple. It afforded a view of the island, but not the sea, which was just as well. Jack had disliked the sea. Cale sat on the earth and awaited Riven. Jack was growing colder. His body was stiffening. Riven soon arrived, bearing 2 metal spades. His dogs followed. Together, the first and second of Mask dug a grave and gently placed a friend and priest of Brandobaris in it. They had no coffin. The dogs watched it all. Cale threw the first shovelful of dirt over Jack. Riven said nothing, merely helped him fill the hole. The dogs howled. They worked until Jack was buried. Cale started to put Jack's pipe on the earthen mound as a marker, but Riven said, "He'd want you to keep it." Cale looked at the pipe, nodded, put it in his pocket. "Did you bring what I asked?" he asked Riven. Riven produced a small flat-bladed knife with a rounded tip. "Small and sharp," Riven said. Cale tested the edge and found it satisfactory. He kneeled at the side of the grave and started to cut his hair, first cutting it to a short, choppy length, then to stubs, then shaving it off with the knife. The wind blew it away, and the dogs chased it. Cale opened countless gashes in his scalp, but the bleeding and pain lasted only a moment before the shadow stuff in his flesh repaired the damage. Riven watched it all in silence. When Cale had finished the job, he stood, returned the knife to Riven, and ran a hand over his bald pate. Shadows leaked from him, and he felt like himself. Riven eyed him, nodded. Cale took out Jack's pipe, stuffed it with pipeweed, and smoked graveside. Riven pulled a wooden pipe from his belt pouch, a pipe like the one Jack had once given the assassin, and joined Cale. Afterward, they collected the spades and walked back to the temple. The shadow walkers awaited them on the drawbridge. Shadows swirled around them, around Cale, around Riven. The wind blew their cloaks. Cale approached the leader. "Tell me your name." "Nyan," the man said, his voice as soft as rainfall. "Nyan," Cale said, testing the word. Nyan turned to his fellows and indicated each in turn. The men bowed as their names were spoken. Shadem, Virhas, Irind, Dind, Skellen, and Datum. "Erevis Cale," Cale said. "Drasic Riven," said Riven. Nyan nodded to each and held up both hands as he said, "You are the right and left hands of the Shadow Lord, and he still speaks through you." "That is so," Cale said, and preferred Nyan's words to first and second. Nyan said, "We are servants of the Shadow Lord, and therefore servants of his chosen." "You are offering to help us?" Riven asked. Nyan nodded once. Cale looked the shadow walkers in the eyes. "You have been blooded. Anyone can see that. But being blooded is not enough. Where are your weapons?" Nyan held up his hands again, touched his elbows, his knees, his feet. Cale understood. The shadow walkers fought without weapons. Cale knew some men could do it, but it took years of training and discipline. Cale decided to be candid with Nyan. "We are not kind men, Nyan. Do you take my meaning?" "I know what you are," Nyan said, and held Cale's gaze. Cale stared into Nyan's face, studied his impassive expression. He had known many killers through the years, and all of them had the same cold, dead look in their eyes. Riven had it. Cale had it. Nyan had it. Cale nodded and looked to Riven. "They come. All of them." Riven said to the shadow walkers, "Get some sleep and prepare your gear. We hit the whole of Yaun tomorrow night." After they were gone, Riven said, "Looks like they are done waiting too." Chapter 15. 11 Akhtar, the Year of Lightning Storms. At V's urging, Tamlin decided to meet the Shadowvar representative unaccompanied by other members of the Old Chancel. The Shadowvar prefer quiet negotiations, V's told him. Tamlin stood behind a polished conference table in a meeting room in the palace. Magical protections shrouded him, and the chamber itself was screened against scrying and magical transport. Glow balls in the corners of the chamber provided light. The Shadowvar delegation had arrived at Twilight by magical means. A score of dark-armored men with wide swords had walked out of the night and entered Selgaunt through its Mountar gate. A ceremonial guard of scepters escorted the delegation through the city's streets, and the dark strangers were the talk of the taverns. Tamlin provided the Shadowvar with lodging in the eastern wing of the palace. After allowing them time to get settled, he requested a formal meeting with the Shadowvar ambassador Rivelin Tanthul, a prince of Shade Enclave. Tamlin did not know what to expect. He had never met with anyone from Shade Enclave, and the stakes could not have been higher. Selgaunt needed assistance from outside of Sembia, or it would fall to the gathering army of the Overmistress. Tamlin, his family, the old chancel, and the nobility of Sayre would all hang as traitors. He calmed himself by recalling the words his father had oft spoke before important trade meetings. No matter their station, all men are men. Tamlin whispered the words to himself as he listened to the approaching footfalls of Rivelin Tanthul. V's stood beside him. Both men wore their finest jackets and stiff-collared shirts. A silver tray of sweetmeats, bread, cheese, and 2 bottles of red wine had been laid out on the table. A banner bearing Selgaunt's arms hung from the ceiling. Tamlin thought the room was lacking in the ceremonial trappings merited by the meeting, but they had done what they could on short notice. "Here we go," V's said to him softly. "Their appearance is unusual. Do not let it alarm you." The door to the chamber opened, and Chamberlain Threeston, dressed in his finest attire, announced the visitors. "My Lord Huelorn, I present Rivelin Tanthul, Prince of Shade Enclave, emissary of the Shadowvar." The darkness swirled like mist around Threeston as a towering figure strode past him into the chamber. Rivelin Tanthul stood only slightly shorter than Mr. Kale. Golden eyes shone out of a dark, angular face that featured a large, sharp nose. Long black hair hung loose to his broad shoulders. His drab cloak did not hide the narrow sword at his hip. Darkness alternately clung or flowed from him. Tamlin realized immediately that Riven was a shade, like Mr. Kale. He managed to meet and hold the Shadowvar's gaze. "Prince Rivelin," he said, and bowed. "Huelorn," the Shadowvar said, and his deep voice sounded as if it had emerged from the bottom of a well. Threeston scurried around Prince Rivelin, poured wine into 3 goblets, and took his leave. "Please sit," Tamlin said, and gestured at the comfortable armchair before the table. "And enjoy the food. The wine is from my personal vineyards." Rivelin walked up to the table, but did not sit. He brought the shadows with him, and the light in the room dimmed. "You are gracious, Huelorn," Rivelin said. He lifted the wine and inhaled its bouquet, but did not drink. "I regret the informality of our reception," Tamlin said. "I hope you understand." "Formality is a crutch for the foolish," Rivelin said, and held up his goblet. "To Selgaunt." V's handed Tamlin a goblet. He raised it and said, "To the Shadowvar." "And to a new friendship between us," Rivelin said. "Indeed," V's said with enthusiasm. The 3 men sat. V's started the discussion. "It is a pleasure to see you once more, Prince Rivelin. I trust the Talender Stone has met your expectations?" Rivelin nodded. "It has." He eyed Tamlin. "My Lord Huelorn, I know it is customary for ambassadors to exchange gifts and pleasantries before discussing weighty matters, but I propose, since we are dispensing with formality, that we ignore such trivia and move directly to the point." Tamlin nodded. He said, "Very well, then. You are a shade." V's choked on his wine. "Huelorn, that is—" Rivelin held up a dusky hand to silence V's. He wore several rings, all of them silver or platinum and of archaic design. One of them was an amethyst ring not unlike the one favored by V's. "That is so," Rivelin said. In the interest of serving the good of all our citizens, a fortunate few among my people are selected to become shades. Tamlin could not hide his surprise or keep in his words. Fortunate? I have heard others describe the transformation as a curse. Rivalen smiled, and Tamlin noticed his fangs for the first time. He presumed they were an affectation, but could not be certain. Only those who do not understand it would so describe it. Where have you heard such a thing? Vise cleared his throat and shifted in his seat. Tamlin hesitated. I read of it. I have studied what I could of shadow magic, a trifling amount, I assure you. Rivalen regarded him with a half-smile. Your reading habits are unusual, Hugh Lorne. I am impressed. Tamlin could not help himself. He preened. Rivalen continued. The transformation into a shade is no curse, nor is it painful. It is a blessing, but it demands of its recipient a lifetime of service to the city. Tamlin well understood the burden of service. Intriguing. Rivalen breathed in the wine. I could arrange for you to learn more, perhaps a tour of Shade Enclave at some later date. I would like that, Tamlin said, and found that he liked Rivalen Tanthul, liked him a great deal. He seemed certain of himself. We were to discuss weighty matters, Vise offered. Tamlin dared one more personal question. You said the transformation demands a lifetime of service. How long is that lifetime? How old are you, Prince Rivalen? Vise looked agog. His mouth hung open. Rivalen's eyes flared, but he did not hesitate. I am nearly 2,000 years old. Tamlin's mouth fell open then. 2,000, he said softly. He leaned back in his chair and sipped his wine. To live so long, to be immune to disease, to regenerate wounds. Tamlin well understood how Rivalen could call the transformation a blessing. Mr. Cale was a fool. I can see you are interested in learning more, Hugh Lorne, and I am pleased by your interest. Most of those we have encountered since our return are small-minded about such things. They see darkness and assume evil. Let us plan further discussion of it later, not as representatives of our governments, but as friends. Tamlin smiled, quite pleased with the offer. I see I needn't have been here to broker anything, Vise said with a laugh. You two already are boon companions. Tamlin leaned forward in his chair and decided to be frank. Prince Rivalen, you are aware of recent events in Sembia? Rivalen nodded. Of course, a most unfortunate turn. He shook his head and looked thoughtful. It is difficult to know in these days who works for good and who for ill. That it is, Vise said sadly. That it is. Tamlin could not keep the indignance from his tone. I assure you that I am no traitor to my nation, Prince Rivalen, if that is what you mean, nor is any noble of Selgaunt, or of Sayerb for that matter. Mirabetta Selkirk has lied and murdered her way into a civil war so that she can seize and hold power. Rivalen looked across the table at Tamlin. Shadows swirled around him. Tamlin wanted to quail before the golden eyes, but held steady. What you describe is consistent with some reports that we have received. The Overmistress wishes to be queen, it would seem. I have lived a long time and seen her like before. The things some will do for power, Vise said and shook his head. Rivalen continued. But even had I not heard those things, still I would have believed you. Even our brief exchange here has shown me your measure. You are no traitor. The words gave Tamlin great satisfaction. He hid his pleasure behind a drink of his wine. Yes, well, I am but one man, and Selgaunt is but one city. We are in need of aid, military aid. If I may be so bold, you are in need of much more than that, Rivalen said. Your city is overcrowded, filthy, rife with disease and hunger. Your priests hold disease and starvation at bay, but for how long? How will they cope with winter? Or when the siege begins and their spells are needed for other things? Tamlin neither acknowledged nor denied Rivalen's words, though both of them knew the Shadowvar spoke truth. Rivalen continued.
The situation in Selgaunt, indeed in all of Sembia, is dire. I am authorized by my father, the Most High, to offer assistance." "What form will the assistance you offer take?" Tamlin asked. "We are a magical people, my lord," Rivelin said, and shadows swirled around him as if to make his point. "Many powerful priests and wizards work for the betterment of our city. And while the military forces with which we could aid you are not numerous, they are nevertheless formidable and highly mobile." Tamlin had no doubt, but he feared the price to be paid. "What do you ask in exchange?" Rivelin leaned back in his chair and gestured casually with his hand as if he were requesting trifles. "I ask that the ties between our people become much closer. I would need a formal treaty between our cities, an embassy in Selgaunt, and an informal position as advisor to the Huelorn. We also would request a trade alliance, the specific terms of which would be negotiated, of course, and use of your port for importing and exporting goods. Should the conflict in Sembia turn in favor of Selgaunt, and with Netheral's assistance I believe it will, we would expect you to advocate a similar arrangement with a few other key cities of the realm." "Netheral?" Tamlin asked, puzzled. "You mean Shade Enclave?" Rivelin shrugged noncommittally, and Tamlin let the issue die. In truth, nothing Rivelin had requested surprised Tamlin, nor did anything cause him concern. The Shadowvar could have asked for much more, and he would have given it. Tamlin was not in a position to haggle. He said, "We would expect a reciprocal arrangement with regard to the embassy, and the port access would be subject to an annual usage fee, of course." "Of course," Rivelin said. Tamlin shared a glance with Vise before saying to Rivelin, "Your offer is not unreasonable, but I would need a show of good faith to take to the old chancel." "I understand," said Rivelin. "I can arrange for significant amounts of food to be transported into the city. Shadowvar troops can have it here in a matter of a few days. At the same time, their presence will bolster your defenses. Would that serve?" Tamlin was not certain how much he liked the idea of Shadowvar troops entering Selgaunt, but the city did need the food. "That is a start," he said. "Here is an end, then," said Rivelin. "Vise informed me that you have organized an attempted rescue of Endrin Corenthal, the nobleman of Serb. He is imprisoned in Yaun, I believe." Tamlin eyed Vise with disapproval, but said to Rivelin, "V's tongue is loose, but that is correct. We can be of assistance with that as well." "Indeed? How?" "I have men who—" Tamlin shook his head. "Out of the question. My agent would not welcome that kind of assistance." "He is a bit unstable," said Vise. Rivelin pressed his lips together, thoughtful, and said, "A distraction, then, at the moment of the attack? Surely that would assist your man, and a free Endrin helps our cause greatly." "It would have to be quite a distraction," Tamlin said, half jesting. Rivelin smiled and showed his fangs. "As I said, Lord Eskeverin, we are a magical people. Yaun is allied with Ordulin against you, and therefore against Shade Enclave. Consider it the first blow of our new alliance. I will endeavor to make it a memorable one. You need only alert me when the rescue is about to occur. I will see to the rest." Tamlin nodded and smiled, feeling satisfied. He had made the decision that gave Selgaunt its best chance of survival. He said, "We have reached an agreement, in principle." "Excellent," Rivelin said. "Very good," Vise said. Rivelin said to Vise, "I understand the temple your family has financed is nearly complete." Vise nodded. "Indeed, nearly so. When it is, I would be honored to give you a tour. There are some architectural flourishes that I am sure you will appreciate." Rivelin nodded in agreement. "And speaking of a tour," Tamlin said to Rivelin, "I intend to take you up on your offer of a tour of your city, Prince Rivelin." Rivelin smiled politely. "I shall look forward to it." Cale awakened at midnight inside Mask's temple. Shirtless, he sat cross-legged on the floor and prayed to the Shadow Lord for power. He also offered his gratitude for the opportunity to truly say goodbye to Jack, to bury him. On the Sembian plains, Mask had whispered to Kale that he was almost there. Kale was all the way there now. Spells filled Kale's mind, sparked in his brain. Kale knew he would not be able to use the spells in the attack on the hole, but he would use them before they got in and after they got out. He remained awake the rest of the night, smoking Jack's pipe. When morning arrived, he dressed, checked and rechecked his gear, sharpened his blades, and sought out Riven. He found him outside in the sun, watching the dogs roll in the grass. The wind off the sea was cool. The dogs noticed Kale, ran over and sniffed him. They whined at the stump of his wrist, but he patted them with his other hand, and they licked him in greeting. Riven and Kale discussed final points of strategy while the dogs played. They would enter quickly and quietly, take a guard alive, and force him to take them to Endrin. The hole did not keep many prisoners, so Endrin would not be hard to locate. After they had him, they would get the hells out. Easy, except that it would be hard. In the distance, Kale could see the hilltop where they had buried Jack. Riven followed his gaze. "We could have used Fleet on this job," Riven said. Kale nodded. "The Shadow Walkers?" he asked. Riven shook his head. "I only see them at night. They'll be along." They spent the rest of the day preparing themselves. Kale knew they would have to kill guards to get Endrin out. He told himself that it was justified, that he was trying to rescue an innocent man for the greater good of Sembia. But he knew that was a lie. He was prepared to rescue Endrin and kill guards because he thought and hoped that it would somehow lead him to Magadan. Mask had promised him that Sembia's plight would lead back to Magadan, and Kale believed the Shadow Lord. And if Kale had to kill strangers to get to his friend, he would do it. He would not like it, but he would do it. Late in the day, he and Riven took a meal together. Kale found it strange to be doing something so ordinary with Riven, something friends did together. He was not sure if Riven was his friend, but he knew they understood one another as no one else did, save perhaps Mask himself. If that was not friendship, it was still something Kale appreciated. Before they finished their meal, a familiar buzzing sounded in Kale's ears, ascending. He tensed, shadows swirled. Tamlin's voice spoke in his mind. "The Shadowvar offer a distraction at Yaun. When will you make the attempt? My spell allows you to respond. Use fewer than 20 words. Kale frowned, still displeased that Tamlin had taken V's advice and made common cause with the Shadowvar. He debated whether to respond at all. Riven must have read his expression. "What is it?" the assassin asked across the table. "Tamlin, Iskevrin, and the Shadowvar are offering to provide a distraction to coincide with our move against the hole." Riven's eye narrowed. "The Shadowvar? What kind of distraction?" Kale shook his head. They stared at one another across the table. Both knew the attempt on the hole was dangerous. A distraction could help. "Take it," Riven said. Kale considered, nodded, and responded to Tamlin. "After moonset tonight," he said, and the buzzing in his ears stopped. "That will have to be something special to be worth our while," Riven said. Rivelin Tanthul's voice echoed through the corridors of Sesamith's mind. "Swim for Yaun. After moonset, destroy the harbor and dock ward." Sesamith knew where Yaun lay. He knew the location of most every city on the coast of the Inner Sea, at least those that had existed before he had been bonded to the Source. Thinking of the Source pained him distantly. He still longed for it. He sometimes felt as though the Source were still bonded to him, still one with his flesh. But he knew the sensation to be a phantom created out of his memories, out of his hopes. Rivelin and his shadowy brothers had magically removed the crystal from his flesh, torn it out in a shower of blood and veins and brain matter and pain. But Sesamith knew it was for the best. Rivelin meant him well. He undulated, propelled a vast amount of water into and out of his body, and cut through the cold depths. Had he been hunting, he would have kept to the deepest water and knifed surfaceward only after spotting prey, only for the kill. But he was not hunting, and he made no effort to disguise his bulk or his passage. The cluster of his tentacles trailed behind him, waving rhythmically with each undulation. The sea cleared out before him. Nothing in the water could challenge him. He was supreme in his domain. He headed east and north along the Sembian coast. His pace devoured the leagues. He swam silently under ships and past outposts of sea elves and war bands of tritons. He grew hungry and dived for the depths. He coasted near the bottom, the motion of his body tossing up a churn of seafloor behind him. Whale song sounded in the distance, a poem of love and loyalty. Sesamith swam for it, spotted a mother humpback and her nearly grown calf far above him. He angled upward for the whales before the mother saw him, and he was upon her. He rammed his head into her abdomen, whirled and wrapped his tentacles about her body, and squeezed. He was 10 times her weight. She had no chance. She spun in his grasp, sang in terror, but could not escape his strangling hold. She grew exhausted quickly, and issued a single command to her offspring. Flee. The calf sped off into the depths, singing despair for its mother. Sesamith allowed the calf to escape and held the mother in the net of his arms until she suffocated. He devoured her, tearing off huge chunks of her flesh in his beak. Blood and fragments drifted toward the sea bottom, but scavengers did not approach. They would wait until Sesamith departed. After he completed his meal and let the humpback female's bones sink to the bottom, he sped for Yaun. As he approached, he twisted his tentacles into an arcane arrangement and recited the words to a spell known to all of his kind. Magical energy went forth from him and sped surfaceward to summon a storm. An hour later, he breached the surface. Clouds blocked the stars, and a cold winter rain pounded the sea. The rain cooled the warmer waters near the surface. Cool water better allowed Sesamith to control his buoyancy. In the distance, he spotted through the rain the clusters of lights that was Yaun. He sped toward the harbor, gaining speed as he went. After sunset, Nyan and his shadow walkers returned. When the darkness grew deep, Kale, Riven, Nyan, and the shadow walkers rode the night into an alley within the walls of Yaun. Wind-whipped rain thumped against their cloaks, so cold it was nearly sleet. The group pulled up their hoods and stepped out of the alley and onto a main thoroughfare. 2- and 3-story wooden buildings with steeply pitched tile roofs lined the paved streets. Crammed so closely together, they fairly melded into one long structure that ran the length of the block. Streams of the city's effluvium raced down the city's open sewer channels on either side of the street. The downpour slicked the stone. The late hour and freezing rain left no passers-by on the street. A few wheelbarrows dotted the walks, and an unhappy horse, soaked and shivering, stood tied to a hitching post outside a shuttered inn. Lights burned in a few second-story windows. Lanterns hung from hooked poles that lined the avenue. The rain had put out several. The others shook in the wind. A boy holding an oversized cloak over his head darted out of an alley and untied the horse from its hitch. Kale and his companions sank into darkness out of habit, and the boy never noticed them. "Here," the boy said to the horse, and pulled the recalcitrant animal down the alley. They continued down the street until they reached a plaza that featured a bronze statue of a wizard in the midst of casting a spell. Sleet glazed the statue's outstretched arm and hand. From the plaza, Kale got a good look at the whole of the city. Yaun lay in the bottom of a shallow sloped quarry, not unlike an immense bowl. The city was sectioned into tiers built in stages down the quarry's slope like giant steps leading downward to the sea. Walled earthen ramps bridged the tiers. At the bottom of the city stood the deep-water harbor, the piers, and the ramshackle buildings of the poor. Ships crowded the piers, and despite the rain and hour, Kale could see several forms moving along the piers in quivering lantern light. Beyond the piers, the inner sea stretched into the distance, dark and foreboding. The tall towers and mansions of the wealthy stood atop the highest tier. From that lofty perch, the rich were afforded a pleasant view of the sea and a less pleasant view of their less fortunate citizens. Yaun's buildings, Even its noble mansions did not show the architectural variety of Selgaunt. Most were square with a rounded turret or two, and all featured the pale limestone that once was pulled out of the quarry. Between the two extremes of the mansions and the wharves stood the cramped wooden brick forest of buildings in which lived Youn's laborers, traders, craftsmen, and artists. A four-domed mansion in the center of the city and the tall, magically lit spires of a guild house just above the wharves created a meager skyline. The city gave Cale the impression of being overstuffed, of overflowing its bowl. The buildings sprawled over every square of ground within the quarry and crawled up the sides. Cale turned and looked behind them. Overlooking the noblemanses and built not within the quarry but on top of its cliff wall, stood the road keep, Youn's treasury, barracks, and jail. A ramp of piled earth and crushed stone led down from the road keep into Youn. No traffic moved upon it. The night was too old, the sleet too heavy. Cale knew they would find the hole under the road keep. He led his team through the city, walking the shadows to avoid using the ramps that led from one tier to the next. They moved quickly and reached the highest tier of the city. The wide earthen ramp that led up to the brooding spires and walls of the road keep lay before them. Torches and lanterns burned on the road keep's walls. Cale saw a few soaked witchblades, Youn's guardsmen, walking the walls. The cliff face fell away beneath the castle. At its bottom lay what Cale assumed to be the hole. The hole stood on one side of the ramp that led up to the road keep, against the northwestern wall of the quarry. From the outside, the entrance to the political prison appeared as little more than a fortified stone box built against the cliff face. The mine entrance must have lay within, leading down into the quarry. A portcullis was the structure's only means of ingress. A handful of Youn's watchblades guarded it. All wore weather cloaks and a signal horn. Cale had no doubt that many other guards were stationed down in the mine. The clouds hid the moon, but Cale assumed moonset to be near. "Let's get into position," he said over the hiss of the sleet. Gravel and loose stone covered the area around the small stone building. A few heaps of cast-off stone and rubble provided cover. Cale pointed, his team nodded, and all of them walked the night to an area behind one of the heaps. "We wait," Cale said. The shadow walkers, still holding their silence, sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes. The rain and cold seemed not to bother them. Cale presumed they were meditating. It reminded him of Magadan, which reminded him of his purpose. Riven peeked at the mine over the heap of loose stone. "This is no dwarven delve," he said. "It can't be that deep. We'll be in and out quickly." Cale nodded. He joined Riven in eyeing the structure. 5 guards leaned casually on their halberds, their hoods pulled low against the weather. "Where does magic stop working?" he asked Riven. Riven shook his head. "I don't know." Cale decided to learn what he could. He held his mask in his hand and intoned the words to a simple spell that allowed him to see magic. The shadow walkers opened their eyes and crowded around him as he cast. The mask tattoos on their faces gave them a sinister appearance. When the spell was complete, Cale perceived a glowing aura around enchanted items. Cloaks, rings, earrings, amulets, boots, and gloves worn by the shadow walkers glowed in his sight, as did Riven's blades, his armor, a gold ring on his left hand, and 2 or 3 small items in a belt pouch. Cale looked over the stone at the guards. 2 of the guards bore swords that glowed. The portcullis, too, showed enchantment. Magic functioned at least up to that gate. Cale informed his team, and all nodded. They waited for the distraction the Shadowvar had promised. A rumble shook the city. At first, Cale mistook it for thunder. He looked up but realized the sound came not from the sky, but from near the docks. Shouts and screams followed, audible even over the sleet. The sound of snapping wood and crashing stone carried through the city. Cale, Riven, and the Shadow Walkers rose to their feet, looking toward the docks. In the heavy rain, they could see little. More shouting, screams, rending stone, snapping wood. The entire city shook. "What the hell's is happening down there?" Riven said. Cale was curious too, but resisted the impulse to view the docks. Instead, he waited for an opportunity to attack. Above them, the guards on the walls of the road keep pointed down at the docks. Pairs of armed men on horses thundered down the ramp, shouting. Cale could not make out their words. More and more shouts sounded, screams, the rumble of crashing stone. The guards before the hole's portcullis shared nervous glances. They shouted something to an unseen comrade within the stone structure, and one finally sped off in the direction of Cale and his team. Cale, Riven, and the Shadow Walkers melted into the shadows, and the man passed by without noticing them. Another impact sounded, and the ground vibrated under their feet. Cale waited for the guards at the entrance of the hole to abandon their posts, but it appeared they would not budge. "It's not going to get any better," Cale said to Riven, who nodded. Whatever the Shadowvar had done, they had to take advantage. The rest of the city appeared occupied, at least. "I will get inside," Cale said. "Clean up those outside." Riven nodded. Nyan nodded. Cale wrapped himself in the night, turned invisible, and charged the hole. The guards did not see him, and he shadow-stepped within the structure. The entryway opened onto a hallway that led to a watch station fitted out with wooden chairs and several tables. A dozen or so guards stood about, sat, or chatted. Cale could see that the noise outside had interrupted some gambling. Loose coins and playing cards lay scattered on two of the tables. All eyes, tired eyes, focused on the portcullis. They looked right through Cale. A swinging iron gate stood at the back of the room. It opened onto a large archway-shaped hole in the cliff face, the entrance of the mine. Lanterns lit it, and Cale could see that it was not a vertical shaft. It was a sloped tunnel that led downward. Using his magic-finding spell, Cale checked the man for magical gear. Several items glowed in his sight. The gate to the mine did not, however, and Cale wondered if the gate denoted not only the entrance to the mine, but the point at which magic ceased working. "Freg," a bearded guardsman said to a younger man, "go see what in Helm's name is happening." Cale flattened himself against the wall as Freg hurried past him, then caused the darkness to eat the light in the room. It turned pitch, though Cale could see through it clearly. "What the—" The men leaped to their feet and drew weapons. Fatigue made their movements awkward, imprecise. Cale moved among them, unseen, silent, the perfect killer. "Back to back," shouted the bearded man. "I can't see to go back to back," answered another. Outside the portcullis, Cale heard the Shadow Walkers and Riven battling the guards. Freg drew his blade and shouted a belated alarm. "We are attacked!" Cale moved behind his first kill and raised Weave Shear. He stared at the back of the guardsman's throat and hesitated. Recalling his promise to Jack, he reversed his grip on Weave Shear and slammed the hilt into the head of one guard, then another, then another. They fell hard to the floor, collapsing in a heap of armor and the clatter of dropped weapons. Cale could not be certain that all of them would live. He had to hit them hard to ensure unconsciousness, but surely most of them would. Outside, Cale could hear fists thumping into flesh, men grunting, crying out. Cale dodged a few wild swings taken blindly in the dark, but his work was easy. The guards were men-at-arms of limited experience. Cale and Riven could have cleared the room almost as easily if they had walked in and announced themselves. In moments, he had all of them down except Freg, who stood with his back against the wall, panting with fear, blade held before him. "Beelum? Kors? Who still stands?" Freg called. Cale moved silently beside Freg and put Weave Shear to the young man's throat. "Be still or you will die." The young man gave a start. His brown eyes were wide in the dark. His lip trembled and he lowered his blade. Sweat pasted his brown hair to his forehead. Cale let the light return, and Freg's eyes went wider still when he saw all his fellows down and only one other man in the room. "Open the portcullis," Cale said to him. "No need," Riven called. The Shadow Walkers appeared around Cale and Freg, stepping out of the darkness. Freg gasped at their sudden appearance. Riven, too, winked into existence. Cale questioned Riven with his surprised eyes. Riven pointed at the gold ring on his left hand. "From the Sojourner. Works a few times per day. How else could I get supplies to the island, Cale? I have a few other items, too." Freg eyed the Shadow Walkers' tattooed faces, the disc Riven wore at his neck. "You're priests of Mask," he said. "Endrin Korenthal," Cale said. "Take us to him." Fear in his eyes, Freg said, I don't know where he is." Cale saw the lie. So did Riven, it seemed. Riven stepped before him. Lie again and I will split you, boy. Clear? Freg looked into Riven's face and must have seen the seriousness in the assassin's eye. I know where he is. Riven nodded, looked around the room. He saw that Cale had left the guards alive. Cale expected a rebuke, but Riven simply said to Nyan, "Bind them." The assassin had vowed to help Cale keep his promise to Jack. It appeared he would. The Shadow Walkers each produced rope from their packs and rapidly bound the guards. "This one is dead," said Nyan, holding the body of one of the guards. "And this one," said Datem. Cale cursed. Freg softly spoke the names of his fallen comrades. "Kors and Draig. He was just married 3 months ere." Cale said nothing, nor did Riven. The Shadow Walkers left the dead where they lay and arranged the rest along one of the walls. None of the guards stirred throughout the process. Cale had put them out cold. "A seer has the key to the mine gate," Freg said, indicating one of the guards near Nyan. The Shadow Walker skillfully rifled the guardsman's pouches and pockets, collected the key from a pouch, and tossed it to Cale, who threw it to Riven. "Let's move," Cale said, putting the dead guardsman behind him. The moment Riven placed the key in the mine gate, a sound carried from outside. A shriek so loud it froze them all, a shriek that Cale had heard once before. Shadows boiled from his flesh. The hairs on the nape of his neck rose. He put his hand over Riven's and prevented him from turning the key. "What?" Riven said. "Wait here," Cale said. "Right here." Heart pounding, hopeful, and fearful, he shadow-stepped past the portcullis, past the dead guards outside, and into the city. He scanned the skyline, selected the first tall building he saw, and walked the darkness to the roof of a 3-story inn. From there, he looked down at the docks, at chaos. The fleshy gray mound of the Kraken's enormous body fairly filled the harbor, displacing so much water and mud that the lower tier of the city had flooded. The whole dock ward was little more than a soup of bodies, broken ships, and destroyed buildings. The beast must have swum into the harbor at full speed and run itself partially aground on the docks. Tentacles flailed through the city streets, toppling buildings, crushing people and animals. The gash in its head, the open wound in which the source had once lay, had scarred to a thick rubbery line. The source was gone. Panicked citizens thronged the streets, rushing up Yound's slope for higher ground. At the same time, groups of watchblades tried to move down the slope and control the chaos. Others fired crossbows into the Kraken. It was like throwing pebbles at a dragon. The earthen ramps that led from one tier to the next filled with terrified people. The low stone walls that lined the edges of the ramps did not prevent the mob from forcing a few people over to fall to their deaths. At the harbor, a trio of wizards zipped about in the air above the Kraken, raining fire, lightning, and glowing bolts of energy onto its body. The spells seemed not to trouble the gargantuan creature. Groups of armed men, wizards, and priests gathered here and there and started down the slopes. The city was organizing its defenses rapidly. For Cale, all the connections suddenly fell into place. All Mask's words. The Shadowvar commanded the Kraken, and the Kraken was no longer bonded to the Source. The Shadowvar therefore had the Source. For what purpose, Cale could only guess. And only one man alive had previously contacted the Source and lived. Magadan. Mask had told Cale that Sembia's fate was tied to Magadan. Tamlin had thrown in with the Shadowvar. But there was more. The Kraken shrieked again, and the sound sent hundreds of panicked people roiling forward. Cale saw many citizens cowering on rooftops, swimming through the debris. He turned to go back to the hole. He still had to get Endrin out, but stopped. He watched another building topple, watched a woman get crushed between a floating timber and the side of a building. He had to help. He shadow-stepped to the entrance of the hole. Riven had the gate open. Skellen was eyeing the passage. "Magic doesn't work beyond the gate," Riven said, then noticed Cale's expression. "What is it?" "The Shadowvar have Magadan," Cale said to Riven. Riven's eyes narrowed. "The Shadowvar? How do you know?" "The Kraken is destroying the city. The Source is gone." The words took a moment to register with Riven. The God's damned Kraken? Dark and empty. He looked into Cale's face. Let's go have a chat with these Shadowvar. Kale nodded. Afterward, we get Endrin first. How many men do you need? Outside, the Kraken's shriek again split the night. The whole city shook under its onslaught. Kale got a disturbing mental image of all of Yaun sliding down the quarry slope and sinking into the sea, just as Sakors had slid off its floating mountaintop to lie in a heap. What do you mean? Riven asked. What are you going to do? The Shadow Walkers watched them closely. Help get some people out of the way of that monster, Kale said. How many do you need to get Endrin? Riven stared for a moment at Kale, then turned to Freg and grabbed him by the shirt. How many guards are down there, you little piss-drip? Freg stuttered, finally managed, 1.5. How far is Endrin? Not far, Freg said. Not far and 30 guards, Riven said, considering. Leave me half. Kale nodded. Nyan, you, Earind, and Dodum are with me. To Riven and the Shadow Walkers, Kale said, Kill only if you must. Riven frowned. Only if you must, Kale repeated. Riven looked into his eyes and nodded. If we are not out in half an hour, Riven started. We'll come in after you, Kale finished. If we're not out in a half hour, there won't be anything to come after. Kale nodded, and the first and second clasped forearms. Then Kale, Earind, Dodum, and Nyan moved through the shadows to perch on nearby rooftops. From there, they got a full view of the destruction. Squads of watchblades rolled ballistae down the streets, forcing them through the ocean of terrified citizens, trying to get a shot at the Kraken. Meanwhile, more than a dozen wizards flew in the air above the harbor, firing destructive energy at the creature. Entire platoons of watchblades perched on the edge of one of the lower tiers, firing clouds of crossbow bolts. The huge creature shrieked again, and the entire city rumbled. A tower collapsed in a pile of dust and falling stone. 2 tentacles rose into the air, flailing for the wizards. The enormous limb struck a wizard and he spun into the harbor, broken and lifeless. Pull out any trapped citizens, Kale said, pointing at stranded women, children, and men cowering on rooftops or in alleys. Get them to higher ground. Nyan looked at him, a puzzlement in his dark eyes. That is not our way, he said. It is now, Kale replied. Do it. The Shadow Walkers nodded, and all 4 men rode the shadows down to the harbor. Riven put a punch dagger against Freg's back. Do you have a wife, boy? Riven asked him. Freg hesitated, but a prod of the blade elicited a nod. Here it is, then. We're going to move fast. You're going to tell anyone we see that everything is fine. That will keep you alive for your wife. You say anything I don't like or slow us down, and my steel finds your kidney. You'll bleed to death in less than a 30 count. Your wife will grieve for a while, but she's probably a young woman. She'll find another husband while you rot in the ground. Freg looked Riven in the face, defeat in his eyes. Understood? Riven asked. Understood, answered Freg in dull tone. Riven knew his team's survival depended entirely on speed and surprise. He intended to leave the guards in the mine no time to think, no time to plan. Let's go, Riven said to his group. The moment they stepped through the gate, Riven felt something go out of him. The feeling may have been of his own invention, but he knew that magic no longer functioned. The tunnel descended at an increasingly steep angle. Wooden timbers reinforced the ceiling. The widely spaced lanterns hanging on the walls left alternating patches of darkness and dim light. 2 in front of us, 2 behind us, along the walls, Riven said to the Shadow Walkers. Stay dark. He had seen the Shadow Walkers operate. With or without magic, they were the best he'd ever seen in wearing the night. Shadum and Virhas hugged the wall to his right, Dind and Skellen to his left. As he expected, they merged with the darkness of the corridor. Their footfalls made no sound. Riven prodded Freg with the dagger, and they moved double-quick down the corridor. The Shadow Walkers led them, invisible as ghosts. No surprises, Riven whispered to Freg. The young guardsman nodded. There's a drop shaft ahead, with a lift. It's guarded. How many? Riven asked. 2, Freg said. Shadum, Virhas, Riven said. Take them down. They live, if possible. Ordinarily, Riven would leave no one alive behind him, but he had made Kale a promise, and as much as he disliked it, he intended to keep it. He clutched his saber in his fist. Its missing magic made the otherwise enchanted blade feel heavier than usual. He made no effort to mask the sound of his approach. Ahead, he could see that the tunnel opened onto a larger chamber. "Talk, boy," he whispered to Freg. "Two coming down," Freg called. Riven hustled Freg down the tunnel. It opened onto an irregular, rough-hewn chamber with a large hole in the center of its floor. A low stone wall circled the hole, and a four-legged frame of timbers straddled it. Thick hemp lines hung from pulleys set into the frame, directly above the shaft. Riven guessed the lines to be attached to a lift at the bottom of the shaft. Two guards with tired eyes stood near the lift mechanism. Chain hauberks draped their fat bodies. Blades hung at their belts. Their helms lay on the stone wall at the edge of the lift. Both looked curiously at Riven as he and Freg walked into their view. "Well met," Riven said, as disarmingly as he could manage. He prodded Freg, and the boy said, "Berg, Nilman, this is—" Shadem and Virhas stepped out from behind the men. Each grabbed a man in an armhold around the throat and leaned back to lift them off the ground. The guards did not so much as gag. Their legs kicked, and their eyes went wide as the Shadow Walkers choked them into unconsciousness. "Well done," Riven said. "Gods," Freg said softly. Riven knew the guards would not remain unconscious for long. He left Freg for a moment and smacked each man in the temple with the hilt of his dagger. That would keep them down for a time. "How many at the bottom?" he asked Freg. Skellen and Dind looked down the shaft. Another two at least," Freg said. "And—" Riven heard the hesitation in the boy's tone and knew Freg had not told them everything. He stalked over to Freg and held the punch dagger before his face. "Speak it, boy." "I may have misspoken when I said there were only 30 guards." Riven's eyes narrowed. "How many?" "Twice that," Freg said, and winced as if he expected a blow. Riven almost gave it to him. Instead, he looked to Shadem, Virhas, Dind, and Skellen. None of them looked concerned. They were in it all the way. He liked them more and more. Riven turned back to Freg. 60 men, even at this hour?" "At all hours," Freg answered. "The Nessark is well paid to ensure that no one escapes. This duty pays the guards double their usual draw. We choose lots to see who will get it each month. I'm lucky to have the work." Riven's anger rose, and he could not keep it from his face. Freg blanched. "You feel good about being part of this, boy?" Riven said. "Enslaving these men, working them until they die?" Freg's eyes looked everywhere but Riven's face. "Slaves? No. I'm just doing my job." Riven sneered and pricked Freg's cheek with the dagger. The boy recoiled, bleeding. "Me too. Is this lift the only way in or out?" The boy nodded, dabbing at his cheek. "There used to be others, but they were sealed off." Riven said, "Guards at the bottom. What else?" Freg answered so fast Riven knew he was not lying. "The barracks, mess, and supply rooms are in the large finished tunnel to the right. The cells are to the left. They will not be guarded at this hour. The prisoners are chained within them. The rest of the tunnels are for mining." "How many prisoners?" Riven asked. "A dozen, maybe," Freg said. "They don't last long. Every 10 days some new ones walk in and some old ones are carried out." Riven glared at him. "Just doing your job, right?" Freg looked away and made no answer. Riven considered having his team scale the shaft, but felt it unwise to put his whole team at risk for a fall. He said to Dind and Skellen, "We need the lift." The two Shadow Walkers nodded in understanding. Both stepped atop the low wall, leaped out to take hold of the ropes, and shinnied down. Virhas and Shadem stepped up and looked over the edge of the platform. Riven and Freg joined them. Dind and Skellen slid rapidly, silently, little more than black smears in the darkness. Dim light from the bottom showed that the shaft descended perhaps 2 bow shots straight down. Riven had no idea how the original miners had sunk such a shaft. The ropes fell like plumb lines to a winch inset into a wooden lift that sat at the shaft's bottom. About 3/4 of the way down, Dind and Skellen swung toward the wall, released the rope, and fell. Freg gasped. Riven cursed. But both used their hands and feet against the wall to control their otherwise precipitous descent. They landed atop the platform with a hollow thump. Riven heard a curse from below, and the two Shadow Walkers pounded out of sight. A shout of alarm was cut short, and the light trickling up the shaft flickered as men fought in the torchlight. The dull thud of fists and elbows finding flesh and the chink of armor sounded up the shaft. Silence. Virhas and Shadem shared a look and started over the edge of the shaft, but Dind reappeared on the lift. He examined the winch for a moment and started to crank. The mechanism clinked with every turn of the crank arm. Riven winced at the sound. It seemed to take a lifetime before Dind got the lift up the shaft. The winch cylinder was geared to allow even a single man to lift a heavily loaded platform. "Well done," Riven said to Dind. "Skellen?" "Below. He lives," answered Dind. Riven, Freg, and the 3 Shadow Walkers climbed onto the lift, and Dind cranked them downward. When they reached the bottom, they found Skellen crouched over 3 guards. He was bleeding from a wound on his arm and a scratch on his face. The guards' helms and blades lay scattered on the ground. From the angles of their necks, Riven knew the guards were dead. Skellen had a finger to his lips for silence and pointed past them down the tunnel. Riven turned to see a long, wide corridor, well lit with torches, extending into the distance. He could hear snatches of conversation coming from down the hall. He leaned in close to Freg and said, "Even a croak I don't like, and you die. Take me to Endrin." The guard nodded, fearful, and led them down the damp, cramped corridor. There was no light, so Riven removed a bronze sunrod from his pack and struck it on the ground. Its tip, treated with an alchemical substance, burst into light as bright as a candle. The damp air got in his lungs and tickled his throat, but he held down the cough. "Same as above," he said to the Shadow Walkers. "Get on the walls ahead of us. Move, boy." The Shadow Walkers vanished as they hustled through low, timber-reinforced passages that stank of loam, stagnant water, and some pungent, indefinable odor. Freg led them first left, then right. They reached a corridor that looked newer and less meticulous than the rest of the mine. A score or more wooden doors with small barred windows dotted the corridor. The stink of vomit, piss, waste, and rot hung in the air. 2 hulking half-orcs with axes lunged from a side corridor with a snarl. They wore leather jackets and skull caps. Riven shoved Freg to the ground, sidestepped a downward chop that would have severed his arm at the shoulder, and slashed open the half-orc's throat. Blood sprayed, but the creature kept his feet and swung backhand at Riven's head. He ducked under the blow and stabbed the half-orc through the chest with his saber. The creature expired on his blade, snorting blood. Riven drove his punch dagger into the creature's temple, just to be sure. Meanwhile, Dind, Virhas, and Skellen emerged from the darkness and unleashed a flurry of kicks, elbows, fists, and throws that disarmed the half-orc, broke his jaw, shattered a rib, and finally crushed his windpipe. Riven grabbed Freg by the scruff of his neck and jerked him to his feet. "I don't give second chances, boy," he said, and raised the punch dagger. "No, I didn't know. The half-orcs are jailers. I assumed they stayed with the guards at night, not near the cells. I didn't know." Riven gritted his teeth and controlled his desire to kill the boy. None of his team had been hurt. He let Freg go. Coughs sounded from behind the cell doors, and a few moans. "Which is Endrin's?" Riven asked. Freg pointed at a door about halfway down the corridor. "Get the keys off those," Riven said to Virhas, pointing at the dead half-orcs, each of whom bore a large ring of keys at his belt. They hurried to Endrin's cell, tried a few keys until they found the right one, and opened the door. Endrin Corinthal looked up at them, bleary-eyed, blinking in the light of Riven's sunrod. Filth covered him. He wore only a frayed tunic and leather breeches. Sores and bruises covered his exposed skin. Circles shadowed his eyes. An unkempt gray beard sprouted from his cheeks. A rusty iron manacle ringed his left wrist, and a thick chain attached the manacle to a ring in the wall. A tin plate lay near his feet. A puddle of rancid water was near enough that he could drink from it. "Who are you?" he croaked, and the question ended in a fit of coughing. Endrin couldn't have been in the hole more than a few days, and already looked near death. "We're taking you out of here," said Riven. "Out? Out?" Endrin leaned forward, the chain rattling. "Did my son send you?" "No. Shadem, Virhas, get him free." To Endrin, Riven said, "Be still and quiet." Shadem and Virhas hurried into the small cell and examined Endrin's manacle. The half-orc's keys didn't work. They pulled a pouch of pries, pliers, files, and picks from their pockets and set to the lock. "Me too!" moaned a voice from across the hall. "Me too!" "Silence!" Riven barked, but it did no good. Another voice joined the first, and another. Soon voices in every cell were pleading to be rescued, coughing and moaning. "There is no more time," Riven said to Shadem. "Can you get it?" Shadem looked back at Riven and shook his head. A shout sounded from somewhere down the hall, then a cry of alarm. Someone must have found the guards at the bottom of the lift. Riven cursed. "Cut it," Endrin said. "What?" "Cut it," the old man repeated. "I would have done it myself if I'd had a blade. Cut the damned thing off." Riven did not hesitate. "Tear me off some cloth to use as a tourniquet." Shadem ripped strips from his cloak. Together they tied off Endrin's forearm as best they could. "Prepare yourself," Riven said. Endrin laid his wrist over the block and stared into Riven's eye, unflinching. "Do it." Riven chopped downward and severed Endrin's hand at the wrist. The old man gritted his teeth and grunted. Blood spurted from the stump. Skellen stanched it with a piece of his cloak. Riven and Skellen lifted Endrin to his feet. The old man was already a shade paler. Riven did not know how long he would last. "We go." The shouts in the hall were joined by the tramp of booted feet, the chink of armor. The prisoners continued to moan and plead. Riven, Freg, Endrin, and the Shadow Walkers emerged from the cell and hurried down the corridor. From the direction of the lift, they heard the sounds of voices, the tramp of boots, the ring of armor. A whistle sounded, ringing off the walls. "Shadem, check it." The Shadow Walker disappeared into the darkness toward the voices. Riven and the rest of the team waited a 20 count, and Shadem reappeared.
2 armed men, he said. "They stand between us and the lift. They are moving methodically and quickly, with a lot of light. There is no way to hide from them."
Riven knew they could not fight their way through, not with Endrin. "Where else?" he said to Freg. The young guardsman shook his head. "There is nowhere else. The rest of it is work tunnels for the prisoners. None of them lead out." "Where do they lead?" "Nowhere. Most of them are dead ends. The Nessark doesn't care if the prisoners produce any ore. They're just here to work until they die." "Most of them are dead ends? What are the rest?" "What?" "You said most of them lead nowhere. If I die here, boy, you'll go with me. Think." Freg must have heard the truth in Riven's words, for his eyes showed fear. The shouts from the approaching guards were drawing closer. "Now, boy!" "There's a shaft at the end of the northwest work tunnel. It's old. No one knows how deep it is." "We go," Riven said. He would figure something out when they got there. A shout from behind them said, "Here they are! Here!" Riven whirled to see a half-elf in the tabard of a watchblade pointing at them and shouting over his shoulder. He bore a blade but no torch. Riven flung his punch dagger, awkwardly since the weapon was not balanced for throwing, and struck the half-elf in the thigh. The guard grunted and turned to run, but Skellen ran him down, knocked him over, and while the man shouted to his comrades, broke his neck with a hard twist. But the damage was done. Riven could hear the guards approaching. The light from their lanterns fell on the walls. "Move," Riven said. "He is unconscious," Virhas said. Riven cursed and checked the old man's body. He was alive, but there was no way they would escape carrying his unconscious form. "You cannot make it out," Freg said. Riven's glare shut the boy up. "We need time," Riven said to the Shadow Walkers. They understood. Skellen said, "I will give you some. Go." The Shadow Walker took a position at the intersection of the tunnels and melded with the darkness. He had not even frowned at the idea of sacrificing himself. Riven did not like it, but there was little else to do. "Lead us, boy," he said to Freg, and drew his other saber. "Fast." Virhas bore Endrin. Riven and his team rushed through the corridors. His saber kept Freg at a run. They darted down corridors, Riven's light leading the way. The remaining Shadow Walkers moved in front of them and behind. After a few moments, they heard shouts and the sound of combat behind them. Riven froze, turned. The chink of steel, the shout of men. He almost ordered his whole team back to rescue Skellen, but thought better of it. "Keep moving," he said. He did not intend for the sacrifice to be in vain. They reached a rough-hewn work tunnel. The sounds of combat had faded, but the shouts and boot stomps had not. The guards were still after them. A few mining tools lay scattered about and loose rock dotted the floor. At the end of the corridor, a hole in the floor opened like a mouth. They approached it cautiously, gasping, sweating. Riven pointed his sunrod down the shaft. No bottom was visible. He dropped the rod and it fell, and fell. After a time, its light vanished.
They say the miners found it when they constructed the mine,
Freg said.
They say it leads to the Underdark.
Riven ignored the boy. Can you climb with him? He asked Virhas, the largest and strongest of the Shadow Walkers. Yes, Virhas said, but not fast. Riven knew the guards would not follow them down the shaft. They would follow it to the bottom and find a way out from there. Perhaps magic would function farther down in the mine, making escape easy. Start downward, he said to his team. To Freg, he said, This is where it ends for you, boy. The young guardsman held up his hands.
No, I did what you asked.
Just doing my job, Riven said, and brandished his saber. Freg would have run, but Dind blocked his retreat.
Don't!
The boy gasped. Riven held his saber before the young man's face. Those words are scant comfort when you're on the wrong end of them, aren't they? Before Freg could reply, Riven slammed his pommel into Freg's cheek. The boy fell like a sack of turnips. Riven hoped the boy would rethink his course when he awakened. He did not mind killing or worse, but he despised anyone who purported to do so only because it was their job. Shouts sounded from down the corridor. Light bobbed from lanterns. He lowered himself over the edge of the shaft and started down after the Shadow Walkers. Kale materialized atop a 2-story building. The entire first floor was flooded. The Kraken's body filled his vision, filled the harbor, filled the city. It shrieked, and the sound nearly knocked him flat. More fire and lightning fell from the wizards flying overhead. Kale spotted a woman and 2 adolescent children, a boy and a girl, perched atop the steep roof of a 3-story shop. Kale could not save everything, but he could save something, and would. He stepped through the shadows and materialized in their midst. The woman screamed and the child recoiled. There is nothing to fear, Kale said as the Kraken shrieked and destroyed a building across the street. Shouts from all around, screams. The Kraken shrieked again. Kale stepped near the family, pulled the shadows about them, and stepped through the darkness to the uppermost tier of the city. Before the stunned woman and her children could do anything more than marvel, he shadow-stepped back to the building on which they had found the family and looked about for others trapped by the Kraken's rampage. A block away, one of the Kraken's tentacles wrapped around a spire, flexed, and pulled it down. Kale spotted an elderly man struggling in the churning water. He walked the darkness to him. The man grabbed at him in a panic, taking them both under. Kale pushed him away, surfaced, and used the shadows to move them both to safety. The man, soaked and shaking, said in a trembling voice,
The gods bless you!
And so it went for a half-hour that felt like a lifetime. While the Watchblades, wizards, and priests of Yaun fought the Kraken, managed the panic, and tried to save their city, Kale pulled more than 200 citizens from the creature's path, and the Shadow Walkers did likewise. Throughout, Kale kept an eye on the hole, waiting for Riven. "Come on," he said, willing Riven to emerge. "Come on." Voices sounded at the top of the shaft. Lantern light trickled down. Riven and the Shadow Walkers froze in silence, tried to merge with the stone. The beam from the lantern shone down the shaft, scoured the sides. It fell on Riven and the Shadow Walkers. "There!" said a voice. "There!" More shouts and the twang of crossbows. A bolt skipped off the stone near Riven. Another. One sank into Dind's thigh. He grunted with pain, slipped, but held his perch. "Faster," Riven said. "Faster!" But he knew they were too slow. Endrin was slowing Virhas, and the smooth walls made climbing difficult. The crossbows continued to sing. Bolts skittered off the walls. Head-sized chunks of rock joined them, crashing and bouncing down the shaft's sides. One clipped Dind on the shoulder. He lost his grip and started to fall, but Shadim grabbed him by the wrist and planted his hand on the stone. Both men slipped a body length, but both steadied themselves. More rocks fell, coming like rain. One whizzed by Riven so close he felt the wind of its passage. Another shower of bolts whizzed around their heads. "You're all dead men!" shouted one of the guards, and the rest laughed. Riven could not argue the point. They were dead if they kept climbing, and they had no other choice. Riven steadied his footing, steadied his heart, and took his magical knife from his belt pouch. The magic it held usually caused its edges to glow red. but it lay dark in his hand, inert in the magic dead hole. "Let go!" he shouted to the Shadow Walkers. They eyed him across the shaft, their tattooed faces dark in the lantern light from above. More bolts sizzled down the shaft. One nicked Virhas. He grunted with pain. Endrin slipped, but Virhas held him. "If it's deep enough, the magic may work before we hit bottom. I'll use my ring, you use the shadows. It's all we have." The Shadow Walkers shared a look, nodded. Riven pushed himself away from the wall and went into a free fall. The air roared past his ears, and he plummeted downward into the darkness. He held his holy symbol in his right hand, the dagger in his left, willing its dark blade to spark back to life. From somewhere far below, he saw a dim light. His sun rod. The bottom. He cursed as the bottom rushed up, and his dagger blade began to shine. Kale saw Riven's team materialize out of the shadows outside the hole's entrance. They bore a body, and they were missing one man. Either they had not gotten Endrin out, or one of them was still in the mine. Kale cursed and rode the shadows to their side. He saw that Riven was alive, and the relief he felt surprised him. Dirt and blood covered the assassin. Virhas carried the limp body of a gray-haired man dressed in filthy, tattered clothes. Kale assumed him to be Endrin, and could see that the man was bleeding, a bloody rag wrapped around the stump of his wrist. Shadem and Dind both bore wounds but seemed unharmed. Skellen was missing. The darkness swirled around them, and Nyan, Erind, and Dind stepped from the shadows. "What happened?" Kale asked. "Guards," Riven said. "Skellen bought our escape. He's not coming out." "Hells," Kale cursed. Nyan put a hand on Kale's shoulder. "It is our honor to die in service to the Shadow Lord." "The hells it is," Kale said. The Kraken shrieked from down in the bay, the city rumbled, and spell explosions lit the sky. Kale decided that he had done all he could for Yaun. The city would drive off the Kraken sooner or later, or it would not. Kale took Endrin by the hair and pulled back his head. The man's eyes fluttered open, rolled back in his head. "You'd better be worth it," Kale said, and intoned a healing prayer. The energy flowed into Endrin, and his breathing steadied. To Nyan, Kale said, "Take him to the Way Rock and await us there. If we don't return, get him to his son. Riven, you're with me." "The Shadowvar?" Riven asked. Kale nodded and pulled the darkness about them. The Shadow Walkers did the same. Chapter 16. 11 Akhtar, the Year of Lightning Storms. Kale and Riven stepped through the shadows to Selgaunt, to an alley off Ronsel's Ride. Kale strode onto the street, shadows pouring from him, and stalked up to Stormweather's gate. "Mr. Kale," said one of the house guards, whose name Kale did not know. "Where is the Hulorn?" The man seemed so surprised by Kale's appearance and tone that he could not speak. His eyes moved from Kale to Riven. "Where is Lord Eskeverin?" Kale repeated. "Now, man." The house guard said, "At the palace with Vise Talander and the Shadowvar ambassador." "At this hour?" Kale asked. The guard shrugged and said, "Is all well, Mr. Kale?" "No," Kale said. He had visited the Hulorn's palace many times in his life. He pictured it in his mind, drew the shadows around him and Riven, and transported them. They materialized on the walkway before the palace's main entry. He and Riven drew blades and took the stairs 2 at a time. They pushed through the palace's double doors, and the graying chamberlain, Thriston, appeared from a side room. He appeared to be awake, though his eyes widened with surprise. Kale knew Thriston, but they had not seen one another for some time. 4 helms emerged from concealed watchposts around the doors, blades bare. "May I help you, Mr. Kale?" Thriston asked. "The hour is late, and weapons are not—" "Where is the Hulorn?" Kale demanded. "I am certain that I could—" Kale took him by the shirt, pulled him close, and looked into his face. Shadows boiled from his hands. The chamberlain paled. The helms advanced, but Riven held his blades up and said, "I wouldn't." Kale said to Thriston, "You know me, and my connection to the Eskeverin family, Thriston. Tamlin is in danger. Where is he?" "Danger?" asked one of the helms. The chamberlain stammered, then managed, In the great hall with the Shadowvar emissary and his guards. Cale released the chamberlain and rushed down the hall with Riven, the helms rattling after them. Cale could see a faint light leaking under the double doors of the great hall. He kicked them open and strode into the room. Glow balls provided light. Tamlin, V's Talander, and the tall Shadowvar ambassador stood over a long wooden table. A large vellum map lay stretched out atop it. A plate of fruits, breads, and cheese lay on the table. All three men looked up. V's Talander's face twisted in a snarl. Tamlin's face showed only surprise. The Shadowvar's angular face showed nothing, but his glowing golden eyes narrowed. Shadows swirled around him like a cloak. Cale realized immediately that the Shadowvar was a shade. "Mr. Cale," Tamlin said, "you are returned safely. Is Endrin—" "Endrin is safe," Cale said, eyeing the Shadowvar and closing the distance. "But you are in danger." He looked at the ambassador. "Step away from him." Cale moved around the table toward the ambassador, and 5 Shadowvar bodyguards, shades like their master, materialized out of the darkness to cut off Cale's approach. Their hands went for wide blades. Cale had forgotten Threeston's mention of the guards, but it did not matter. He walked the shadow space, and in a single stride found himself behind the bodyguards and eye to eye with the golden-eyed Shadowvar ambassador. "Mr. Cale," Tamlin said. "Gods," V's Talander said. The shadows around the ambassador flared into a protective shroud. The shadows around Cale responded, leaping outward toward the Shadowvar. Energy crackled where the shadows touched. The ambassador's expression showed no fear. His voice was steady and cold. "The Huelorn is in no danger from me." He held up a dark hand to halt whatever the bodyguards might have intended. "No, not anymore," Cale said, and brandished Weave Shear. The ambassador cocked his head. He said softly, "You are a shade," and his gaze moved for an instant to V's Talander. "Strange that I have not heard of this earlier." "Magadan Kest," Cale said. "You have him. Where is he?" The ambassador said, "Magadan is a friend of yours, I assume?" Cale grabbed the Shadowvar by his finery and almost jerked him from his feet with one hand. The shadows around the two men spat purple sparks. The Shadowvar bodyguards appeared around them, blades at the ready. The ambassador's eyes showed brewing anger, but he shook his head and the bodyguards did nothing. "It is fortunate for you that we are where we are," the ambassador said. "What is going on here?" Tamlin demanded, circling the two so he could see Cale's face. "Mr. Cale, cease immediately." Riven moved around the table into Cale's field of vision, eyeing the Shadowvar. 3 of the bodyguards turned to face him, shadows swirling around them. Riven chuckled. The 3 Shadowvar, as silent as shadows, spread out for combat. Cale glared into the ambassador's face. "If anyone dies in this room, I promise that you will be among them." The Shadowvar's face hardened. Shadows as black as midnight streamed from his flesh, swirled around Cale. "You are playing a dangerous game, child." "Mr. Cale," Tamlin said, "you are assaulting an ally of Selgaunt and an ambassador of a foreign state." To the helms standing in the doorway, Tamlin said, "Arrest him." "Stand your ground," Cale said, and did not hear the helms advance. "You seem tense," Riven taunted the Shadowvar, turning a circle in their midst, feinting to elicit movement. "What color is your blood, I wonder?" "The same as yours," the ambassador called to Riven. "We are men as you, and we are allies of your lord." "He's not my lord," Riven said with contempt. "Unhand him, Erevis," Tamlin said. "Now! This is Rivlin Tanthul, a prince of Shade Enclave, and his people are Selgaunt's ally." Rivlin nodded at Cale. "I arranged the attack on Yaun so you could succeed in your rescue of Endrin. Is that not evidence of where my loyalties lie?" Cale shook his head. "It is evidence only that you are a skillful liar. I do not know your game, but I know your like." Rivlin's eyes narrowed. The room darkened. "Release him, Erevis," Tamlin said, "and apologize. You are in the wrong." "Very in the wrong," Rivlin said softly. Riven scoffed. "Erevis?" Tamlin said. "Fear not, Lord Huelorn," Rivlin said. "This is a trifling matter." Despite his reassuring words, his eyes smoldered. Mr. Kale does not understand that Magadan is no prisoner. He is performing a service for us, voluntarily. Kale reluctantly let Rivellin go, though he still held Weaveshear at the ready. Riven spat on the floor of the great hall and said, "A lie." Kale nodded. "You lie." "Tell him the nature of the service," Tamlin said to Rivellin. "You will forgive me, Hugh Lorne, but this matter does not concern Selgaunt or Sembia at this time." Tamlin seemed at a loss for words. "Bring him to me," Kale demanded. "Now." Rivellin's eyes flared. He studied Kale's face. "I will take you to him if you wish." Kale smelled the trap, but had little choice. He needed to learn where Magadan was being kept. "No," he said. "You tell me where he is, and we will go ourselves. I have my own methods of travel." Rivellin stared into Kale's eyes. Kale answered with his own stare. "He is in Sakors," the Shadowvar said. "I'm unfamiliar with," Tamlin started to say. Kale held Weaveshear's point at Rivellin's chest. "Sakors is 300 fathoms under the Sea of Fallen Stars." "Not anymore," Rivellin answered. "See it for yourself, Shadeling. The Enclave's name should be enough to allow you to use the Fringe to take you there. Scry it first, if you wish. There are no wards to stop you." Kale studied the Shade's face, seeking the lie. He could determine nothing. Rivellin's face was a mask. He looked to Riven, who said, "We can kill them all now and figure it out afterward." Kale smiled at the thought. The Shadowvar bodyguards tensed. Leather creaked. Armor clanked. "Sheath your weapons," Tamlin said. "Do it! Now!" Kale ignored him, as did Riven, as did the Shadowvar bodyguards. Kale stared into Rivellin's face and leaned in close. "Know my mind, Shade. If you have harmed him, I will kill you." "Know mine, Shadeling," Rivellin answered. "You live only because of my respect for the Hugh Lorne. Were we not in his presence, things would be otherwise." "Yap, yap, little dog," Riven said, and Kale saw real anger behind Rivellin's eyes. Kale stared into Rivellin's face and saw the familiar dead space behind the Shade's eyes. Like Kale, Riven, and Nyan, Rivellin had a killer's eyes. Kale knew with certainty what would happen in Sakors. The Shadowvar would not turn Magadan over to him, not willingly. "We go," Kale said to Riven, and both of them backed away. To Tamlin, Kale said, "You are allied with serpents, my lord." Tamlin snapped, "No! I have done the only thing that can preserve this city. You are dismissed, Mr. Kale. Do not return." "You are making a mistake," Kale said to Tamlin. "I am correcting one." Kale's hand twitched, but he resisted the urge to knock Tamlin down. "You shame your father," he said, and Tamlin blanched. Kale had knocked him down after all. The darkness in the room deepened as Kale and the Shadowvar drew it about them. Each stared at the other as they started to meld with the shadows, each making the other hard promises. Kale tightened his grip on Weaveshear and thought of Sakors. When he felt the correspondence, he moved himself and Riven there. Chunks of stone fly off with each strike of the pickaxe. I make rapid progress. The stink of brimstone and rot grow worse, but I dare not open the door for ventilation. The fears are still outside. I strike the wall again and again, drowning out the sound of the fears, quelling my own. The sweat freezes on my skin. The air is so cold. "Hit it, Magadan," encourages the voice. "You are almost through. Hit it." The fissure in the stone grows deeper and wider. I strike it again, again. The wall crumbles under my onslaught, the debris gathering around my feet, the dust filling the air of the cell. At last, I pierce it, and the head of the pickaxe pokes through to the other side. Orange light rushes into the room, a blast of air so frigid it burns. There follows the sound of screams and smells like 1,000 graveyards. I gag, recoil, vomit. "Again, Magadan, it is too small for me to get through." I wipe my mouth, sore, spent, and shivering. I want to look through the wall to see what lies beyond. I cast aside the pickaxe, step to the wall, and look through the hole. I catch a glimpse of pits of flame carved in ice and filled with agonized souls. Then a form blocks my view. "Don't look, Magadan," says the voice. "None of that matters." But I have already looked, have already seen. Horror lies on the other side of the wall. Darkness. Evil. "You must free me, Magadan," says the voice. Aghast, I shake my head. I cannot open a door to that. "You must," says the voice. I steel myself and peer through the hole again. I must be sure. "Show yourself," I command. "Back up so I can see you fully." "No." "Do it or I will walk away. I will give myself to the fears. Show me." Silence from the other side. Then, "Very well." The form backs away from the wall until I can make him out in the light of the flames. I cannot contain a gasp. He is me, but not me. Fine red scales cover most of his skin. His horns are so long they curl back on themselves, and membranous wings sprout from his back. Fangs protrude from his hateful mouth. His eyes, my eyes, radiate malice and madness. "You are a devil," I say, unable to look away. "No, I am Magadan," says the devil. "Part of him, the same as you, nothing more. But I am the only part not lost to the source. You must free me. That is your duty." I shake my head. "I won't. You are not the only one free of the source. I am also free, but only for the moment. Listen." The fears have gone silent. "Open the door of the cell," the voice says. "The fears are gone. Even they are lost. Look outside, Magadan. See what is coming. Hurry. He is almost gone, and so are we." "You are a liar," I say. "Quite so, but he could not live without the lies." I do not understand. "You make no sense." The devil laughs. "He calls himself a tiefling, but he knows that is not true. A tiefling is touched by a devil's blood. Touched. He has a devil for a sire. He is a half-fiend and then some. The lies are all that make it tolerable. Without me, without the lies, he would be lost." I shake my head again. "With you, he's lost." The devil does not dispute it. "Go look outside, Magadan. Do it now. See what comes." Despite the dread that floods my chest, I move to the door and listen. I hear nothing. Are the fears truly gone? I have to know. Heart thumping, I slide back the lock. When the fears do not renew their assault, I open the door a crack. Still nothing. I take a breath and throw it wide. "Look at the far side of the bubble, Magadan." I do, and see the bubble dissolving. It is as if a horizon is moving across the world, annihilating everything behind it. "Loose me, and I will save him. I will call his friends to him." I say nothing and watch death approach. "They are near," the devil says. "I called them long ago through the crack, but I cannot do it anymore, not unless I am freed. He is too far gone. Let me out now, or it will be too late." I cannot. I will not. "No," I say. "I know what you are. He locked you away for a reason. You are evil. It's better for us to be lost, all of us." "No," the voice says, and I hear real fear in the tone. "Think of all that will die. Darkness, yes, but light too. Goodness, lost forever. Would you let that all die to spite me? Would you? All men harbor a darkness. It's what makes them men. Save him. Save us. You must." I stand in the doorway and watch the world dissolve. "I can't," I say. "I can't. There is no more time," the devil says. "We are all going to die. You, me, him, all of us. Do you want that to happen? Can you allow it? Choose. Do your duty or die. Choose." Chapter 17. 11 Oktar, the Year of Lightning Storms. Kale and Riven materialized on the edge of a floating city shrouded in darkness. Sakors, newly raised. The mountain top that Kale had last seen at the bottom of the sea had been lifted from the depths and positioned so its flat top faced the night sky. Kale leaned over the edge to see the inner sea, still and black far below them. Sakors had been rebuilt somehow. Shadows twined around thin spires, thick walls, along wide boulevards, through the windows of shops, residences, and noblemanses. The city was nothing but dead stone. There was no greenery of any kind. Something about it reminded Cale of Elgrin Faw. In the distance, he could hear the sounds of workers, hammers banging stone, shouts. "Quite a feat," Riven said, looking around. Cale nodded. "They will attack the moment they appear." "Of course they will," Riven said. "I saw his eyes." Riven reached into a belt pouch and removed 2 small stones, one a deep purple, one a light purple. He tossed them into the air, and both whirred in a tight orbit around his head. "More from the Sojourner," he explained to Cale. Cale nodded, grasped his mask, and incanted a spell that made him faster, stronger. He expected an immediate attack from Rivelin and his bodyguards. The delay worried him. They moved away from the edge of the mountaintop to give themselves room for combat. Before they had taken 10 strides, the darkness around them deepened, swirled, surrounded them. Even Cale had difficulty making out shapes within the darkness. "Here we go," Riven said, assuming a fighting crouch. "Rivelin lives," Cale said, "but only until he tells us where Mags is." A pair of golden eyes formed in the black, then a series of dark forms. Rivelin and his 5 shade bodyguards emerged from the murk. The bodyguards bore blades, and Rivelin held a black disc with the purple border in his hand, a holy symbol. Cale saw power crackling around it. Cale charged. Riven read his lead and engaged 2 of the bodyguards nearest him, blades whirling. Before Cale had taken 2 strides, Rivelin pointed his holy symbol and said, "Die." A gray beam shot from the shade's symbol. To Cale's surprise, Weaveshear did not absorb it, and the dark magic hit Cale's chest, entered his flesh, and twined around his heart. Cale gasped, but kept his feet and continued forward. He lunged and offered a weak overhand swing with Weaveshear. Rivelin dodged backward, but not before Cale's blade opened a gash in his chest. Rivelin hissed with pain. "Not enough, Shade," Cale said through gasps. Despite the magic seizing his heart, he pressed ahead and stabbed at Rivelin's stomach. The Shade sidestepped the blow, and Weaveshear only skinned his side. Rivelin grabbed Cale by the wrist and held it to keep Weaveshear away from him. Cale struggled, but found Rivelin's strength to be a match for his own. Purple light shot through the darkness that swirled around them. "You are a priest," Cale said through gritted teeth. "And more," Rivelin answered, and intoned a prayer. Cale recovered enough to chant a prayer of his own. Both completed their spells at almost the same moment. Dark energy flared in both their free hands, and each reached for the other. Their hands met, and both spells discharged harmful energy. Wounds erupted from both of them. Cale's spell opened rips in Rivelin's arm, chest, and face. Rivelin's spell twisted Cale's organs and tore gashes in his arm and face. Both men shouted with the pain as their flesh struggled to regenerate. Neither released the other. Cale struggled to free Weaveshear for a killing strike, but the Shadowvar would not let him loose. "You are a priest," said Rivelin through the pain. "And more," answered Cale. He butted his head into the bridge of Rivelin's nose, heard a satisfying crunch, and used his greater size to drive the Shade backward. The Shadowvar, his nose gushing blood, tried to shake his hand loose to cast a spell, but Cale held him tight. The struggle spun them around, and Cale caught intermittent glimpses of Riven dueling with the Shade bodyguards. The Shades blinked in and out of the shadows around Riven, but the assassin kept his blades moving so fast that the Shadowvar could not gain an advantage. Cale grunted, tried again to free Weaveshear. Rivelin grunted in answer, tried to free a hand to draw his own blade. They shoved, spun, grunted, and whirled. Shadows enveloped them. Violet sparks shot through the darkness. Finally, Rivelin gave up trying to draw his weapon and intoned another prayer. Cale answered with one of his own. As the dark energy of their spells manifested in their hands, as they spun and whirled, shouted and strained, they fell over the edge of Sakors. Both shouted with surprise as they fell. Cale caught a glimpse of the sea far below them. Starlight reflected off its surface. Their grips on one another loosened as they plummeted toward the placid water. Rivlin jerked his hand free and slammed it against Cale's chest. Cale's body exploded with pain. He screamed, his body contorting with agony. Blood poured from his ears. He responded instinctively, lashing out with the blind stab from Weave Shear. He felt it sink into his flesh, and Rivlin's scream joined Cale's as they fell. The dark water rushed upward to embrace them. Despite the pain and blood loss, Cale recovered enough to use the shadows around him to transport back to Sakors. He appeared, bleeding and spent, 10 paces from Riven. The assassin saw him appear and unleashed a flurry of saber blows that drove back the Shade bodyguards. He feinted at one in front of him and unleashed a backhand crosscut to the one on his right. The blow nearly decapitated the man, and he fell at Riven's feet. Before Riven could choose his next move, the Shade to Riven's left stabbed the assassin through the side. Riven grunted, waved his sword defensively, and staggered backward, bleeding and favoring his side. For a moment, Cale let himself hope that Rivlin had perished in the fall, but the Shade priest stepped from the shadows on Cale's right, breathing heavily and bleeding. Their eyes met, and each glared hate at each other. "Where is Magadan?" Cale demanded. Rivlin only smiled. Cale stepped through the shadows and appeared beside Riven. A Shade bodyguard lunged at him, blade low. Cale parried the man's blade into the ground and punched him in the face with his other hand. "We go," he said to Riven, and drew the darkness around them. They shadow-stepped across the city to the roof of a distant shop. Both men stood in the darkness, surrounded by a dead city, gasping, bleeding. Cale's flesh worked to close the score of tears in his body. Riven peeled back his cloak and shirt to check the wound in his side. It was deep and pouring out blood. He closed his eyes, concentrated for a moment, and the dark purple stone circling his head flashed. The wound in his side healed completely. "Stores a spell or two," he explained to Cale. "Someone has to cast them into the stone, but I can trigger them after that." "Useful," Cale said. He held his holy symbol and cast healing magic not into himself. His flesh would take care of its wounds, but into the whirling stone. The magical gem flashed as it absorbed the spell. "Healing magic," Cale explained, wincing as more of his wounds sealed shut. "I don't want you dying on me." Riven grinned. "We're in agreement on that. Now what?" Cale was working one step at a time. "We find Magadan and get clear." "How?" "With spells," Cale answered. But he was not confident. He had tried magic before. He could only hope that proximity to Magadan would allow his divinations to function more effectively. "Gotta stay alive for that," Riven said. "Be quick, Cale. The Shades will be after us." Cale knew. They had almost an entire city to search, assuming Rivlin had told them the truth about Magadan, and Cale did not know where to begin. He tried mental contact before casting a spell. If Magadan had reached him in dreams, perhaps he could sense him now. "Magadan," Cale projected. "Magadan, where are you?" The darkness deepened around them, and 10 Shade soldiers charged out, blades bare. Cale rolled to his left and stabbed upward with Weave Shear. The blade pierced the Shadowvar's armor, his gut, and poked out his back. Before Cale could pull it free, a blade sliced open his shoulder. Another stabbed him through the side. He spat the words to a harmful prayer, held forth his palm, and sent an arc of black energy into the Shadowvar standing over him. They grunted and recoiled as the baleful force of Cale's spell cracked ribs and rent flesh. Cale pulled Weave Shear free of the Shadowvar, rolled to his side, and gained his feet. Riven shouted a series of power-laden syllables of the black speech, and the Shadowvar quailed, covering their ears. Riven slashed the throat of one near him, and Cale decapitated another. "Leave the rest," Cale said to Riven, and intoned a prayer to Mask. As he pronounced the last syllable, he shadow-stepped with Riven from the roof to the top of a spire across the street. In his wake, his spell summoned a column of flame that drenched the rooftop and the Shadowvar soldiers in fire. He knew that their flesh resisted magic like his, but he hoped the spell incinerated at least a few. "Magadan, I need you to tell me where you are. Magadan!" Riven cursed as Rivlin and 2 other Shadowvar, both with glowing metallic eyes, flew up from the street level and hovered in the air less than a long dagger toss from the spire. One of them bore an archaic greatsword as long as Cale's leg. The other held a staff that bled shadows. Darkness swirled lazily around all 3. Riven hurled 3 daggers in rapid succession, but the shadows around Rivellin deflected them. The staff-bearing Shadowvar leveled its tip at Kale and shot a swirling beam of yellow energy. Kale interposed Weave Shear, but the blade absorbed nothing. The energy slammed into him, lifted him from his feet, and pushed him backward to the edge of the rooftop. His magic fighting flesh deflected whatever other injury the spell might have caused. Kale spared a glance down at the street below and saw a virtual army of dark-skinned muscular bipeds with pointed ears charging down the streets toward the spire. They caught sight of Kale, pointed upward, snarled, and roiled forward. "Riven," Kale said. "I see them," Riven said. "Too goddamned many, Kale." Kale agreed. They would have to leave without Magadan. Desperate, he tried once more to reach out to his friend. "Mags, where are you? Tell me now, or we'll have to leave you." The darkness near Riven swirled, and a great sword-wielding Shadowvar stepped out of it. He twirled his black-bladed sword with such ease and speed, it might as well have been a whip blade. The weapon trailed frost in its wake. His eyes burned orange. He stood as tall as Kale, but as broad in the shoulders as a half-orc. The symbol of a stylized sword decorated the dull gray breastplate he wore. Riven turned to face him, whirled his own sabers in answer, and intoned a short prayer to Mask. When he finished, his blades bled dark power. "Let's dance," he said to the Shadowvar warrior. "Magadan," Kale called in a last desperate attempt. The cell crumbles to nothingness around me. I look up into the sky and see the annihilating line rushing across the thought bubble, eating the world. I will be destroyed. The devil will be destroyed. I smile, laugh, and then remember. Magadan will be destroyed too. The devil is frantic behind the wall. "We will all die, Duty, all of us, unless you let me out. Let me out!" My arms hang slackly, still holding the pickaxe, watching the world end. "Let me out! Let me out!" I see my choice clearly. To save the man, I must save the devil. To kill the devil, I must kill the man. Where does my duty lie? I do not know. All men have a darkness in them, or so the devil has said. I know the devil was a liar, but I know that the devil had spoken truth. All men did have darkness. Some wore it in the form of horns. Some bore it invisibly as rot in their souls. I cannot let myself die, but I cannot let the core die. Too much good lives in the core. I make my decision, heft the pickaxe, stride to the wall. I strike it with all my might. Stink and cold boil out of the fissure. I strike again, again, again. Yes, let me out! Riven and the sword-bearing Shadowvar moved so rapidly Kale could scarcely follow. The Shadowvar swung overhand. Riven sidestepped, slashed with his offhand saber. The Shadowvar spun a circle and unleashed a reverse slash at Riven's throat. Riven ducked under and landed both blades on the Shadowvar's chest. The magic powering Riven's blades opened twin gashes in the Shadowvar's armor. The Shade Warrior recoiled, surprise in his eyes. "Rethinking it now?" Riven asked with a sneer. "If all of me were here, this would be finished already," the Shade said. Kale didn't know what to make of that, and didn't care. He shadow-stepped to the Shadowvar's side and stabbed with Weave Shear. The blade sliced through the Shade's armor and sank deep into flesh. Grunting, the Shade slashed backhand at Kale with such speed that Kale could not avoid it. The steel opened a gash in his throat, and the magic of the weapon froze his skin. Blood and ice sprayed, and he staggered backward. Riven leaped forward, slashed the Shadowvar's sword arm, nearly severing it at the bicep, and kicked him off the edge of the tower. "Kale?" Kale's flesh worked to close the hole in his throat. He signaled with a hand that he was all right. Behind Riven, the staff-carrying Shadowvar completed an incantation and shot a bolt of black energy at Kale and Riven. Kale leaped to his feet and tackled Riven. The bolt missed them, and both came up in a crouch as the energy melted a stinking hole in the spire's roof. "If we stay, we die," Riven said to him.
"I know,"
Kale managed, his voice awkward from the throat wound. There was nothing else for it. Kale wrapped himself and Riven in darkness and prepared to flee. A voice rang out in his head, so loud it drove him to his knees. "Let me out!" Riven clutched his ears, as did every other creature on the street. Cale recognized the voice, though its tone was different. "Mags, show me where you are." Magadan answered. "Erevis, Erevis Cale, are you here? Can you be real? Now, Mags, now!" A mental image formed in Cale's mind, a hemispherical chamber deep within Sakor's floating mountain. Cale reached for the connection between where he stood and where he wanted to go. At that moment, Rivelin completed his spell and gestured at Cale with both hands. A wave of gray energy poured forth from Rivelin's hands and hit Cale's body, penetrated the magical protection of his flesh, and burst him from the inside. His skin ruptured, and blood, tissue, veins, and arteries exploded from him in a stringy shower of gore. He tried to scream, but choked on his own blood. He fell to his knees in the wet mess, gagging, coughing, agonized. Wound shock was setting in. He was drifting, falling. Riven cursed and leaped to his side. Cale caught a flash of purple as Riven pulled a healing spell from his stone. Cale's vision cleared. The pain remained, and his flesh struggled to regenerate the rest. "Get us out of here, Cale," Riven said, looking up at the Shade Warriors. Behind Riven, Cale saw the great sword-wielding Shadowvar. The door to the spire's roof burst open, and a column of snarling, muscular humanoids burst through. Their white fangs stood out starkly against their black skin. The lead creatures raised their blades, shrieked, and charged. His face sticky with blood, his mind cloudy with pain, Cale let himself sink into the darkness. He rode the shadows to the place Magadan had shown him. He and Riven appeared in a hemispherical chamber bathed in red light. The mammoth glowing crystalline mythaler hovered unsupported in the center of the room. Whorls of orange and red flowed within the facets. Waves of magical energy poured forth from it with the regularity of a heartbeat. Cale's ears throbbed with each pulse. The room vibrated with arcane power, and ropes of shadow floated from Weave Shear toward the mythaler. The weapon pulsed in Cale's bloody hand in perfect time to the magical vibrations. Cale's skin continued to close, pulling the exposed threads of his veins and arteries back into his flesh. Darkness swirled protectively around him, comforting him, sheltering him. Riven's hands darkened, and he touched them to Cale. More healing energy flowed into him. With Riven's aid, he stood. Magadan stood under the mythaler, small and emaciated. He looked as if he had not eaten in days. He held his thin arms up so that his hands touched the crystal's surface. Black veins grew out of the mythaler and twined into Magadan's hands, forearms, and biceps. It looked as if the crystal were eating Magadan, one small bite at a time, beginning with his fingertips. Magadan wore a vacant expression, and his pupilless eyes showed no white. Instead, they glowed red, the same red as the mythaler. The horns in his brow had grown a full finger's length since the last time Cale had seen him. The tattoo on his arm, a red hand shrouded in dark flames, the symbol of Magadan's father, stood out markedly against his pale skin.
"Get him free of it,"
Cale said to Riven. His voice was wet with gore. Magadan cocked his head and said slowly, "Erevis?" Cale gritted his teeth as his body painfully knit back together.
"We're here, Mags,"
Cale said, and nearly fell.
"Riven and I are both here. Get him, Riven."
He knew Rivelin would be coming. Riven moved warily under the huge crystal and put his hands on Magadan's shoulders. Riven was as gentle with Magadan as Cale had seen him with his dogs. "It's part of him," Riven said, nodding at the source's veins that grew into Magadan's flesh.
"Leave me,"
Magadan said, and grinned like a madman. He showed fangs for eye teeth. "There's power here, and wonders. Leave me. I am content." Cale remembered the Kraken, its mind lost in the false world of the Source. He remembered Magadan had said to him once that contact with the Source exacted a price. He was seeing it firsthand. "Get me out," Magadan said in Cale's mind. Cale tried to walk, found that his legs could support him, and moved to Riven's side. He threw aside his cloak, soaked as it was with blood. "We will pull him out or cut him out," Cale said. "I will harm you if you try," Magadan said absently. "I will not allow it, but you must hurry," Magadan projected. The shadows across the room started to deepen and churn. "Pull him," Kale said in alarm, and whispered a healing spell to accelerate his recovery. Mask's healing energy warmed him, eased the pain. Riven tried to pull Magadan free, failed. Kale assisted, and the two chosen of Mask tried to pull their friend free of his addiction. The veins of the source started to give way. Magadan screamed as the strings grew taut, ripped his flesh. Blood oozed from his arms. Kale watched glowing eyes form in the darkness across the chamber. Riven saw them too. They pulled harder. Magadan groaned as a number of black veins glistened with blood, snaked out of his skin, but Magadan did not come free. He dangled there, a macabre marionette. "Stop! Leave me, and I will give you what you need to defeat the Shadowvar, Erebus. The whole power of the source channeled into one weapon. Here, now." Magadan and the source flared and pulsed rapidly. Power went into Weaveshear. The blade vibrated in Kale's hand. Shadows poured from it, darker than before, and spiraled around them. With so much power diverted from the Mythaler to Kale's blade, Sakors began to slowly descend. Kale watched Rivelin and the two other Shadowvar emerge fully from the darkness, their glowing eyes wide as their city started to lower back into the sea. "Your blade," Magadan said, his voice far away. "It will absorb even their shadow magic spells. Cut them down, Erebus. The power of an entire city is in your hand. Just leave me. You are my friend. Leave me." Kale hesitated, tempted. Magadan grinned, nodded, his eyes pulsing in time with the source. "Free us!" Magadan screamed in Kale's head. "He is almost gone!" Rivelin pulled a thin black blade from the scabbard at his belt. The pommel, inset with an amethyst, was tinged with purple light. "Give me the power of the source, Magadan," Rivelin said. Magadan laughed. "No, I gave it to him. I am free of you." Rivelin's eyes widened, and all three shades began to incant. "Pull him loose," Riven said to Kale. "No, you are my friend," Magadan said again. "Leave me." "I am your friend," Kale said. "That's why I can't leave you." Kale slashed the exposed veins hanging between Magadan and the source. Magadan screamed and collapsed. The sinewy cords spat sparks of red energy and squirmed back into the crystal. Rivelin's companion fired a blistering beam of green energy that hit Kale in the chest. Kale's flesh repelled the magic, and it dissipated harmlessly. "I will return for you," Kale said to Rivelin, and pointed the charged Weaveshear at him. "We will be here," Rivelin said. Kale imagined the Wayrock in his mind. His mind was cloudy, the image faint. He held on to it as best he could, wrapped Magadan and Riven in his darkness, and stepped through the shadows. When the darkness parted, they were not on Wayrock. They were sitting atop a hillock of ash-covered ice, under a steel-gray sky, overlooking an icy plain dotted with pits of hellfire. The souls of the damned squirmed in the pits, screaming their agony into the sky. The smell of brimstone polluted the freezing air. A frigid breeze stirred up a cloud of ash and ice and carried with it the stink of a charnel house. "Welcome to Cania," said a voice. Mephistopheles' voice. Shadows bled from Kale's skin. A trickle of blood leaked from his ears. Magadan began to laugh. This has been an Audible Frontiers production of Shadowbred, written by Paul S. Kemp, narrated by John Pruden. Producer Mike Charzik. Copyright 2006 by Wizards of the Coast, Inc. Production copyright 2012 by Audible, Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.